All right, grab your snacks, your seatbelts, maybe a sage stick or two, because we are officially kicking off opening statements today in the Arizona trial of Lori Vallow Daybell. Yep, she's back. And this time, the charge is conspiracy to murder Brandon Boudreaux, her ex nephew in law, who somehow survived a drive by shooting that investigators obviously say that there was more about, zombies and apocalyptical things than anything logical, but that's Lori Daybell. We've heard so many so much info, so many details about the other cases, and a lot of people haven't heard about Brandon Boudreaux. They have, but more so about the kids, Tylee and JJ and Tammy Daybell. So today we are diving in, and the question is, what's going to happen? We've seen in the days leading up that Lori's not feeling very well. She has a case of the Mondays on a Friday and a Monday and a Tuesday and a Wednesday. She showed up in a wheelchair. The judge didn't like it. And she was hovered yesterday trying to get to her seat. Poor Lori. So today we are going to see what happens in opening statements. We have seen her smirks in previous trials and hearings, her behavior. She represented herself in the last hearing for Charles Vallow, and she's representing herself again today. This is going to be interesting. I did say before that I believe we've seen nothing yet from Lori, and she's already showing it. So we'll see what happens also in the trial now that she's had to show up. So if you think Idaho was messy and Charles, you haven't seen anything yet. Arizona's, the prosecution saying, oh, my drink. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. So we have about 12 more minutes before they're supposed to start. I'll tell you a little bit again about the timeline, and then we'll dive in. I know I pulled up before I went live here. I pulled up a few things on the live stream where we're going to be streaming it from. So we're just going to hang tight, and then I'll connect everything and we'll be good to go. So nice to see you. So today is day one if you're just joining us in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. And she is accused of conspiring to murder her ex-nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, who basically missed the bullet hitting his head by inches. And this is the first time now, if you really think about it, this is the first time that Lori is facing her victim. So everyone else can't speak for themselves because they were killed. Well, we have Brandon Boudreaux, and now all these interesting things are starting to show up. Lori says, I can't do a good job if I'm not feeling good. And tries to bring in the wheelchair, where the judge is like, yeah, you know what? I know what you're doing. And if you think that I'm not going to be your judge down the road, if this prolongs, then and has to postpone, you're wrong. I'm going to still be the judge. So we have 8 women and 8 men on the jury. So this will be very, very interesting, and I'm here for it. I think this is going to be the heightened one. I think we haven't seen anything yet with Lori. Tell me what you think in the chat. Okay, Susan J says there is a 30-minute delay again. Okay, so we're going to be chatting for a little bit before it comes. Peter says, hi all, if you missed Nate's interview, the PI who was hired by Brandon fills in some new details on what he did and some things I think we might have missed. I do not know why he's not a witness. Interesting. I will see what that's all about. If you guys have a little bit of info. This is the beautiful thing about our chat. the community here I live for. I love covering trials. I love doing it with you guys. Oh, and I do have a snack. We have some snacks. Not sponsored, but should be. And we're bringing it, so I'm a little extra hungry today. And I'm here for Lori's stuff, and I'm here for the judge's comments, to be honest. He was quite calm and collected in the last trial with Lori. He did very well. But I think that he's tired of her BS. He sees her pattern, and now he's like, "Are you done?" She says, if for those of you who missed it, when Lori was sick and she was in the hearing the other day, she said, "Well, you're welcome to come see me at my cell, my jail cell." The judge goes, "Yeah, no, I'll pass, thanks." Erica says, "Hello, everyone. I'm so excited. The trial's finally here. Can't wait to see the evidence and hear the testimony." Absolutely. We all cannot stand Lori. That's right. Poor judge. I'm so glad to be watching with you guys. Make sure to do all the things too. So what I'm going to do is, now that we know trial's starting today, then I can prep the live streams and have them preset so that you can set your notifications and then come back here every day, because we're in it to win it. Yeah, so hit the like button. That gives all the YouTube things. Interestingly, I did a live stream was it this past week or was it the week before? Anyway, I did a live stream and people didn't get their notifications. So please hit that notification bell, and that way you know. So now the last trial. Oh, there, I was just about to talk about him. Hi, Charles. The last trial for Charles, his timing is great. Lori did opening statements, and in her opening statements, she basically said everything was a family tragedy. That's all it was a family tragedy. She hasn't been sentenced yet, but she will be coming up here once Brandon's is complete. So, what do you think this morning will be her defense strategy? What do you think she'll say? Yes, Shih Tzu Barbie is about to show up. I don't know if she's going to be hunched over. She's going to have to fake. She might have to fake a fainting spell. Yep, I think we should put that in there. She might have to fake a fainting spell right at the right time. Shih Tzu Barbie's about to appear. Now, this happened, if you guys remember or don't, and are just, new to this case, this happened on October 2nd, 2019. And at that time, it was such a busy time for Lori and Chad Daybell and her brother Alex Cox and Melanie Boudreaux, aka Pulowski. Since it was October, it was a fresh new month. September was the killings of Tylee and JJ, and they were buried in Chad Daybell's backyard. So that was taken care of, according to Lori and Chad and Alex. And on to the next month, where we had the attempt on Brandon. Now, interesting information. Around the time that this attempt happened with Brandon, they were closing, meaning Melanie and Brandon were closing on their house that the house was there was a closing on it. So they would have got the money right away, within a couple days, right? That's what it is in Canada. Within a couple days, within a week, you get your money from your house sale. So it was interesting around that time how if she sold it, she'd get the money, but Brandon would be dead. So really, she'd get it all. The other thing is, she probably wouldn't have said anything either. There'd be that little in between. The other thing is, Melanie was getting a divorce from Brandon. But interestingly, before the attempt happened on Brandon, she backed out and didn't do the divorce. Because if you did the divorce, um, things will be a little bit different on the insurance. So there's that. And shortly after, so this was October 2nd, the week after, there would be an attempt made on Tammy Daybell, and that didn't work. But they went back again a week later and made sure for it to work. So it's interesting that Brandon, I mean, it's a good thing, it's an amazing thing that he's still alive. But it's interesting that they didn't go back for more. But he went into hiding with the children. And so there's this whole cluster, you know what, around these guys. And then in November, there was some marriages going on with Alex Cox and Zulema Pastenes. Alex took her last name. And then also Melanie Boudreaux, who was freshly divorced, then went on, was dating Ian Pulowski for 2 weeks that they met on an app, but I got maybe some little inklings that things were happening before back in Arizona. Back in Arizona. And then they got married and, happily ever after, she's never been charged with anything. Okay, back to the comments. Linda, I started on your channel years ago. I remember the chat about the portals and is there business portal? Then the Gabby Petito case, watching from South Africa. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I love that you guys are here. You betcha. I love that you guys are here. So the judge is so over Lori. I'm a BC girl too. Nice. Welcome. Okay, people are asking already about do I have it? Oops, my spoon just fell. This is, if you guys are asking, I see you guys are asking about this is just a lip gloss from Rimmel. Pop Fizz Pink. That's exactly what's going to happen to Lori with her rack belt. Actually, if she passed out, maybe they would think she's accidentally trying to run for it. They have to give her a little zap. Veronica says, love doing trial with you guys. She will definitely be even more off the charts than normal. I think so. She's going to amp it up. Now she's already talking very disrespectful to the judge, and it just gets worse. So she already thinks now going in there that the judge hates her. So can't wait. Mimi says, Brandon should say to Lori, it's not all about you, Lori. I hope he has one comeback that just makes the whole trial. Because he's facing her. And this is the thing too. I've mentioned this in my previous videos. So if you haven't seen my previous videos, I give you the timeline of what happened in depth. And I also give 10 things to know before the trial, which is today. And we'll see opening statements. But Brandon also was the person who had to identify JJ. And now he's looking at Lori in the eye and everything surrounded and all the pain, all the heartbreak, all the grief, everything, all wrapped up in this. And so Lori, this is her last shot. This is her last trial. And Lori likes the limelight, right? So this is her last go at it. In her mind, she's like, this is it. And then she's also having to face Brandon Boudreaux, her living victim. And so she's feeling pressure on herself. You could see it the other day in the hearing where she says, I want to do a good job. I don't want to put anybody out. And, meanwhile, I'm screaming at the screen saying, oh yeah, how does you're sick? How about your kids? No, they can't say how they're feeling, Femme Fatale says it's amazing how dumb Lori is. Carrie says, I'm here for the Lori Shih Tzu show. A lot of people hi, Dawn. Dawn says, "Can't wait to never hear Lori's name again, except maybe Cult Mom has died or entered another portal." Well, it's been a long haul. It's been 5 years. There's no way I can miss this. I wish I was there, but I'm here, and so we make the best of it, and we get to be doing this together anyways. Exactly. I don't know, Ileana, how come Melanice was not charged. I don't know. They said they didn't have enough on Chad Daybell, but nothing the reason why Melanice hasn't been charged. Yes, the evidence will show. The evidence will show is how she does it. Agreed. She is the family tragedy. Let the evidence show I shih tzu'd my pants. Oh, can't wait to see what. Now, there has to be, in Lori's world, there has to be some way for her to manipulate the witness. So, with Adam Cox, who was on the stand, who's Lori's brother, she was talking about her cheesy chicken and green chicken chili enchiladas, or however she worded it. Now she has to find a way to talk to Brandon, and that's going to be interesting to me. She might poke the bear. She probably will poke the bear when it comes to Brandon with Melanie Boudreaux. There'll be something where she has to just get it in there. Zelda, thank you. I am aware. Thanks so much. We're concerned about my B12. Yes, thank you. Crayons are, you get the crayons out because we're going to snap them. She will get the case of the vapors. It brings it back to Flypaper Lida. And I just feel like there's going to be one of the like, oh, one of those. Okay, so we're just going to check in on here for a minute. Just 1 sec. Okay, we have it queued up. Now I have it on mute right now. So as soon as it starts, I'll run over and unmute it because it has music and I don't want the music to be carried on there. So we have it queued up. So there's a 30-minute delay. So it'll be about another 25 minutes. So we get to chit chat, ask some questions, talk, throw snark at Lori. The most important things. Test Max says, round 3, can't believe it. Love you right back. I know, round 3. Stacy says, I wish I could give you $1 million for that Pop Fizz comment. Thank you, Stacy. Thanks for the super chat. We got the special Lolo, the Lolo lips. I'm surprised she just doesn't do like the elbow, wrist as she goes. Sylvia says, I'm shocked she hasn't asked to go to the hospital. Well, this is interesting. Yesterday, so she didn't come to court yesterday morning, she was forced to go to court. And so when she got there, the judge is like, "Okay, somebody looked you over, and basically there's no medical reason why you cannot be here." So there's that. Okay. Ooh, the PI said that he hopes there is more phone talks between Lori, Alex, and Brandon that we haven't seen yet. Interesting. Yeah, so they do a 30-minute delay. It'll be 24 more minutes and we'll have it. Margaret says, off topic for a minute. I just watched your interview with Courtroom Confidential. It was enlightening, great interview. I hope others will watch it too. Yes, definitely go take a look. I was interviewed a few weeks ago, but it aired last Monday. This Monday? This past Monday with Josh from Courtroom Confidential. He asked me about my background and a bunch of things about me. So check it out. I also have it in a post on my channel so that you could see. And I have it linked. Thank you. Thanks for watching that. We are going to have Josh on. So we're in the works to get him on here and we'll have a good chat. Maybe it'll be about Lori. Jill says, is anyone having issues with items ordered at the shopping link? Send me a message, Jill, and let me know what's going on. That'd be awesome. I don't know. I hope there's no issues, but I'd like to know what it is so that if it's some weird glitch that I could find out or hopefully find out. It's a Christmas miracle. Lori can walk. Thank you. I'm doing a lot better. Thank you so much. Little bit at a time. The PI told Nate that when he found Melanie's, that he put a tracking on the truck when she was moving with Alex. He was watching the truck move closer to Brandon and the kids. Crazy scary. Yeah, I don't doubt that for a minute. Also in the documents, the official documents, there were reports of also watching her movements. I talked about this in my past video. I should put that in the description box below. My favorite place too. Judge Greyrock has had it with her shenanigans. I love his comments. He just looks at her. He's like, "Are you done?" And the best was when she asked him to go to her cell, and the judge says, "Yeah, no, thanks. No, thanks. I'll pass." Just a little zap. Oh, welcome, fellow Canadian from Saskatchewan. Yeah, Hannah says it's a crime. Imagine she faints during her opening. I wouldn't doubt it. She has to bring it up. What is she gonna do on this one? I mean, she can chalk up Charles to a family tragedy. She could do all these things. What is she gonna do for Brandon? Well, it wasn't me. Even though Lori was busted for looking up Brandon Boudreaux, shooting in Arizona, all that. Will Bimbo Barbie have the sniffles today? Well, she was hunched over yesterday. It was so serious. So serious. She's walking like this, but she did a little look back. I thought that was interesting. I think I have, let's see. Oh yeah, Nate had this on, like this was interesting. Hang on. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way and I'll just show you. You can see her walk out the door. Now watch. Look at her hunched over. Poor Lori. Now look at her little look back. She has to take a look. No, she's not done yet, though. She has to do her little side leer. There it is. Well, this is an interesting question. If I could, would I call Brandon first or last? Well, I like to dive right in, so let's just put him up first and last. Yeah, we get two. You get two. If I have a choice of whatever I want, you get two choices. What you get two chances. One up. Let Lori just sit and sweat for the whole duration. Now, this one's not going to be that long though, this trial. It's a little weird because we were supposed to start on Monday, but there was delays obviously because Lori was faking sick. So, or sort of kind of sick because there was reports she wasn't looking great, but she's a murderer. How great can you look? Good to be here too. Glad to see you. Okay, I'm catching up on the. Yeah, but Your Honor, it's not fair. Jessa, that's interesting because she also said, well, last time you said you're only going to be here 15 minutes. I was here for an hour and a half. Ugh. um, you're in jail slash prison. What do you think? What kind of privileges you think you should be getting? Trial should be in 17 minutes, 18 minutes. They have a delay. Well, welcome to chat. We love it here. We have fun. Within reason, there's serious times, but we do have fun being together. Yes, half and half for the jury. 8 women, eight 8 women, 8 men. Good morning. Okay. What the heck is elbow, wrist? That's when you go on a parade and the princesses like elbow, wrist, elbow, wrist. It's like the princesses on the parade, how they wave. Oh, thank you. You put the interview. Awesome. I'll give you guys some other ones too. Um, the two videos that I just put up. The timeline for Brandon Boudreaux's trial, and I have a whole playlist as well if you want to go down the rabbit hole. There's some in there about Melanie, and I do her discrepancies to out her lies because she knows how to do that. And then I also have the 10 things you must know. So you guys could see this later if you want, after the day or during lunch. There. To me, when I watch TV, I sound like an American. But then you guys tell me that I don't. There's one girl that I see on social media on TikTok, Michaela. She's the makeup girl, and I love her because she says, um, like keep like she has a Boston accent or whatever accent she has, and I love it. I totally love it because at first you're like, what is she saying? Sharp. What's sharp? And she's trying to say sharp. Liz says, I think she had a narcissist collapse because she knows the evidence that they have against her. Well, it's going to be good, and we're here for it to watch. Justice for Brandon, absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to have to pass on that. That's great. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate the likes and the notifications and the subscription. Like, just subscribe. That's free. And we can have more of this. Nice seeing you too. I'm so glad you love the channel. Thank you. Justin Lum said no sign of Lori. Oh, I wonder what's happening now. She really doesn't want to go to this one, does she? Let's see. Hang on. Please hold. Oh, Lori's there. Nate says we're in the courtroom. Brandon Boudreaux is here with his wife. Other family and friends are here sitting on the first two rows of one side of the courtroom. Boreski is on a headset. That's the judge. Lori's on a headset. Prosecutors are on a headset. Jurors are not yet in the room. Jurors are being brought in. Maricopa County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Trina Kay will be giving the opening statement. Lori's paralegal just walked in. So jurors just coming in now, so they're a little bit late. We'll see what's happening. Lisa Discover says, I thought translated beings don't get sick. Exactly. Thank you for the super chat. And she technically wasn't supposed to be able to eat because she's immortal. So she had broth, as she stated, and she had oranges. Now tell me, who eats oranges when they're nauseous? I don't know. So Lori does. I don't know why she's eating. Chris says, good to be here. You look wonderful today. Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for the super chat. Yes, it's very good to be here. I'm in it to win it. We gotta watch Lori go down. I think it's gonna start already. I wonder if she had extra 2 days to practice her soliloquy for her opening statement. So she's bought some time. Actually, she's bought 4 days because Monday was supposed to be opening statements. She started her stuff last Friday to her shenanigans. So that gave her 4 good days to repeat and rehearse and look at whatever is shiny, maybe her toilet in her cell to see herself do her soliloquy. Oh, I love you guys. Oh, we got popcorn today. Boom Chicka Pop if you'd like to sponsor this stream. Oh, so you guys, I'm still at the pageant wave here. I gotta speed this up. I like to read every comment. That's the thing, and I get behind a little bit. Okay, let's see where we're at. Oh, Lori's wearing a navy blue pantsuit this morning. There's a sidebar. I don't want to give away too much because we're going to be watching this. So Lori's there. Awesome. I definitely sound Canadian. Okay. CJ, nice to see you. Multiple angles. That's funny. Jen, thank you so much. So happy to be back with you too. Thank you. We have 1,749 people hanging out with us this morning, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a great time. We're going to see justice, and we're going to see Lori go down. Translated Shih Tzus eat oranges and broth. Diabetes. Lori has diabetes. Blue pantsuit accessorized with a rack belt. Yeah, this will be interesting. Now, a little, if we do rewind a bit, she wanted the Jeep to be excluded from the trial. And the Jeep is the Jeep that was at Brandon's house where Alex Cox went to the back of the Jeep and shot from the window towards Brandon's Tesla and shattered the window. But she is doing everything that she can, and she said that they didn't do the evidence properly and blah, 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 blah. So, of course, she wants it excluded. That Jeep used to be driven by Tylee, but owned by Charles. So, guess who gave the keys to Alex? uh, Diabetes. Yeah, the evidence that they have, there's DNA from what I read and what I covered on the one of my videos. There's obviously the Jeep. There's uh what else do they have? Tons of digital data. The cameras are going to be a little bit of a delay. So you see right to your right of you, right here, my left, your right, you'll see it start hopefully soon. Because it seems like they were already on a delay. I can't run out of my voice already. Hang on, guys. Oh, thanks, Stephanie, for gifting a membership. Thank you. It does my heart good to see you too. Okay, I think I'm caught up on comments. So it was supposed to start at 10 a.m. Arizona time, which is 11 a.m. my time. It's now 11:29, and judging from Nate, the jury walked in at about 20 after 10 their time, and we are in a half an hour delay. So we'll just see what's going on. New subscriber, why did Lori think she would get any of Brandon's money? Wouldn't Melanie have to be involved? Yep. Well, Lori and her niece Melanie are very, very, very close. Almost like mother-daughter slash sister, probably. And it's sharesies. They're on a common goal. I mean, Melanie got married really quickly. Like 8 days after meeting. No, they went on, I think it was like a handful of dates and got married. So, there's that. And Alex got married to Zulema. They got married within a day apart, but they all went to Vegas. Lori, though, was with Chad Daybell, and Chad took the kids with his money that he got from the insurance of his murdered wife and went to, no, they didn't go to Disneyland. They went to Knott's Berry Farm. They might have went also to Disney, I can't. They went to Knott's Berry Farm. That's so sweet. Thank you. Round 3, 3 times a charm. No, Zulema will not be, and neither will Melanie Gibb. What's her name? Lori wanted Melanie and Zulema to be on standby, and the judge said no, absolutely not. For what reason? And she wouldn't say the reason. She's like, I just, if in case I need them. And he's like, yeah, no, that's not a good enough reason. Sorry, no. That's Berry Farm. Now, I agree, Cindy. I'm with you on this. 30-minute delay is too much. I feel 10 to 15 would be sufficient. I feel the same way. Now, just a little reminder. When Lori represents herself, she feels like she's doing a good job. However, the best you'll get is the beginning. And then it just goes down from there. And what's interesting is you have a witness who comes up, the prosecution talks to the witnesses, they start talking. Let's say they're talking about digital data, or they'll talk about, things of that nature, what the investigation was about. Lori, on the other hand, will come up, and instead of asking questions about the digital data or anything like that, and this is no joke, if you haven't seen the last trial, she will literally ask if, did you offer me water? Did you offer me a drink? And they're like, yep, I did. So she was going after protocols and things like that, and how she was so nice and friendly. This is what you're going to see. So the more incriminating it gets, the more she goes off into another field and starts talking about if she was offered juice, apple juice, I think it was, and water. Or juice boxes. Should be not too much longer. We're on a little bit of a delay, but you can see on the left of me, the right of you, that we have it loaded. And I'll double check to make sure everything's, yep, we're good. Can't wait for it to start. And of course, we love, her comments were hilarious. She can't quit adding her 2 cents after witness answers in Charles' trial. The best is when Charles' date came on the witness stand. And Lori's like, so you talked about me the whole time? She's like, don't flatter yourself. Well, welcome aboard. We are a fun group. We take shots at Lori whenever we can, because we go for justice for the victims. And Lori can, thousands of hours were spent on this case. Thousands. Lori has a fool for a client. Aw, that's very kind. Thank you. Yes, please, Brandon, say don't flatter yourself. So it shouldn't be too much longer, guys. Love you right back. That was the best. Are you done? I should pull up. Last night's was pretty. Yesterday's, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was pretty short. I think it was like 6 minutes long, and I think half of it was a sidebar with Lori. She wanted her record sealed for her medical reason, or non-medical reason, shall we say. Becky Rivers says, it's so fortunate that Brandon took this threat seriously and protected his children. If not, I'm sure that we would have had 4 more casualties in this spiritual war. Yeah, that's the thing, is down the road with all this information and in the investigation, 2 of the kids were rated dark. And on Chad's rubric, Brandon was rated dark. And then we have the 2 children who eventually were rated dark as well. So it's crazy what they did. Michelle Bell says, Lori said she was shocked Charles was dating, yet she told everyone he was having affairs. More lies. Yes, and she's the one who was having the affair. But she said she didn't. They were just really super good friends until after Charles was killed. She's such a liar. Thank you for the super chat, Michelle Bell. Thank you. Got your cup of tea. We got popcorn to see Lori go down. Also, some applesauce because she's fruity. And I got some caffeine to keep me going. And some water with a tea bag. That's what we have for Lori. Okay. Cynthia says, I only watched this entire case on your channel because you sure are the expert on this case. Well, 5 years of diving down the deep dark hole, the rabbit hole. But I feel like I still could learn quite a bit from all the little bits and bobs of this of these cases for sure. Wasn't it? Lynn says that's so messed up about who was dark. Well, it was like whoever Lori didn't like ended up being on the dark list. But what was interesting too, I said this in a video. This would have been a couple years ago because it was about the dark. Oh, hang on.
And the delay delays the delay. So we are about to start in about 5 minutes or so. We'll see Judge Boreski come in and all the parties getting seated now. As we've been following Trina K's opening statements, you can follow us everywhere. My X account, where I'm posting live updates on what's being said as we watch that in real time. And then you guys get the delayed stream. So we'll be tracking that. So we're here to talk to you guys for a little bit. I'm here joined with Special Projects Executive Producer George Obi. And so here we are, Daybell ready to go. And I guess I'll break this news, and people have been following, so it shouldn't be too new to them. But spoiler alert, one juror is already excused because of some health reasons. Apparently had some cold sweats on the way home yesterday, and this is juror 10. And as according to my notes, this was an older man, and so he will be excused. But that's the reason we have alternates.
That is the reason, yes. And this not
But
uncommon.
already,
Yeah.
day one.
This is, I think, the judge has to deal with this every trial. It's unfortunate. But I think that this is what you want, right? This is part of the process. You want jurors to be open and honest. Say, look, I'm whether it's a sickness, whether it's a family issue, they are here to do their civic duty, but at the same time, you want them 100% bring their A game ready to go. So I think if you ask any judge, this is what they would prefer as a juror to be honest and say, look, this would not be fair to the defendant or the prosecution.
So that means obviously we had a box of 16. So one drops out. You have 3 more alternates. And at some point, when closing arguments are done, they'll randomly pick who the alternates are. I remember last trial, we only had 2 alternates left because 2 had dropped out. So doing the math here, we just have 15 left. So everything is fine. And this is why you pick the alternates. Hopefully this doesn't keep happening.
Better to happen now, right? But
Yeah.
before the trial gets underway, rather than halfway through. Again, I having not tried any cases in my life, I would imagine, at least from both sides of the table here and the judge, you would rather have this happen now than say a week or 2 in.
Okay, so I want you guys to make sure, and hopefully we have our poll question up at some point. And you guys, Glenn, let me know when we have that poll question up so we can show them. Maybe Dave can tell us as well. But basically, I wrote the poll question, but you guys are going to tell us, do you think that at the end of all of this, will Lori be found guilty, not guilty, or will this be a hung jury? And we're going to get into more of the trial logistics and the legalities with our expert panel at the 12:30 lunch recess for you all. But right now, looks like in real time, Trina K still delivering opening statements to the jury. We're watching the delay, so you guys will get everything on time as well. I know that there were some proceedings and maybe some issues discussed before opening statements started, as far as Lori Daybell's private investigator and some documents that the judge was discussing with them, and what the defense needs. I think it's interesting that we're already going to hear a lot about the Jeep Wrangler. It's the suspect vehicle, and we always wonder, if Alex Cox was alive today, what would happen? What would this trial look like involving him, right? He'd probably have his own trial.
He would have his own trial, and there'd be a ton of digital and forensic evidence tying him to all of this. We learned that obviously in the last trial, and we talked a lot about how much in this day and age that we're in, how much digital evidence there is out there on all of us about where we go, our phones, cameras, whether it's surveillance cameras, whether it's city-run traffic cameras. The job that detectives have these days is a little bit easier in that regard, linking people up and where they're at any given point. And you're going to hear a lot about that, at least in the first couple of minutes. It's amazing to see how much work these detectives go through to investigate a case, and how much data and digital information they have at their fingertips, and the digital information that we all give out there because of how reliant we are on devices. And as you mentioned, the Jeep, we have pictures, we have surveillance video, we have interesting to see if we hear from neighbors, because we know from police reports that neighbors notice this Jeep in the neighborhood where Brandon was renting this house,
and how the Jeep was parked. You park on the sidewalk, and you face a certain direction, right? This Jeep was faced in the opposite direction, head to head, nose to nose with another car. And so that was strange. And obviously we'll get into the tinted windows. Now, this needs to be noted, and some people may not recognize him if you've been in the courtroom, or if you've seen him at the prosecution's table, but Detective Ryan Pillar, former Gilbert Detective Ryan Pillar. He's not a detective anymore, but he was on, I believe, the homicide unit. But he is the lead case agent on Brandon Boudreaux's attempted murder. And so he's been at the prosecution table just like Nate Moffat was for Chandler in the last trial regarding Charles Vallow's murder. Pillar, I would assume that is a good bet to go up there as one of the first witnesses and talk about what he found, whether it's the Jeep, the shooting, as far as the evidence on the Tesla, what Brandon Boudreaux had to say. We also have body cam video. So the body cam video is going to show Brandon Boudreaux's immediate reaction to this and what he said. Obviously, a lot was going through his mind, chaotic moments. And when we're going to have Brandon Boudreaux take the stand at some point in the cross exam, that has got to be, and I should have mentioned this on Fox 10 Talks, as Ron asked me, what am I looking forward to? But besides how Trina is going to, attempt to tie Alex and Lori together as far as a conspiracy, but cross exam of Brandon Boudreaux by Lori Daybell.
Much of what we saw in the last trial when Lori cross examined Kay, I think you could see, we're almost interested to see how that's going to work with Brandon in this case, because again, this, like we mentioned, this is a victim who survived all of this, and we're looking forward to seeing how Kay would react to Lori. Interesting to see how Brandon reacts.
Yeah. So right now we've got to look at the courtroom, Glenn. If we can take that, that is the stream that we're getting ready for opening statements. Looks like we got headsets. A sidebar. Headsets are on, so you won't hear audio. As look, you can see Lori shaking her head.
We did notice she came in today on her own, no wheelchair. Looked
yesterday. I don't know
healthy.
if she was walking quickly, quicker than yesterday, but she's got her blue blazer on. Trina has her headset on as well. Jurors have not come in yet. Just minutes away here from official opening statements.
And again, this is where they are starting to learn now that this juror number 10, notified them that he wasn't feeling well on the ride home yesterday and wanted to excuse himself.
Yep. So Judge Justin Boreski there, I don't know, can you hear a little bit of whispers? Our audio's totally cut out right now. Okay. Yeah. No, so at some point it will pop up when this sidebar is done. Lori Daybell looking over to Trina Kay as they discuss this. I know that there was a discussion about her private investigator and some documents that she needed. Oh, and right now in real time,
she
you
just
guys will see that right now in real time, Lori Daybell about to give her opening statements as well. So that will be, you got double earbuds in. So Trina Kay went for about 30 minutes or so, maybe less than 30 minutes. I remember in the first trial, Trina Kay went for about an hour, a little more than an hour. It was pretty lengthy.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in the jury. We'll commence with the opening statements.
I mean, she's gonna be doing her. Here we go.
We'll have access to email right now.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe an email can be sent to Mr. White to see if, or even your paralegal that's now walking in could see if there's some way to coordinate picking up any documents that are needed.
I hope that he does some good one-liners to Lori this go around. I hope.
Or if they could even be digitally emailed over, if you need assistance printing them, you can do that too.
Oh, he means business today. I can't wait. Go, Judge, go.
All rise to the jury.
I hope Lori's not going to eat candy again this go.
All right, please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. As you can see, we have extra jurors just in case someone can't proceed, which you've observed that we already had to use or let one juror go. At this time, the state can proceed with its opening statement.
Thank you. A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and dark tint was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreaux's driveway, idling. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto his street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up, a rifle barrel come out and point at him, and then bang! He heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's brother, Alex Cox. He had been lying in wait with a rifle for Brandon to return home. This defendant, Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona, so he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators, to shoot and kill Brandon Boudreaux. So let's talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreaux. I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. You're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant event. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies, and that she never responded. By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence, and they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150. Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July. You're going to learn that in August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. You're going to learn that as the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then wife, Melanie, that they put their house up for sale. And Melanie moved out and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing and then move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreaux, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew this defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep. You'll learn that Alex Cox searched out a place to have extra window tinting put on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see the photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's tinting on the windows, but you can still see into it. And so on September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it. You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait and no one could see him in the back with that rifle. It is her first mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart Superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg. And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're going to learn they each had their own cell phone like most of us do. And that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash. And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that that burner phone was purchased. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone when he drove down here, but they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. It's a great, you'll be tracked, right? So they bought this burner phone so that Alex would have contact while he drove down here and away. But Alex made a mistake. Because like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg, that he searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he searched 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pine Top, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account, lollytimeforever@gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep and started driving down to Arizona, she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video. This defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he could better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. This was the defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from Nick Valance, who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis, that around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in this same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit. And from them on for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho. This was Lori Vallow's third mistake. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers. You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019, up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting, from a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when this shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into the storage unit. Using the storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator, Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep, waiting for Brandon to return home that morning. This is, again, evidence of that conspiracy and of the premeditation to kill Brandon. So October 2nd, the morning of this shooting, you will see that Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Phelps Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreaux's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence and begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer. You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it. So there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate. This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it. Alex fired one shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat. You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there. That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. And he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997, the same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they saw Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep that day, and so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it. And on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it. So you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler. and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Valance from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband. The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Would the defense like to give an opening statement at this time?
Yes, I would, Honor. Oh, she didn't even say anything. He's giving him the silent treatment. That's her new defense. Usually she goes, yes, I would, Honor. Your Honor. Or just, oh, she's still limping a little bit. Maybe she got beat up. Here we go. The evidence will show I'm a liar.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been,
Your Honor, I'm going to check to argument versus an opening statement.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
that law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you. Sometimes the state charges the defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the
I'm
defendant
going
should
to
be
object
charged.
again, Your Honor. Improper
That's,
argument. Asked to strike.
Hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration. The prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job. They are not witness to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred. This case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many occasions. Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief priests for
I'm going to
30 pieces of silver.
object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
What is the legal objection?
Well, you're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
Cain conspired against Abel, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreaux. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon. In fact, Brandon and I had a very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's
Hold on.
testifying.
Can I have the parties approach briefly? Can I have you approach briefly?
I love how many objections there are right now. I love it. And the judge, you can hear him huff. He's just like, and she's basically saying, she did this in the last one in the trial with Charles. She said that it's their job to fill in the gaps. They got to make things up and present it what they think happened. Look at her smirking.
Go ahead.
How's the rack felt?
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all 4 of their children. I was also very close to all 4 of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me. Which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question. In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911, and Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep, and then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreaux. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will find out that after that event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. Two people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreaux, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However, she has not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
But
and
I
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
Jury should disregard that statement. You're going to receive an instruction later that all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this. He's
All
not
right,
here.
I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening statements is not evidence. It's not sworn testimony. Please proceed.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in this case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
I'm
that
going to
a
object to misstatement
crime-
of the law in terms of 100%.
All right, again, this is a little bit bordering on argument, but the jury will receive the instructions on what is and what is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
the state has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime. That is the way the law is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide. Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun. You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened here because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
crime.
again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that. There's
Sustained, the jury in their instructions received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be in the final instructions area as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state? The state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent. In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known. During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant.
Your Honor,
For
I'm
what
gonna
a fact
object to
really
argument.
is.
Sustained.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know at all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement, you. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense. What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone, not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
Sustained.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to do so even after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you're spreading love all right.
All right, the state can call its
Furr.
first witness.
Thank you.
My
The
God.
state will call Brandon Boudreaux.
Look her right in the eye, Brandon, and tell her what a loser she is.
Your
Mr.
Honor, could we have
Boudreaux,
a,
you're going to come up here and be sworn in by the clerk.
Can you please state and spell your first and your last name? She already wanted to sidebar. She can't handle it. I hope he glares at her. Please.
All right, sir, go around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Go,
could we have
Brandon.
a sidebar?
Is it about what we discussed earlier?
Mhm.
The state's probably going to, you won't complete your direct before lunch?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I will, but not for a second. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Brandon Boudreaux. I live here in Arizona.
And if you can pull the mic just a little closer to you and roll in a little closer. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. How old are you, Brandon?
I'm 40 years old.
You said you're currently living in Arizona?
I am, yes.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I own a solar company.
Okay. I want to talk to you sort of about your marriages. Are you currently married?
I am.
Do you have a prior marriage?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about your prior marriage. When did you get married initially?
I was married initially October 31st, 2008.
And who were you married to?
Melanie Cope at the time, she became Boudreaux.
How long were you and Melanie married?
A little over 10 years.
Did you two have any children?
We have 4.
Do you recall approximately when you began divorce proceedings with Melanie?
It would have been in July of 2019.
And do you recall approximately when your divorce with Melanie was finalized?
It would have been in October of 2019.
Was it before or after October 2nd?
It was the middle of October.
Okay.
So after.
Now, do you have family here in Arizona?
I have a brother who lives in Tucson now, but at the time I did not have any family here in Arizona.
They lived in another state.
Yes.
Did Melanie have family that lived here in Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Did you know someone by the name of Lori Vallow?
I did. That was Melanie's aunt.
And did you spend a lot of time with Melanie's aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes, we spent a lot of time together.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's directly behind you wearing glasses and a blue top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
When you knew or were spending time with Lori Vallow, was she married at that time?
She was.
Who was her husband then?
Charles Vallow.
And how often would you see Lori Vallow and her family?
Pretty often. We would spend holidays together. We often vacationed together, and our children were close, so it wouldn't be unordinary to see each other every week.
Were you close with Lori Vallow's prior husband, Charles Vallow?
I was, yes.
Did you know other members of Melanie's sort of expanded family?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Alex Cox?
Yes, I did.
Who was he in relation to Melanie?
That would be her uncle.
So Lori's brother?
Correct, yes.
And before your divorce from Melanie, did you see Alex Cox often?
Not as often as Lori, but yes, I did see him.
Okay.
Usually at a family get-together.
Did you know anyone by the name of Chad Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you later become aware that Lori Vallow married a Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Can you try to describe for us the relationship between Melanie, your ex-wife, and her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I would say that she looked at her as maybe more than an aunt, like closer to a mother figure. Her mother passed away when she was younger, and she let her hold a lot of influence in her life.
Okay. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending a lot more time with Lori?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending more time with Lori?
Yes.
In 2019, did you start to notice issues with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did.
Without going into what was said, did you ever speak with Charles Vallow about Lori Vallow interfering with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did. On a few occasions.
I want to talk to you about June 25th of 2019. Did that day stick out to you?
Yes, it does.
Why do you remember that date?
On June 25th of 2019, I had a long disagreement with my then wife. My grandfather had passed away suddenly of a heart attack a few days earlier, and she had told me she didn't want to go to his funeral, and that had led to the start of a disagreement that quickly changed and was very different than what I thought was going on.
I'm going to have you put your mic just a little closer to you.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So you said it started out as a conversation about going to your grandfather's funeral,
Yes,
and then it changed into something different.
it did. Yes.
During this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, were you accused or told that you had been involved in doing some things to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I was, yes. This sticks out because it was so bizarre to me. I was trying to talk to my wife about our relationship, and she was using different language that was confusing. She kept saying that she was going to reveal things about me, and it just didn't make sense. And then she accused me of hacking Lori's computer, which I knew I hadn't done, and I didn't know why it mattered to what we were talking about. So, that something like that sticks with you because it's just doesn't connect.
Do you know how to hack into other people's computers?
I do not.
So you're being accused of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer. Did anything get raised during this conversation regarding your sexuality?
Yeah, it was a very long argument. It started in the afternoon and went past midnight. And as things kept escalating, more different allegations that didn't make any sense kept coming up, and one of those was that God had revealed to her that I was gay, and that one stuck out because Charles had told me that that Lori was trying to convince her of that, which I thought was so bizarre. It just didn't make any sense. I was married and we had 4 kids. So.
Did you ever hear anything about allegations that you were trying to help Charles take Lori Vallow's temple recommend away?
It didn't come up in that specific argument, other than as a side mention of why I might have hacked a computer. But yes, I did hear those allegations.
I want to ask you, are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes, I am.
Were you and Melanie both practicing members?
We were, yes.
Was Lori Vallow and her family practicing members?
As far as I knew, yes.
When we talk about a temple recommend, what is that?
Inside of our faith, we try to set aside the temple to be a place that's sacred. It's a place where you can be closer to God. And because you want it to be a sacred place, we try to live to a higher standard if we're going to go in there. It's the idea of trying to be more like the Savior's example and keeping promises or covenants that you make to him. And so in that process, most of us self-report to a bishop or an ecclesiastical leader and a stake president or a higher ecclesiastical leader, just to verify that you're doing your best to keep those promises. It's kind of a way to help you assess to decide if it's a place that you should go, or am I living in a way that I can go and feel good about, trying to get closer to God in that space, and am I living in a way that sets it aside and makes it somewhere special, somewhere sacred?
If someone's temple recommend is removed who is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that a really significant thing?
For most of us, we would feel like, personally, I would feel that way. It's something that is sacred to me, and it is important. And so I would not want to lose that. It would be something that would reflect that I'm not doing a very good job of my goal to try to be more like my Savior.
Okay. When you are having this argument, this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, what are you thinking?
It began with just frustration, which when I took a little time and was introverted and thought about it, I realized wasn't fair. If she didn't want to go to a grandfather's funeral, I recognized that me feeling frustrated was something I should deal with myself, but not try to force someone else to do something that they weren't comfortable with. And then it was just really painful because the rest of it there's a lot of frustration that comes from, at the end of it, she was asking for a divorce and demanding that we end our marriage. And, I had 4 kids, and this was going to change their entire world. It was going to change everything for my family.
Did you, having spoken with Melanie, feel that Lori Vallow was involved in some of these things that Melanie was telling you that was why your divorce should end?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. As you are listening to the things that Melanie was telling you that evening or afternoon into the evening of June 25th, did you believe that Lori Vallow had been involved in some of these ideas that were being told to you as to why your marriage should end?
Yeah, I mean, how else does her aunt's computer getting hacked even come up without Lori being involved? So I got pretty frustrated at one point, and I think I told her I'm going to take a break, and I texted Lori and Charles and tried to call both of them to discuss it with them because I wanted them to understand the gravity. This is my family. This is my kids. This changes the rest of their lives. It's not just whatever was going on for those two.
So you told us that you just mentioned that you actually sent a text message or a couple of text messages to Lori Vallow that evening?
Yes, I did.
Can you scoot just a little closer? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why did you text Lori Vallow that night?
Hope that she would have integrity, that she would respond and acknowledge that I didn't hack her computer. I don't know, honestly. Just hope, I was trying to find something to fix the problem.
So you felt strongly enough that Lori Vallow was involved in these ideas that Melanie was putting at you that you actually reached out to her?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've shown the defendant Exhibit 122. I could have my paralegal bring that up. I want you to look at Exhibit 122. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those messages that you sent to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Do those relate to the allegations that were being told to you by Melanie that Lori had provided her?
Yes, they do.
And that was you trying to fix these things that were lies?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 122.
Any objection?
No objection.
122 is admitted.
If I may publish. Okay. Brendan, just so we understand, when you were shot at on October 2nd of 2019, did you actually provide the police with your cell phone
I did, yes.
so they could download everything?
Yes.
And is this from your cell phone?
Yes.
So we see on June 25th of 2019 at 6:45 p.m. The first message that you sent? And was this phone number, the 808 number, Lori Vallow's phone number?
Correct.
In the message, what did you tell Lori?
I told her that Melanie believed I helped to try to get her temporary recommend taken away, and that we both knew that it wasn't true. Do you want me to just read it?
Sure.
Lori, I sent this to Charles. I'm sending it to you as well. Charles, Melanie believes I helped you to try to get Lori's temple recommend taken away. You and I both know that's not true. She does not believe me. I wanted to send this to both you and Lori. If either of you care at all for me or my children, you'll come forward and be truthful. I've never done anything to hurt either of you. I can't believe you would lie to her about something like this. I gave you a blessing when you're at your worst in my home. My children will be punished if my wife leaves me or can't believe me when I have done nothing. This is on your heads to make it right.
So your initial thing was about that temple recommend because that was so important, right?
Yes.
But that was just one of the lies that had been told to you by Melanie.
Yes, and at this time I didn't know that she also believed that I was gay. That came after I had sent these texts.
Did you get a response after this first text?
No.
Do we see then a second text at 9:10 p.m., same day, September 25th?
Yes.
What did you say then?
At least have the respect to talk to me to my face, not whispered behind my back. She believes you and you are lying. This is going to affect my children.
Okay. Did she respond to you then?
No.
And a couple minutes later, did you send Lori another message?
I did.
What did you say then?
I will not stop until the truth is known. It says I didn't dip, but a typo. I didn't do the things you said, and because I know I did not, I will find a way to prove it.
Did Lori ever respond to any of those?
No.
Were you able to convince Melanie that these things that Lori had told her were not true?
No.
Would she listen to you about it?
After that evening, she would never spend time alone with me again. There's always someone else with us everywhere that we ever talked or communicated.
Did you want to get divorced?
No,
Did you agree to a divorce?
I did.
How did you and Melanie decide to go forward with the divorce?
We used a mediator.
How does that work?
You have choices. You can either each get your own lawyer and they can help advocate for you through the process, or you can use a mediator. Those are the two, or you can do it yourselves without lawyers, I guess, as well. And as you go through that divorce process, you really discuss two key concepts: all of the money and the finance side, and then the children when you have children. And so a mediator is helpful in being able to help you understand what the law thinks if you both can't agree on something, and help you go through and think. It's a lot to think about. And, you know, you're very I was very emotional going through that. And so they're helpful that they can kind of guide you to make sure you're covering all your bases and you're thinking about the future for your kids, thinking about what's fair in the financials, all of those things.
At that time, what were the ages of your kids? I know, I got to go back a few years. So in 2019.
Braxton would have been 9. And then I would have had a 5-year-old and a, what would like be 2000, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
And you you told us that you started to see a mediator sort of in July of 2019.
Yes,
Do you recall if it was the beginning, middle, or end of July?
beginning of July.
So really fairly quickly after you were confronted with these theories of you hacking Lori's computer and trying to take her temple recommend away.
Yeah.
As you went through a mediator, did you agree to have joint custody of your kids?
I did.
Did you and Melanie have a house at the time you were married?
We did, yes. And in the mediation, we agreed to sell it.
Now, prior to the sale of the house, did Melanie move somewhere else to live?
Yeah, we agreed that I would help her find a rental, which we did. And then our house was an expensive house. We were listing it at about $1 million. And so having those young kids inside of it while you're trying to have it show ready all the time was a concern. So we agreed we'd get a rental house where the kids would be able to stay so that they could just be kids and not have to try to live super, super clean. And I would stay in the house and just kind of live in it as a shell house till it sold.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when Melanie moved out?
July around the 14th or so, I think. I'm not 100. It's been 6
Mid-July?
years. Yeah, mid-July.
So the kids were living with Melanie in the rental house and you were staying in sort of I'll call it a community property house at this point. Do you recall when your house sold?
In September, I think we got it under contract, and at which point I started looking for a rental house, probably.
For yourself?
Yeah, for me to move into so that we could then do our joint 50-50 custody with our kids.
Did you find a house to rent?
I did.
And was that the 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you were looking for a residence, did you consider at all the location of Melanie's rental house?
Yeah, I tried to, we had agreed we would stay within a couple miles of each other so that it would be convenient for each of us. And I also tried to move close to where I had before I had built the home that we had, I had lived in that same neighborhood. So I tried to move closely to a place my kids would be familiar.
Okay. Did you sign a lease for that 3875 East Phelps Street on September 13th of 2019?
Yes.
What was your plan in terms of when you were going to move into that new house versus staying in the community home?
I was going to stay in the community home until right before we finished everything up. So like the end of September, and then I would move over to the new house.
And when was the community house supposed to close?
October 1st.
Okay. And what was the mediation agreement for that money on October 1st? Who would get what?
It was going to be split between me and Melanie, and it was supposed to all go to one account, and then I would transfer the money over to her.
Okay. So at some point, did the plan ever change as to when you were going to move into the Phelps house?
Yes. I heard from Melanie that I had an option to get my kids early, which I was getting very limited time with my children. That was hard for me. You know, it's difficult going through transitions like that. So she had offered, she said she was going out of town and that I could have my kids early if I got the house early. And so I was excited and I quickly changed my plans and made a quick move from the current house into the new house to get it ready, because when you have young kids, you have to kind of prepare. You can't just move them in. Everything needs to be kind of organized.
During the mediation, had you and Melanie come up with an agreement as to when each of you would have the children?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
Mondays and Tuesdays would be my days. Wednesdays and Thursdays would be her days. And then we would rotate weekends.
So weekends for you guys was Friday through Sunday?
Correct.
And then how would you hand off the children, and what would happen with your youngest?
I worked, so she would watch my youngest even on my days. And then handoffs would happen at school. If they were in school, we would just drop off and the other person would do the pickup. If they weren't in school, then it would be drop off at each other's houses.
Okay. So you said you worked. Did Melanie work?
She did not.
So Melanie kind of just tells you she's going out of town on the 26th and offers the children to you. Do you recall about when you moved into now this residence on Phelps?
It's been a really long time. Shortly after, I think, that conversation, about a few days prior to when I got the kids. I think it took me a couple days to move in.
So you had the kids on the 26th.
I did, yeah.
How did you told us you had been planning to move in a little bit later. How did you get moved earlier, quicker? Did you have people help you? What'd you do?
My neighbors that lived across the street from me at the house that I was selling noticed that I was moving and offered to help. I just went and got a truck and decided to move. I was excited. I didn't tell anybody even. I just kind of jumped after it, and then one other friend found out, and he brought another friend. So there's 4 people who helped me move, and they were the only people. I mean, I immediately had my kids after. They're the only people who even knew that I had moved. It was a very quick decision.
Now, you told us that part of the agreement would be that you and Melanie would have would drop off the kids. At any time, did Melanie ask you for the address of your new residence?
Yes, she did.
Did you provide it to her?
Yes, I did.
You think anything of it when she asked you that?
I mean, no, I had said I would give her my address always. We had to drop each other, the kids. So she had to know where I lived.
Okay. You told us that you hadn't told anyone else your address?
Yeah, it wasn't like out of secrecy. It just hadn't come up yet because it was so quick.
So Melanie knew your address.
Yes.
And then you said 2 of your neighbors helped you move.
Correct.
So they knew your address. And then you said one of your friends helped you move.
And he brought another friend. So 2 of my friends knew where I lived.
Okay, so 5 people knew your address?
Yes.
Shown Defense Counsel 123, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those the text message between you and Melanie where she asks you for your new address and you provide it to her?
They are.
And was that on September 17th of 2019?
It is.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 123.
Any objection?
No objection.
123 is admitted.
The state will move to publish.
Go ahead.
So again, you told us that you had provided your cell phone to the Gilbert Police Department on October 2nd. Is this from your phone?
Yes.
And so Melanie texted you on September 17th at 10 in the morning. What's your new address?
That's correct.
And a few minutes later, 27 minutes later, you provided her 3875 East Phelps.
Correct.
You told us your parents did not live in Arizona, right?
That's correct.
And at the time, really, you didn't have any family in Arizona.
Yeah.
Did your neighbors that helped you move know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did your neighbors that helped you move know Alex Cox?
No.
How about your friend that helped you move, the 2 people who helped you move with them? Did they know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did they know Alex Cox?
No.
Did you post your address on any LinkedIn or social media?
No.
So on September 17th and on September 26th, when you got the kids, were the only people that knew your address and knew Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, your then wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes.
So on September 26th, you're in your rental house on Phelps Street. You have your children with you. And is this sort of the first time you have been there with your kids?
Yes.
And this was over a weekend, correct?
Correct.
So you had your kids sort of that weekend of Saturday, the 27th and 28th. And then did you follow your normal schedule now of Monday and Tuesday having the kids?
Yes.
And then was October 2nd sort of Wednesday, October 2nd? And that would be the day you would normally exchange the
Correct.
children?
That was the first day that I would not have my kids.
Okay. And so on October 2nd would be the day that Melanie would now have control of the kids that evening?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about your schedule with your kids the morning of October 2nd.
Okay.
Can you tell us sort of what your general schedule was? What'd you get up and do with all the kids?
Yeah, it's been a long time. You know, my kids are different now, but back then, I would probably wake up an hour and a half early. Got to wake each kid up individually. Kind of, each of them has different needs. I think Breeze was still in diapers. Blake might have even still been in diapers. So you wake them up, you make sure that you get them cleaned up, changed, you feed them. Got to get 3 of the 4 of them dressed. They don't know how to dress themselves. So you got to give yourself time. So probably an hour and a half making food, getting kids ready, making sure everybody's good to go and prepared so that when you get within a short amount of time of school, you can get the 2 that are in elementary school there on time.
All right, so you said you had 2 that were in elementary school. Are they in the same school?
Yes.
And so that leaves 2 other kids.
Yes.
What did you do with the other 2 kids?
Blake was in like a pre-K preschool that was right by the new rental that we got Melanie. And then I dropped Breeze off at Melanie's. Well, she didn't want me to come to her house, so I would drop her off at the park and then watch her run to her mom.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when you left the house that morning to start taking the kids to drop them off at their different locations? Let me ask you this. Do you recall approximately when the kids had to be at school?
7. I probably would have left at 7:30. They probably started at 7:50. That's
Okay. And were the schools you said close to your Phelps Street?
It was like probably a 5 or 10 minute drive, depending on if there was some traffic or not.
Okay. So who did you handle first? Where did you go first?
I'd always drop the 2 that were in elementary school first. That was on the way to their mom's house. So we would take those 2, drop them at their school, and then I would drive the rest of the way to their mom's house and at the park and drop at the park right there by her house. And then I would go drop Blake at his school.
So on the morning of October 2nd, did you follow that same schedule and go to the park to drop off your youngest?
Yes.
And how would Melanie know that you were there?
I would text.
Okay. Did you do that morning?
I did.
And then you said you would kind of just once you knew she was there, let your daughter go to her.
Yeah.
So would you visually see her and then let your youngest go to her?
Of course. Yeah.
Show Defense Counsel Exhibit 124. Like that, my paralegal approach with that. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And are they from October 2nd of 2019 around 7:40 in the morning?
Yes.
And do they reflect you letting Melanie know that you were there with your youngest?
Yes.
State will move to admit 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
124 is admitted.
If I may publish. So do we see here on October 2nd at 7:40 in the morning, you sent a text message to Melanie saying pulling up,
Correct.
and then you received a message for her that she'd be there in a minute?
Yes.
Were you able to hand off your youngest to Melanie?
Yes.
Did you go home after that?
I did not.
Did you tell Melanie where you were going after that?
I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the gym.
How long, well, let me ask you this. Where was the gym in relation to your Phelps house?
It was a couple minutes away. It was on the way. It was midway between her and my Phelps house.
Okay. And how long were you at the gym? About?
Hour and a half.
Okay. Can you tell us what kind of car you were driving back in October of 2019?
It was a black Tesla Model X.
Two-door or four-door?
4-door. It's
Okay.
like an SUV.
How long had you had that Tesla?
A few years. I bought it, I want to say 3 or 4 years earlier.
Okay. So Melanie knew about that car?
Yes.
You had had it when you two were get together,
Correct.
and you continued to have it as you were going through the divorce proceedings.
Correct.
And you drove that Tesla to that park when you exchanged your youngest.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Tesla vehicles. They're electric, right?
They are, yeah.
They drive a little different than gas cars.
They do, yes.
Can you tell us first about the acceleration?
When you're driving a Tesla, they have when you take your foot off the gas, they built in a system that makes it slow down, so it like brakes for you. So they call it one pedal driving, but so when you push it, it'll accelerate really fast because that's just how electric motors work. The torque's very quick, so you can go much quicker. And it also, when you take your foot off the gas, it'll slow down a lot quicker too if you leave that feature on. So it drives very different than a gas car. You don't use the brakes as much.
Okay. So if you take your foot completely off the acceleration pedal, it almost stops.
Yeah, it can be very abrupt. It can feel
Okay.
like hitting the brakes.
And so had you learned over those years how to kind of slow down by taking your foot slowly off that acceleration pedal?
Yeah, you drive different.
Did your Tesla have any type of technology built in to automatically open a garage door when you're within a certain range of it?
Yeah, it did. It had that exact feature. It was when it got in a certain range, it would just send a garage door signal and open it up.
Had you programmed that feature at the Phelps house?
I did, yes.
If you put your Tesla into park, what would happen?
I used the feature where it would make the driver's side door just open automatically for you, so you didn't even have to reach over and open it.
Would it open all the way?
It would just slowly open. Sometimes it would open all the way. Sometimes it would open like a quarter of the way. There's like a sensor to make sure it doesn't hit stuff.
Okay. And so that was something you had programmed already. So every time you put your car in park, that would happen for you.
Yes.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the driver's door of your Tesla. In a lot of cars, we see a metal frame that goes around the window. Did your Tesla have that?
No, they make the window seal up into the frame of the car, and so there's no top frame on the door itself, no metal top frame.
Shown defendant exhibit 25. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize what that photo is?
That's a photo of my car.
And does that show the door itself without the glass, but the frame of the door?
Yeah, does a really good job showing that.
State will move to admit exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Okay. So is this actually a picture of your vehicle from October 2nd of 2019?
Yes,
And so we can see that there's no sort of metal frame around where the window would be, right?
correct.
Okay. And is this actually your glass window right here?
Yes, I believe it fell out when I opened the door, or when I put my car in park.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that morning of October 2nd. You drop off your youngest with Melanie. What did you said you went and dropped off your fourth child at sort of a day pre-K type of course?
Yeah.
And then you went to the gym.
Yes.
After you went to the gym, what did you do?
I drove back from the gym to my house.
What was your plan that morning?
My plan was to shower and go to work and meet with my business partners, and we had an owners meeting that day.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you turned into or onto Phelps Street that morning?
That morning, I made my usual left onto Phelps Street, and there's one house and then my house, and so it's not like you're driving. You're coming through a turn, so you're not moving super fast, and there's not a lot of distance, so I don't really push the gas very hard. But I remember coming around the corner, kind of letting it almost kind of coast as I was waiting for it to catch the signal and send my my garage door up. And while I was doing that, I noticed a Jeep that was parked, and it was really awkward.
Why was it awkward?
It was parked on top of the car that was normally there. So there's usually a van there, and it was just like parked nose to nose to the van. And it was like the back of it was almost blocking my driveway. It was parked so you just wouldn't think anyone would choose to park like that. So it kind of stood out to you right as you came around that corner. I noticed it had a Texas plate. The other thing that was awkward about it was no back tire, which Jeeps always have the back tire. That's like their thing. So all of that stood out, right? I mean, you don't have a lot of time when you're coming around a corner like that, but all of that just like, I was like, oh, that's weird. And I remember thinking my neighbor must know somebody from Texas. Cause I'm new. I don't know anybody yet. And I was like, and man, they parked awkward, like that's a really crappy park job.
So that we understand, was the Jeep parked sort of the opposite way of traffic?
Yes,
And so when you come around the corner, you're seeing the back of the Jeep.
correct.
And you said it was nose to nose with a white vehicle?
Yeah, I believe it's a van.
And was that a vehicle you had seen in the few days you had lived there?
Yeah, it had been parked there every day so far.
Okay. So you recognized that one. Was there a lot of other vehicles parked on the street?
No,
Just that Jeep right up to that one and on your driveway?
correct.
When you were coming in and sort of slowing down, what do you see happen?
So as I let the car kind of coast in, the back window pops up. I see a muzzle. I hear a bang. and you know, your fight or flight kicks in at that point. So for me, I just immediately thought, and my window shattered. You know, all that happened in like the snap of a finger. And so I just immediately thought someone's shooting at me because I saw a muzzle. So I hit the accelerator and I just went straight. I no longer was planning on turning into my driveway to let the garage door trigger. And
I'm
then,
gonna have you pull your mic just a little bit down again.
yeah, I'm sorry. I can lean forward. Could you hear all of that?
So let me go a little bit through it. So you said you saw the rear window open.
Yes.
Is that sort of the window that normally the tire would block from opening?
Yes.
Did you see any hands or anything pushing it open?
I can't say I did. The windows were dark, and I remember it lifting, and I remember seeing a muzzle.
Let's talk about the muzzle. Could you tell, like, was it a handgun muzzle, a rifle muzzle? What are we talking about?
It looked like a rifle or a long gun. Yes. Also, possibly like there was a silencer on it or a suppressor or something, because I remember the muzzle looked a little bit awkward at the end.
Okay. Have you shot guns before?
Yes.
Have you shot rifles before?
Rifles and handguns and shotguns.
Did you grow up sort of shooting, hunting?
Yeah, my family hunts. I'm not a big hunter myself.
But you're familiar then with rifles and shotguns.
Yes.
Had you shot handguns before?
Yes.
So when you saw this, what did you think it was, the muzzle that you saw?
I mean, you had a very short window, but it looked like a rifle to me with maybe a suppressor or something on it.
Okay, so it was able to come out of the window enough that it looked like a rifle to
Yes.
you. You said you heard something. Can you describe that for us?
It's a loud bang, gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of.
And you've heard gunshots before.
Lots of gunshots, yeah.
So you hear this and you recognize that as a gunshot.
Yes,
And you said then your window shattered.
correct.
Did you see a hole through your window?
No, which was confusing. So I was, all this stuff is happening quick. I'm sure I had some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Shock, some form of shock. I'm sure there's a little bit of that, but I remember the first thought I had was I need to call 911. Someone just shot at me. So that, and I remember my phone flying forward and backward because I was driving quickly and accelerating quickly. I remember getting my phone and calling 911 and just, I mean, I remember having a hard time breathing, just feeling overwhelmed that somebody shot at me. And then I think maybe because I was feeling a little guilty or something, I remember thinking like, oh, maybe, there's no bullet in my car. I don't see a bullet hole anywhere. Maybe they did, maybe it wasn't a real gun. Maybe I'm overthinking this, you have a lot of thoughts going through your head.
Did you ever say maybe it was a paint gun?
Yes, I think I did.
Thinking now, have you seen a paint gun before?
Yeah, I've played paintball lots of times.
Does paint come out? And
Not as loud and it marks stuff everywhere.
would it have left, in your experience, having fired paint guns, does it shoot out paint that you would then see?
Yeah, wherever it hits, it leaves a bunch. That's why it's called paintball.
Did you see any paint on your window?
No.
Were you thinking clearly at that point when you're thinking about that?
I think there's a lot of thoughts that go through your mind. It was a very stressful situation. I've never had someone shoot at me before.
You called 911 and you told us that you drove away from the area, right?
Yeah, I accelerated, went around a corner and I parked by, there's a pool right there in the community. So I pulled over and parked next to the pool.
I want to show defendant two different maps of the area. I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 1 and 3. You look at those 2 exhibits and tell me if you recognize them as maps of the neighborhood, a closer up, as well as a further away map of your Phelps Street address and the streets around it.
Correct. Yes, they are.
And those are sort of accurate maps of that whole area.
Yeah, I'd say they're accurate.
State would move to admit exhibits 1 and 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
1 and 3 are admitted. After you publish, let's recess.
I'm going to start with 1. Actually, I think it's this way. When you were driving to your residence, I'll do it this way. We see here 3875 East Phelps Street. Is that your address at
Yes.
that time? And so it was 2 houses in.
Yeah.
When you were arriving back to your residence that morning of October 2nd, can you describe for us how you came in to the neighborhood?
I guess people probably can't see when I point. Huh? I would have gone up.
Let me pull out just a little bit.
I would have come around where the map kind of starts there. Yeah, where your pen was. If you go down to that corner, I would have come there off Fairview, come all the way up, gone up that street where your pen was, and gone. And that's the way that I came in, where your pen just traced.
So you went through this intersection and then you turned left here, and that's where you saw, as you turned that corner, that Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Did you notice if the Jeep had 2 or 4 doors?
2 doors.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the license plate?
It was a Texas plate.
Were you able to get the license plate number?
I was not.
After the shooting, you told us that you sort of took off, and I'm putting exhibit 3 up now. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So we see Phelps Street. Is that the same street we were talking about?
That is
You told us that you accelerated. Was it this direction on Phelps?
correct.
And what did you do when you got to this intersection?
Made a right on Cole, and you can see there's a pool right up there. I parked right there in front of that
Okay.
pool where that little walkway is, right on the.
So
Yeah.
you parked right near the pool here.
Yeah, right where your pen tip was there, kind of by the E.
Were you on the phone with 911 prior to reaching that pool?
Yes, I was on the phone with 911, I think, as I got towards the end of Phelps Street.
Did you see the Jeep as you were there at the pool?
I did, yes.
And where did you see the Jeep go?
It came down Phelps Street, went north on Cole, then it made a right on Waite when it saw me, and then it continued down Waite and made a right down whatever that road is. There's no name on it. And then I lost it at that point. It went down Fairview, and if you go to the bottom of this, it actually exits out onto Pecos Road. So I knew where they had to have gone, because the only way out of that neighborhood is to go down that Fairview Street drive and go around on Francis and then go out onto Pecos. And so that's what I told the police when I told them what happened. I told them that it had exited out onto Pecos.
So basically, the only 2 ways to get out of your neighborhood was either to go up Cole, where they would have had to go past you to get onto Fry, or to go south to Pecos Road
Correct.
through this neighborhood.
Yes.
We're going to do Amita.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess. We're going to resume at 1 p.m. Please remember the admonition. Please be in the jury room ready to go at 1 p.m.
Well, this is interesting.
The
Doesn't matter.
jury being excused right now for lunch recess. You're getting a look at Lori Daybell as she is accused of conspiring to kill Brandon Boudreaux, the man on the stand, her former nephew-in-law. And as the jurors are excused, there are a couple of things to go over with Judge Boreski.
Here we
Does
go.
the state have a rough estimate of how much more direct on this witness?
Probably 30 to 45 minutes. We have a 911 call to play, but
Okay. Do you have an update for me on obtaining documents from your investigator?
So I can't personally communicate with him during lunch break, so I'll have them check into it. And
I guess I didn't know if advisory council or your paralegal were able to contact him via email while this was going on this morning.
You did when you asked me.
they did email him, but there's been no response yet.
All right, if anyone gets in contact with him and identifies what documents are needed, obviously if you email those to our staff, we'd be happy to print them out for you. But please let me know with any updates. Are there you have identifiable specific documents, and have you attempted to contact him on what that is that you need here this afternoon?
If I can meet with my team right after this, I'll make sure that they have a list of everything
Okay,
so that we can
all right.
do that.
Please keep us updated.
Okay.
Recess till 1 o'clock.
Recess right now. We are heading to the lunch break. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with special projects executive producer George Obi. Now we are going to have about a half hour to talk to you all, as this is a shorter lunch recess than normal. Usually the jury and everyone is back at 1:30. They are told to be back at 1, so that means you guys get the stream at 1:30. We're going to get right into it with our expert panel. Right now, I believe Judge Mel is missing in action. We'll figure that out on the back end behind the scenes. But right now, we've got Rich Robertson, R3 Investigations, who was instrumental in helping Brandon Boudreaux after he was shot at on October 2nd, 2019. Actually, Rich, you were mentioned today by Lori Daybell in her opening statements. Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho trial against Lori Vallow, leading to her conviction for murdering her 2 children and conspiring in the murder of Tammy Daybell in 2023. And Benjamin Taylor, criminal defense attorney here in the Phoenix metro area. Thank you guys for joining me. Let's start with Rachel. You know, you've been here before many times, and specifically in this case, opening statements. Trina went a little shorter than the last trial, but what did you feel like she hit on in openings?
Oh, shoot, she's muted.
I don't hear her.
I've done that a couple times. I know what that's like.
Benjamin, how about you? Same thing. No, I know. All right, we'll go back to me. Sorry about that. We're having some technical difficulties there. We'll figure that out. But George, Brandon Boudreaux, we talked about this right off the bat. First witness on the stand. Makes sense. The victim in this case, the lone survivor in this saga.
Interesting strategy. A lot of our viewers today kind of pointed out that was Rachel Smith's um, strategy, or something that she talked about in one of our previous panels. You know, we mentioned earlier this morning, you know, how would Trina K try and get to the jurors right out of the gate, something that would resonate with them immediately, because again, these guys, none of these jurors know anything about Lori or this saga, and so to have the victim be the first one on the stand, and then knowing that you're going to get, I would imagine, Lori to cross-examine him, and that interaction could be interesting. And to have that happen on the first day, and then if you look ahead, um, when the jurors hear from other witnesses, they're going to see Brandon in the gallery after today. So yeah, very interesting strategy. He was very emotional at times. You know, he's having to go back, what, 6 years now and describe this incident. But Trina had kind of set up in the first part of her questioning the lead up to what happened in October. Everything regarding, you know, the trouble that he had with his marriage to Melanie. She asked him specifically about um, Lori's accusations that her computer had been hacked. The conversations that were had between him and Melanie regarding some of the issues that they were going through in late June of that summer. And as we know now with this timeline, um, the text messages that were read in court by Brandon to Charles and Lori, that happened, what, 3 weeks before Charles was shot?
Yeah, that's good perspective right there, because that was June 25th, 2019. Charles Vallow was shot and killed by Alex Cox. July 11th, 2019. There was a lot happening as Charles was trying to figure everything out with his marriage and this affair between Lori Vallow at the time and Chad Daybell. And then here you have Brandon Boudreaux going through his marital issues, and he talks about how Lori was like a mother figure to Melanie Boudreaux, and that, you know, they went to temple all the time, and then to be accused of these allegations that he was just not, he didn't see coming, total curveball, and would change his life forever. So what we're seeing right now, prosecutor Trina K walking the jury through this day of October 2nd, 2019, and what was going on as he was shot at, what happened afterwards, the 911 call, and what he noticed about this Jeep that obviously is driving erratically, parked the opposite way. I think the jury is going to catch on to this, like, okay, this sounds like a hit.
Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, he was very descriptive about what he saw in that Jeep. Uh, will we hear from neighbors who also saw the same Jeep? We know that in her opening arguments, Lori kind of hinted at maybe some discrepancies in the description of the color of the Jeep. There was talk of tinted windows, which I'm sure Trina will get into more a little bit. But um, you know, he was very descriptive about what he remembers seeing inside that Jeep near his house, and very descriptive about the weapon that he saw through the window. Not only the type of weapon, what may have been on the end of it when he talked about a suppressor, what he heard described. You know, he described how very familiar he was with gunshots, and he was almost adamant that it was a specific type of weapon that was used. And then you mentioned it. That was the first time that we saw evidence photos of his Tesla from what essentially is the top part of the driveway looking down towards the street. You know, we've seen the body camera video, but we hadn't yet seen some of the photos that Trina that showed in court of the Tesla and kind of the aftermath of the attempted assassination.
So we know from after the jurors were excused, Judge Boreski asked how long direct examination will take, about another 30 minutes. And then Lori will get her chance to cross-examine Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay, I'll sneak in for a few minutes. Well, longer than a few minutes. But let's somebody says I have a back tattoo. No, I don't. No, I do not. All right. So I'm just going to do this for a minute so he's not distracting, but we'll watch him. So basically, Justin's giving a little bit of a recap. They tried to have a panel on to chat, but there was problems with the audio. So here we are. We're day one. We started off this morning. One juror's already gone. He wasn't feeling well. He was getting cold sweats. So alternates now coming in. Lori arrived in a blue pantsuit. We saw her smirks and her stupid baby voice. And I'll get to her opening statements in a minute. Nate did mention this morning, though, on Twitter that everyone stood up, including the judge, of course, for the jurors to walk in. And when they did, but she did not. Lori did not stand up. Good, my microphone's on, so okay, hold on. Let's just put the hot mess back together. Okay. The judge already had a look on his face when it first started, like, here we go. The prosecutor, Trina Kay, we saw her in Charles. She does a very good job at laying everything out. I really liked her opening statements this morning better than I did what she did with Charles. It's great. Trina in the last trial brought it all home, and boy, did she deliver. Now in here, we hear her going through the day that Brandon was shot at, and basically went through it. But what was interesting, oh yeah, I wrote that in there and I typed the rest. Okay. So Trina brought it all through that day about what happened with Brandon. And she actually said bang, which got everybody's attention, which is really good. Now, Lori, when she came up to bat, there were so many objections. I think we were at 8. Was there more? There was something like 8 or 10. She is so disrespectful to the court. Absolutely. She's saying that law enforcement presents evidence, and she says that they're bringing in court, in trial, there'll be a story and a theory, a hypothesis, that they weren't there when this happened to Brandon, if it was even a shooting, is what she's saying. But she's spinning it, and she's saying that they have to make up a theory, and we heard that before. Hang on, Rich Robertson's on, one sec.
Not just what the story is, but how exhaustive the investigation was, how the digital evidence, as what I expected, is thorough, and to try to link Alex and Lori and the Jeep and the timing, all the cell tower evidence, the Google searches, the downloads of the cell phones, the gunshot residue, even finding DNA, Alex's DNA inside the Jeep. I mean, it's all this detail work and tying it to receipts from purchases that Alex made. They can reconstruct minute by minute his travels and place him at or near the crime scene in communication with Lori. I thought that was it was really interesting from an investigative perspective, anyway, to hear how thorough this investigation was.
Rich, does it boggle the mind how involved Alex Cox was in this entire ordeal?
He's the boogeyman in this case, and always has been. It's for a stand-up comic to become a serial killer is the stuff you're going to write books about at some point.
Benjamin, what's your take on how Lori handled openings?
I mean, she did the best she could. I mean, she doesn't have much there. You heard that, she's trying to do a reasonable doubt opening, And pretty much what she's trying to say is, hey, it's not my burden to prove myself guilty. It's the state's burden to prove me guilty. So she didn't really have any facts or that much evidence out there doing openings. And you saw that she was objected to a couple times by the prosecutor, Trina Kay. But I mean, she doesn't have much there. So there's always an old saying, right? If you don't have much there, you have to bang the tables, right? And that's what she's doing right here. She's just trying to bang the tables and trying to hopeful that, some of the jurors get confused about this evidence. But if she has expert witnesses in the future who can take the stand, I mean, that would be helpful. But yes, I agree with what Mel was saying earlier. Her opening was like really lacking of any evidence, but she's just hoping for a fumble here in the future.
Yeah, let's listen to Lori's opening statements as she basically seems to be blaming Brandon Boudreaux for all of this.
Sometimes the state charges the defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the defendant
I'm going
should
to
be
object
charged.
again, Your Honor. Improper
That's,
argument. Asked to strike.
Hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration. The prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration.
All right, we probably heard several objections from Trina Kay during Daybell's opening statements. Judge Mel, we able to hear you? What do you have to say? No, I don't got you, Judge. Rachel, go ahead.
I thought Lori did better this time. Still, she failed. But I do see that somebody has worked with her. Somebody has tried to give her the ability to have some phrases for the jury to walk away from, some context. So I saw an effort to really just go after it's their burden, not mine. You don't even know it was a shooting, and that they're going to show you, the conjecture, innuendo, speculation line. She's trying to give the jury a way to look at it from her point of view, which is a step up from what she did last time. But I agree with Judge Mal. She failed this time, and unfortunately for Lori, and very fortunately for Brandon, I think we're going to see a repeat of what we saw last time, is Lori playing a lawyer on TV to her own detriment.
Rich, you know Brandon well. How do you think Lori's is she gonna try to trigger him in some way? Questions she's going to ask in cross-exam?
Well, trying to guess what Lori's going to do is a little bit difficult. But she was in trying to cross-examine Kay Woodcock during the trial Vallow case. She was apprehensive and didn't want to engage. I think she might be a little more combative with Brandon, but not a lot. I don't think she knows how to do that, for one thing. She did ask the key question, though, in my mind, in her opening, is how did I benefit? What's the motive for me? And I think that the prosecution needs to address that. I think it's a little bit obscure, short of protecting or helping Melanie get out of a bad marriage. Is that a motive for murder? And the jurors aren't going to know anything about all of these other crimes that happened around it. So they're going to be missing some context that could be an area that might ask some questions. There might be some eyebrows raised on that.
Yeah, we have not heard a lot about the life insurance policy, and maybe that will be something that they'll get into in this last 30 minutes of direct exam to try and show the jury that there would be a benefit at the time for Melanie, and that there was going to be help for the Daybell inner circle, right? Rachel, you went over that a lot in the first trial.
Yeah, the evidence is there that shows what Lori and Chad and Alex's motive was. Zulema in particular established motive. There's witnesses who have Lori's statements. There's also text. So we'll see which direction Trina Kay goes. I did see that, it would be if it's going to come in, it'll come in through those statements about the financial benefit that Lori and Alex got from Mel Boudreaux, now Pulowski. So, I also heard some emphasis on the temple recommend theory. So I will be very interested in watching the next 30 minutes to see what direction Trina goes and to see what direction comes out of Brandon, because there's a couple motives out there that have been used in the past, and I think will help the jury understand why Lori would want Brandon dead.
Benjamin, we know this time around, Lori gets to have her counsel with her at lunch, and they have sort of a separate area where they can game plan, review what happened this morning. Obviously, she's still the leader and runs the show as her own attorney, but, how much of an impact is that, having that time?
That time is extremely valuable. The time that she gets to sit down and talk to her advisory council, they're going to help her with the cross-examination, because right now you have Brandon on the stand. So right now she's probably eating a little bit of lunch, but still going over cross-examination questions, because Brandon is the victim here. He's the witness that the jurors are going to sympathize with, and he's the main person in this whole case. So this cross-examination later on today, Lori and her advisory council defense team need to really get the great questions there to kind of prove that she wasn't involved in this. So that's what they're doing right now. They're eating lunch and they're going over the questions that Lori's going to go up and do and ask. And she has to be very delicate with Brandon, because he is the victim. If she goes too hard towards him, the jurors might turn their heads to Lori. But if she's delicate with him, and scores a few points against Brandon, who knows where this trial will be. But right now, they're definitely going over their questions.
All right, I'd like to take our poll question that we have for our YouTube chat. Let's take a look at that right now. Will Lori Vallow Daybell be found guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in her final trial? Basic question as we start our coverage of this trial. 96% vote yes, no doubt, and that's out of 515 votes. 1% for no, she is innocent, and 3% say but you guys go ahead.
You have to.
I never like to jinx it and predict.
And consistent across the board. And Lori doesn't have a story to tell that would shake the state's story, I think.
Benjamin?
I think if she had an attorney, this is the facts of this case. She might have a chance here if she wasn't representing herself. Because she's representing herself, I think she's going to be found guilty. But I think she did kind of, kind of mention this in openings that, hey, did Brandon actually see me there? They have to prove a conspiracy. So the forensic evidence, the text messages, like in the first trial, are going to be, dealt with in this trial too. And that's what be the key elements. The conversation she had will be a text to see whether she's guilty or not guilty. But yes, I think she's going to be found guilty. But I think if she had an attorney, she would have a better chance of this trial versus her previous trials.
And Trina K said we're going to see evidence of locating Alex and Lori at a Walmart in Rexburg, the storage unit video, putting in the backseat of the Jeep, and the rear tire. I think text messages are going to be brought up for sure. We've heard this term before, this name, the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. Rachel, you know a lot about that. So really, and we were talking about this earlier, if Alex were alive today, he'd be in multiple trials. I mean, it's just his ties and association with his sister. It's just all a digital and physical footprints everywhere. And Trina came out of the gate animated when she said bang, and she brought up that gunshot, that sudden shooting that Brandon was overwhelmed by. Rachel, have you been in that situation where it's like, let's wake this jury up right away and get animated?
Yeah, I mean, especially after they've been back and forth, it's real important to get out there, get their attention, and get them focused, and to make it very clear what this is about and who this is about, and that's exactly what Trina did. It is really important for the jury to see see past the legal and see past the jury instructions and the jury questions and really focus on what happened to who, and what happened to Brandon was so fundamentally wrong. And I think Trina started right, started early, and really is working to focus the case where it should be focused.
Judge Mel, we have you back, and with our 5 minutes left, I'm going to let you take it away.
Boy, I've missed all of the conversation. Just
give us your monologue, Mel. Just take us home.
We blamed you.
Yeah, I don't want to put you all to sleep in the next 5 minutes, which will probably happen. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Yeah, my thought was the more Lori opens her mouth, the deeper the hole she digs. I saw where you had sent out a poll to your listeners. The chances of an acquittal are zero. Her best hope is to have one juror hang it up. I thought that Trina gave an outstanding opening. I think Brendan Boudreaux is just absolutely exceptional as a witness. He's got feeling, he's got compassion. You can see the unbelievable trauma that he's endured. I think Lori's perhaps best argument is the argument of why is she there and not other people, which I think some people at the end may wonder if his estranged wife was the only one who knew where he was in all of these circumstances. I think the rhetorical question is, why hasn't she been brought into this?
And we don't even have her on the witness list. I mean, Rachel, it just seems like Melanie, as she testified in Chad's trial, but we just have not heard her full story besides media interviews in the past. Media interviews before the kids were found. She defended her aunt, but people want to hear from her. It's not going to happen.
Right. I would be very surprised to see Melanie Pulaski testify at any hearings. You've got to realize that if she is tied to this or tied to any of the crimes, she could lose custody of her kids. And one thing that has been very consistent throughout this is she didn't want to lose custody of her kids. So there is no upside to Melanie Pulaski as the way this is for her to talk. And right now there isn't a need for the state, and it's not worth the gamble of putting somebody like that up there, especially when she has everything to lose and nothing to gain by testifying. So she's going to put her kids first.
And we got Rich, go ahead. Yeah, because I want to go to you as our insider. You watched her and Alex in October 2019 in November.
Yeah. And what I was thinking that depending on Lori's strategy, Melanie would be a defense witness, hostile certainly, but potentially put her on the stand and make her the the boogeyman in all this, since Alex isn't there to turn into, Lori's defense could be to shift the blame to these other folks. And so, but she's not going down that path clearly, but she did have that opportunity. Yeah, this is the Brandon I knew when this whole thing started. He was emotional, he was traumatized. He's certainly more in control. The first time I met him, he was wild-eyed. He certainly had time for this to sink in, and a lot of things have happened in the last 6 years. But his story is consistent, and everything he told me that very first day 6 years ago has turned out to be true.
All right. Thank you so much to our panel. We're going to have more time throughout this next week to talk. We'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow as we navigate.
Okay. Let me just make sure this keeps going, because we are going to be having that back on very shortly within the next half hour. We can chit chat about what we saw this morning. One of the interesting things, let me go back to, do I have my, I don't know my document, but let's just see if I can pull it up again. So we were talking last about Lori and her opening statement. And it was interesting because she's pulling it's about conspiracy, but it's about conspiracy of them conspiring to blame it on her, which is an interesting twist. She's saying, oh, it's conspiracy, all right. And it's not because of me. It's because Brandon and the authorities are making it and conspiring to put me away for something I didn't do. That's what's going on. We saw Brandon on the witness stand, and just like they said, like, he just looks, he's always looked that we've seen defeated, and rightly so for what he's gone through. And I mean, imagine that. He's going through a divorce, which is not fun at that time. Plus, he has to move. Plus, he has 4 children, and that's a lot. Plus, he has to go through a month after he split with Melanie, Charles died. Then he won't know it for a bit yet. But Tylee's killed. JJ's killed. So that's a lot. And then, as I mentioned earlier, he's the one who identified JJ when they found him. So that's a lot. And here he is having to relive this again. And it's been almost 6 years for him in October. So it's been 5.5 years. And he's having to go through that. I don't know how many times. I think they objected to Lori's crap like 8 times or 10 times. We do all want to give him a hug. Absolutely. John Williams has the objection meter. 19 objections during Lori's opening. Oh, that's good. So that's her take, is that, you know what, she's just little Miss Innocent. She didn't do anything wrong. And it's them that's conspiring against her. Good luck, Lori. Good luck. Then when Trina went through talking to Brandon, they were talking about what happened to the vehicle, what happened the days like when when Melanie meets up with him and they do the transfer of the kids, and then it's come to the point where he described the Jeep and how it was parked, and that he saw that looked like a rifle. He wasn't too sure what it was. And Lori is saying, well, in one thing that they're saying the Jeep's a dark color, and the other one they said it's a green color, and another one has said it's a gray color. Teresa says, I think Trina's going for her jugular. Good. Amber Eyes says, law enforcement didn't witness the crime, therefore there wasn't one. The logic of a loaf of bread. It's kind of like when I went to the authorities last year, and it's like, oh, well, we talked to the person. I said, in person, or no, we called them. Well, let me ask you something. Do you just call up someone who's, a thief or a murderer and just say, hey, by the way, did you take that from the yard? Nope, wasn't me. Okay. That's like Lori. Well, they weren't there. They didn't see it. Yeah, I love this too. Bonica says, I'm glad Brandon mentioned the back wheel being off the Jeep. Can't wait till they show the video of Lori rolling the tire into the storage. Yes. And one day Alex was there, and the other day Chad Daybell was there. And they didn't have enough to convict him either. Although Chad and Lori and Alex were chit-chatting up a storm that morning. The judge has incredible patience. May the good Lord bless him in many ways. Yes. I like this judge. Can't wait for his one-liners to come. I can't even help it now talking about Lori. How will Lori tell Brandon on the stand that they had a great relationship? She's going to choose a different dish that she made out of a can. Did you eat my bologna sandwiches, Brandon? You know, the ones I made special for you? Brandon's like, no. No. Yeah. I offered to teach you self-defense classes via Facebook Live years ago. I'll still do it. Yes. Heck yes. Email me. It's a crime and a shame at gmail.com. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. I would love that. Renee says, I wanted her to ask Brandon why Melanie didn't want him at her house. Yeah, no kidding. We have about 21 minutes before they'll come back, I think. So that'll be good. Let me just see why it's not. Oh, there we go. Let me get this caught up. So that it's, there we go. I would love to put an objection counter. How would I do that, though? I should get one of my whiteboards and we just mark it off. Maybe we'll get to 144,000. Yeah, she's so full of love. Did you hear her say that? She's so manipulative. She was so full of love. Yeah, were you so full of love you had your children killed 3 weeks before that too? Your daughter 3 weeks before that? And JJ would have only been dead for a week when they went after Brandon. 144,000 objections. Well, how am I gonna? I'm gonna need a bigger pen. Yeah, right. I couldn't. Yeah, spreading the love. I'll show you where you can spread the love. What else did I have on there? She said, you will learn that Brandon was not hurt. And that she was not an enemy to Brandon. But she did mention that Melanie in there, and I was like, oh, you're making Melanie look guilty. Look at that, turning on your own kind. Did a shooting actually occur, she asks. You're going to see speculation and innuendo, she says. And then she was talking about the power struggle between Trina and herself, and then that's where the objections came in again. So we have about 18 minutes left before they start again. I thought the judge said back in 30. No, I think he was talking about something else that needed 30 minutes. I can't remember now. Woo! Day one. 30-minute delay, yes. So, but they went for a break an hour ago, our time. So we have just over 15 minutes left. And I hope we get to see Lori cross today. Brandon's situation today, I think he had another child with, good question. I'm getting this mixed up. I know he's remarried. She's a pretty redhead girl, kind of strawberry blonde hair girl. They got married a couple of years ago. I think it's been now 2 or 3 years, maybe. I can see the picture in my head. I have to count how many children. Let me see. There's a lot. Well, and what's interesting too is when they were going to court, back in October or just after the shooting, Melanie didn't even show up to one of her court hearings. I find it interesting that Lori threw her under the bus a little bit today. That I feel like. And she notably said died of natural causes for Alex Cox. So that makes me think, yeah, nope, he didn't. Even though they said he did. There's a couple things she said last trial too. I think one thing that caught my eye. Susan says he shares 50-50 custody with the 4 kids. Yes, but before she had that taken away when she didn't show up. It was an automatic. So I guess from there, it went to 50-50. And I'm sure who knows what went through with Brandon and how things changed and what Melanie said and all that. Who knows? Melanie's is such a liar. Me too. Bugs me. Nate just said she has put a new motion for a new judge again. Yeah, well, too bad. Melanie got arrested for trespassing. I have that in my 10 things you need to know video, I think it is. I also have a full playlist. Yeah. I'm gonna just see something here. One second, please. Hang on, guys. I'm just fixing something on my stream. Okay. Okay. Linda watching while munching popcorn will lie Beatty's lies. Rebecca says, you are very smart and super upbeat. I really enjoy your commentary. Sometimes these serious matters are heart-wrenching to follow, so thank you for making it palpable. Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, watching Brandon this morning was super sad. Just the trauma this guy has gone through, you can tell. And now we've already seen him that emotional. Wait till Lori goes and looks at him. She's going to bring her manipulation. You're going to see it amp up. And I hope that Brandon can shift in his demeanor, in how he deals with her. I'm sure he can, and I'm sure he knows how to shut her down, but I want to see that. Sylvie says, oh, she asked for a new judge again. Oh, he's not going to like that. Just my alarm to go pick up my son, but I don't have him today. She is going to do her baby voice on Cross. She'll get a little animated, though. She's going to ask some questions we haven't heard of, and we're going to see what's going on. There's going to be that unspoken something. Pompeii girl makes a good point. Brandon not only has to deal with the fact that he was almost murdered, but also survivor's guilt. I feel so bad for him. It's just a nightmare, one after another. It's already hard to go through a divorce and to move. I did that actually, it was June. No, it wasn't June. June, I split from my ex. It wasn't until September that I moved, but June was the same thing. That's weird. And then everything on top of that. Aw, yeah, I hope Brandon gets a lot of strength from his new wife. It's pretty good that he found someone that quickly. I've been 3 years and I'm still haven't found what I'm looking for. Kathy says, Linda, I'm here for trial number 3 with you. Awesome. Nice to see you. Laura says, I hope Brandon comes at her so she knows he knows he didn't break her and he's alive. Yeah. Did you see that? Every time she smirked when the judge, she's like, I'll show him. I'm going to go put a motion in today to get another judge. We'll see who's boss. Susan J says, does Miss Speedy Trial know a new judge could take many months and she'd have to stay in Arizona? Well, he told her, whatever you're pulling here, he said this in a hearing the other day, whatever you're pulling, I'm not having it. So it could take as long as you want. I'm still going to be the judge on this case. Okay? Judy says, personal opinion here, I don't think Brandon has the heart to throw Melanie under the bus because she's the children's mother and she has convinced him Lori had led her down the wrong path. Very much so, could be. I mean, that's hard. And at the end of the day, they have 4 children together and he doesn't want to see, is my guess, doesn't want to see his kids not see his mom, their mom. There could be all kinds of things. Yeah, I'm super happy for Brandon. Wish he was in Calgary. I did stop looking. I did stop. I'm off. I'm done. Tapping out. Nope. No thanks. I'm good. That was so good too. Carolyn says, I like thinking about the realtor guy that put Daybell's attorney in place. You tell me, you own it. That was the best. For those of you who haven't seen it, the witness was a realtor on the stand who's also friends with Chad Daybell before. And John Pryor, the defense attorney for Chad, owned the property. And he was simply asking the realtor, how big would you say the size of the place is? The actual, I think it was the yard. And the guy says, the witness says, I don't know. You own it. You tell me. And John Pryor's like, sidebar, please, judge. It was good. Chris says, your sense of humor and your facial expressions crack me up. I'm late. You are lazy? I don't know if you said enjoy being here watching and listening while I'm at work. Hopefully you're not saying I'm lazy. I know you didn't mean that. We find them when we're not looking. Well, I've been not looking for a while. Okay. Elaine says, I've been watching you all day and I'm so glad to go through this court crap with you. Me too. How do you say your name, Enrique? Brandon says, Brandon, did you personally ever see, hear, or witness me prepare any enchiladas? Specifically, the ones that came from a can that you just pour out, and it's my green chili chicken enchiladas made by Lori the lawyer. Do you guys know that she wants to make a difference in the prison now because of her experience in law? I'm not joking. She actually wants to help other women who's been unfairly treated in the court system. What is she going to say? Like, okay, here's what you do. If you get to a tough part, you ask about if you got apple juice from the witness. I swear it works. What the heck? They should be starting in 3 minutes. Okay, let's check. Oh, do you guys want some channel drama? I'll tell you some channel drama. Apparently, I got demonetized on one of my videos. You remember the ones that oh, this one. It was called 5 Serial Killers' Last Words Before They Die. Remember that one? I was talking about what they ate before their last words were what they ate. Yeah. Apparently, I got demonetized because I did the jailhouse interview of Ted Bundy. So that's interesting. And I think I did that like 2 years ago. So that was the drama for today. Yeah, she's a mentor in prison. Kareen says, I could not watch trials anywhere else. It's fun, even though the matter is not. Love you, Linda. We do know when to be serious. And then most times you just make fun of Lori because it's been 5 years and we're sick of her crap. I'm glad you guys are getting notifications. This is good. Julie B. Thank you for the super sticker, Julie B. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a long haul covering this. I think I've done over 200 videos, maybe even 300 on Lori. Thank you. Thank you. It's so good to be here. It's good to be back. Oh, yes, we can't forget her yoga lessons for $1 million of all that. What do people, I want to know what the girls in the prison, what they say behind her back. We have to bring the snark. How could you not? Seeking Justice says, I hope Brandon drops in. I hated your cooking. And Charles always complained about it just to see your face. Oh, I would like just straight face and go, Charles said it was horrible. Charles literally called me up every meal and said how bad it was, but he had to just like appease. He just wanted the kids to eat, so he said it was good. He didn't like it. He called me right after and said he had to wait 10 minutes and then went into the bathroom and threw it all up. That's crazy. It was a good video. Yeah, I got to deal with that now. I don't know what to do. They said I can cut it out. Well, that's the whole movie is to, or the video is to, like, what am I supposed to do now? I can cut that piece out and then what? Yeah, sometimes you can appeal it. Sometimes they demonetized one of my Alex Cox videos. And that was a couple years ago when you couldn't even say like what, you couldn't even state your case. So I don't know, whatever. Lizzie says, I met Ted Bundy's mother. Interesting. It's a crime. Do you know what you'll be covering after this trial? Have another trial on your radar. Brian Koberger in August. That'll give me a little bit of time to dive into the details that I have been behind on, obviously, because I took a little bit of a sabbatical. But there's that. And then in the in-between, I'd like to pick up some new stuff and some guests, because I'd like to have Josh from Courtroom Confidential on. I really liked being interviewed by him. Like we get along quite well. We get along quite well. So I'd like to have him on. And then we'll just keep going with these guests. Once I get information on where I can contact them, who I can talk to. I'd love to have Justin Lum on. I did try Nate Eaton a year ago, but he never got back to me. So, but I love Nate too. So we'll see what happens. I love you too. I love all you guys. Okay. Here we go. Where's Lolo? Oh, she have to hobble in? What's going on? Oh, there she is. Oh, look back. Look back at everybody, Lori, when you sit. Look back. No, not today. I really want to know what she ate as a translated being. I did take a look at that. I could probably do a few on that maybe. Let me just double check the. Okay. We're just waiting for the audio to kick in. Thank you. Larry was in today? Oh, I love
All right,
Larry.
so something is about to happen here. Usually we can kind of read the tea leaves. Lori Daybell walked in, last one to walk in. Brandon Boudreaux waiting on the stand. Judge Boreski talking to his judicial assistant. So we're about to find out what's happening. Jury is not in there yet at all. We're looking at the date seal.
The one of the things you're going to hear here in a moment, and we're going to the feed, just so you're aware, the feed's going to take a few hits, might go black for a quick second. You're not going to miss really anything. This was before Trina
Defendant filed a motion over the lunch hour.
All right.
He's gonna be ticked.
heard there, Trina K say the defendant filed a motion over the lunch hour. She has her advisory council during the lunch hour. So we're already seeing the impact and having that help and not being isolated and having that game plan. And let you guys hear. You may have been following on X, but don't spoil it for everyone. We'll see what the
Yeah.
motion is
Right,
by
right.
Lori Daybell this time.
And again, you're not hearing anything now. They're discussing this amongst themselves, and you'll get a little bit of better explanation here in a second. Again, we do know that the feed was cutting in and out here in the beginning.
Yeah.
Um,
So it's not us, just so you know. There are a couple things that were us during the lunch recess. We're still figuring out. I'm
Yeah.
just kidding. But Court TV is the pool camera. So when we get those hits, we will we'll jump in and talk to you guys and navigate through those tech issues.
but again, Brandon's there. The jury has not been brought back in yet, but he's waiting. I think they're still trying to sort out a little bit about what happened. We do wonder, though, if she is meeting with her co-counsel at lunch, how much that's helping her in all of this. Maybe things that didn't help her in the last trial. But again, an hour lunch, not a long time.
The parties are present, the jury's not present.
Trina K getting ready to go. Lori Daybell talking to her counsel. Also
I guess there was some issue when we had our pretrial conference a couple of weeks ago. You had filed a motion to meet with your advisory council over the lunch hour. That was granted, but apparently you weren't.
And that's what I wanted to hear. Now that's the part I wish I was in there for that, but she filed that motion. So, and did she meet with them today? I don't know for sure, but that was granted.
That was granted. As I think what we learned in the morning session was she was still waiting on a private investigator. You had tweeted out that she had requested some stuff from her investigator. They were having trouble connecting with this individual this morning. And so
Jeff White, the investigator.
And so the judge, I think, is trying to get some clarity on whether or not they finally were able to connect.
Okay, so you
that
guys
should be done.
All right.
I know there's spots here in this building right behind this courtroom. What other issues?
We were unable to get a hold of my investigator. He isn't answering the phone or has not answered the emails yet, so I didn't know what remedy we can take for that. I have an idea, but
Okay, what's your idea?
maybe doing the cross out of order, maybe taking on another after the direct is done, so that I could get with him to get that information.
Do you know if any of the documents you'd plan on using may have already been marked by the state as exhibits?
We could look at them and
I think that's
check it
where
out.
you might want to start is
Okay.
if it's already been marked, or maybe tell the state what you're looking for. Because if we don't need to wait for things that are already available to us, that would be ideal.
And could we do that on the break or?
I guess what we'll do is we'll proceed with direct of this witness, and maybe we'll take a short break when the state's done with this witness.
Okay.
And then we'll try to sort it out.
Okay.
Was there some motion that was filed over the lunch hour?
Yes,
I haven't seen it. What is it?
it's a 10.1 motion that I thought was filed yesterday, but they just brought a notary in today.
For a change of judge again?
Correct.
All right, well, I guess that can be referred to the criminal presiding judge. We can deliver a copy to Judge Green today, and I'm sure she'll get to it as soon as she can. But we'll proceed with trial.
Okay.
We're wasting time, Lori.
Let's bring in the jury. Can I remind the witness, you are somewhat soft-spoken, so try to remember to get as close to that microphone as you can.
So
She
there
keeps
it
trying
is.
to get the judge gone. What an idiot.
Another motion to remove Judge Boreski.
10.1, yeah.
And so it was filed yesterday, but when Jennifer
Well, she thought it
Green-
was.
Yeah, she thought it was. It
And then they had to
be
get the
signed off.
notary to come
Okay.
in today. Yeah.
So Boresky's like, okay, you're trying to get me out again. All right. So he's not like necessarily surprised, but Judge Jennifer Green will handle that.
Yes, second one. Yeah.
And so as the jury gets seated, we get back into direct exam. Unknown when we get into cross, though.
Yeah, the fact that she wanted to do it out of order is interesting. Doesn't sound like she's going to allow that.
So she may have exhibits to show, but then that's where the confusion is. What is available right now?
And again, this is the second hit the feed took. It'll come back in a moment. You're not going to miss anything from Trina's questioning of Brandon here in just a few moments.
So
Yeah, we
Judge
should ask our
Frozen.
panel
Yeah.
how uncommon that is for a defense to ask to switch up the cross.
All right, we're back. Technology.
When we had broke, we were talking about your travel and the travel of the Jeep after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
In terms of your movement, you told us that the Jeep had gone, I'm going to take this out of the shiny gloss. You told us the Jeep had gone on Phelps up to Cole, and you were here, and that's where you saw it turn on Waite.
Correct.
Were you able to kind of see across here to watch the Jeep?
Yeah, you can't see from this aerial view, but there's just like a fence and there's nothing else there. It's just bushes. So you can see almost that whole street there on Waite from where I was sitting.
Which direction was your car facing? Towards Fry or away from Fry?
My nose was pointed towards Fry.
Okay. So you were able to see the Jeep then continue and turn down this street?
Correct.
After that, did you see the Jeep again?
I didn't.
Where did you go? What was your return route back to your house?
I did a U-turn there on Cole, and then I turned onto Waite, and I drove down Waite and then back onto Phelps.
So sort of following the path of the Jeep as well until you got to Phelps?
Yeah, and then I just pulled into my driveway.
Okay.
And then I sat and waited for an officer.
Were you on with 911 during that whole time?
I was.
Share defense. Exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14. When you came back to your house, well, let me ask you, I want to ask you some distance. When you first arrived at your house and you saw that Jeep, you told us you'd never seen it before. Can you tell us approximately how far away you were from the back of that Jeep when you heard that gunshot?
Well, you could kind of see in that map, there's only two houses. I was at the end of the first house, and the driveway was on the end half of my house. So I was past the point of my house and moving towards that driveway. So I would probably say a few feet, 15 feet or 10 feet or something like that was the distance.
Do you recall ever saying maybe 20 or so feet?
I'm sure I could have. It was a long time ago.
I've shown the defendant exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14, if I can have my paralegal approach with these. You can take a look at those and let me know if they depict Phelps Street and the house you rented, as well as some cones to represent different things in the street.
Yes,
Do you recognize all of those?
I do.
State will move to admit 4, 9, 13, and 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
4, 9, 13, and 14
13 and 14.
are admitted.
I'm going to start with 4. In this photograph, we see a police car down here. Is this your car here?
It is.
So is this the street that when you're turning down Phelps, you're talking about coming from this end?
Yes,
So you passed one house and your house is the second house.
correct. And that's the white van that was parked there.
Okay. So we have another photo. Let me first kind of go here. In this photograph, is this your residence? And this is Exhibit 9.
Yes,
Okay. And this is your driveway.
correct. It's on the outside
And
edge.
so is this the area? Well, let me ask you, where was the Jeep parked?
You can see just the front of the white van's bumper there. It literally, the bumper of the Jeep was touching that van's bumper was just right on top of it. So the back of the Jeep would have been right where your pin point is right now.
Okay, so right at the edge of your driveway?
Correct.
I'm going to use 13 and then 14 to give us kind of, we'll go back and forth between them. So in 14 here, is this the white vehicle you were talking about?
Yes,
And this shaded area between the Jeep and the driveway is where you're discussing that the Jeep was parked?
correct.
And then this is your driveway.
Yes,
The rear of the Jeep was facing you.
correct. It was facing towards me.
We see two cones here. What do those depict in terms of the location of your vehicle?
The front of my vehicle would be that one that your pen's pointing at, and the back of my vehicle would be there. That's an estimate. Obviously, we were trying to recreate, but that's an estimate about where my car was when I heard the shot and my window shattered.
Okay. So at this point, when we were talking about slowing down, had you started to turn into the driveway yet?
No,
So you were still sort of straightforward.
correct.
Okay. And so the distance that we're talking about is what we see here in 13 from this cone to the edge of your driveway here.
Correct.
So a little over the width of your driveway.
Yeah.
When you saw the rifle come out of the rear of that Jeep, can you describe for us what you say you saw on the end of it?
It was cylindrical, and it looked a little bigger than a normal. I mean, every muzzle at the end of those rifles has some kind of a sight or usually something on it that they use to when you're shooting. But this looked like it had something different on it. It was a little bigger, and that's why I said a suppressor or I mean, I didn't get a long look at it, but it definitely stood out to me that it looked a little different. I think that's the part that I described was that it was noticeable.
Okay, so it was wider or bigger than the normal barrel itself.
Correct.
Okay. When the window shattered next to you, did anything come in to you that you recognized at that time?
No.
Did you understand at that point there wasn't a hole in your window?
Correct.
As you hear that bang and see your window shatter here, is that then when you accelerate this direction that we see down Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And then when you got to the end of this street, which direction did you go?
I went right.
Okay. And then you headed straight up Cole and stopped at that park or whatever with the pool.
Yes.
As you are waiting in the driveway here in your car, did you get out of it? I know you said the door opened, but did you get out?
I didn't get out and look at my car. Door opened, the window fell down, and I don't. I think that I just kind of let the window fall there, and I might have moved like part of the window over, but I'm pretty sure I did. I think that and I'd have to probably review, but I'm pretty sure they asked me to stay in my car till the police officer arrived. So I'm pretty sure I just stayed in the car and waited for the officer.
So before the officer arrived, did you look at your vehicle itself? I'm going to put up Exhibit 25 again.
The first time that I looked at the outside of the exterior of my vehicle was actually when the officer walked me over to my car. And both of us at the same time saw on the top of the door frame there's the spot where the bullet hit. And that was the first time that I knew for certain that I had kind of been shot at. And I remember probably another feeling of shock again, kind of like the first time when someone shoots at you and it's loud, and I remember just thinking like, that's really close to where I was sitting. Like it was inches from my head.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 26. Approach. Brandon, do you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes,
What is that a photograph of?
that's the photograph of the top of my car.
That show the bullet hole that you saw?
It does, yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is admitted.
So we see here in Exhibit 26, is this the bullet hole?
That is.
Dumb question, was it there before?
No,
Was your window broken before this?
no,
And you were sitting right here.
correct. You can't see it as well, but that's when you sit in that with the way I was sitting in the chair, my head would have been right at that level.
When you called 911, were you sort of telling them both sort of what had just happened as well as what was ongoing happening, what you're seeing with the Jeep?
Correct.
Did you make that, you told us as you're immediately driving away from this shooting?
Yeah, I immediately thought the right thing to do was call 911.
Do you tell the operator at one point you were almost out of breath?
Yeah, when I remember when I first called, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I just remember I couldn't breathe. I was like feeling surprised. Maybe I don't think we have a word for that feeling.
Were you scared?
Yeah,
Do you have concern for your life at that point?
yes,
Or were you trying to figure out what had just happened?
yes.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 125, the 911 call. If I could have our legal play that just to have the witness identify himself in it.
Go ahead.
You can approach with the computer.
Yes.
Brandon, if you can just listen to that. Have you listened to your 911 call before?
I have, yeah.
You can listen
Yes.
to that and let us know if you recognize that as your 911 call and as your voice.
Yes, this is my 911 call.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 125 pursuant to 8031, 8032, and 902.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And if we can publish that.
Go ahead.
Gee, I moved to a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove?
October 2nd, 2019. 9 hours, 14 minutes, 53 seconds.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window.
Okay, where
they're in a
at?
Jeep. I'm in the Cooley Station neighborhood. I was pulling in my house at 38755 East Way, but I can see them driving off.
Okay, someone shot at your vehicle?
Yeah, and it hit my window. It shattered my driver's side window.
Okay, when you pulled into his driveway?
As I was trying to pull in my driveway. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little off breath. They just drove off. I saw them drive off.
Okay. Do you know who these people are?
I have no idea. I moved into a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove away?
Jeep Wrangler, had a Texas plate on it. It was,
Jeep
It was,
Wrangler?
yeah, it was olive green.
Olive green? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. Texas license plate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get the plate. I'm sorry. I got a little nervous.
That's okay. That's all right. Oh, which way did they go? Do you remember?
They're driving south towards Pecos Road, between Pecos and Wrecker.
Okay. Okay. Do you don't see the vehicle anymore?
No, they left. They drove off.
Did you see how many people were in the Jeep? Sir?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, did you see how many people were in the Jeep?
There must have been at least two because somebody shot at me and then somebody else drove off, and I don't think they had enough time to go climb from the back into the front.
Right. Okay. And then do you have any injuries? Did they shoot at you?
They shot at me, it hit my window, it bounced off. It might not have been a real gun. It was loud, but it might have been like a paintball gun or something. I mean, it should have hit me or gone through my window. It just shattered it. It didn't go through.
Okay. Okay. And your window is shattered?
Yeah,
Okay. And you have no idea who these people are?
no idea.
Okay.
They were just parked like right in front of my house.
Okay. They were parked out. So they were parked across the street in front of your house?
You know, in front, right on the same side of the street as my house, right in front. There's a minivan there. They're just parked right in front of that.
Okay.
I'm pulling into my house because they're gone.
Okay. Where are you at right now?
In my car.
Where are you at?
In my car at my house at 38
Okay.
East Phelps Street. I'm gonna walk over here and see if I can see what they shot at me.
And what kind of car were you in?
I'm in a black Tesla Model X.
It's a black what?
Tesla Model X.
Okay, black Tesla Model X. Okay. Okay. All right. I do have officers on the way to meet you. Do you want to go inside or do you want to wait outside wherever you feel?
I'll wait out here. Yeah, I don't know that it was a real gun. Maybe it was. I can't tell. I mean, I don't think it was because my window we should have gone through my window.
Okay. All right. And what is your name?
My name's Brandon Boudreaux.
And your phone number? Okay. Okay. I'm going to stay on the line with you just to make sure you're safe, just in case they come back. Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you see the officer pulling up?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Looks like he's coming up Phelps. You said 3875 East Phelps, correct?
Correct. I wonder if he's on, there's another section of it. He might be on the other section.
Okay, because yeah, his car is showing right near Fisher Lane and Phelps Street.
I'm at, what is the cross street? Sorry, I just moved over here. Yeah, I'm at Fisher and Phelps. I don't see it.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. It's funny. His car was showing there for a second, and now it's showing back at Higley and Pecos. So that's kind of weird.
Wonder
I
if he
don't
saw
know.
the Jeep drive off or something.
Maybe. I know that there's actually an officer that's heading towards you, and then there's other officers that are dispatched that are looking for the car. So we've got several guys looking out for the car, but we have one headed towards your house.
Okay.
I think he accidentally hit his arrive button is what happened, because he's still moving. So just out of nowhere, did you see the guy that
I didn't see who it was. It was weird because I was pulling in and I saw a Jeep, Texas plate, and I thought, oh, that's weird. You know, my neighbor must have someone visiting. And then they like lifted up their little back window in their Jeep, and I saw like a muzzle, and then I heard a snap and my window shattered. So I just, instead of turning into my driveway, I just hit the gas and drove off because I didn't know. And kind of when I got my bearings, I realized I should call 911.
Okay.
So then I drove, and then as I didn't drive very far. I just drove around the corner and waited for you guys to pick up, and then I kind of saw them come around the corner and go down the road and start driving down south towards Pecos and Brecker.
Okay. And did they look like Hispanic?
And I knew that was the only
males,
way
white
out.
males?
I didn't see a person at all. I didn't get to see a person.
Okay.
I knew there was only one way out of Pecos Manor, and that's down there on Pecos Road. So that's why I told you that.
Okay. All right. I do see the officer pulling up on Fisher from Fairview.
Okay. So he's coming from the other way. He'll come around right now. I'll see him in just a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye.
October 2nd, 2019.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you told the 911 operator. You mentioned in the call that you thought it might be a paintball gun because it should have gone through the window. When you were saying this, were you at all contemplating that there's no paint on your window?
No.
Were you sort of that frantic, you're just trying to come up with excuses or ways to explain what happened?
I was just trying to figure out why a bullet didn't come through the window. A bullet should always go through the window was what was going on in my mind. So I was trying to come up with a reason.
So you didn't know through this whole call that your car itself had been hit?
No.
We hear that you, when you got into the driveway, a loud crash.
Yes.
What was that?
When I put my car into park, when it automatically opened that door, and then the whole window just fell right there. And most of it kind kind of stayed together like I think the window tint. I was thinking like you'd have to jump over a chair. It seemed like they moved very quickly. So I think I was just trying to come up with a logical reason how they could have moved so fast.
We can have the Elmo again, please. Thank you. Putting exhibit 1 back up here. So this is the residence that you were arriving back to, correct?
Correct.
And your car was facing this direction west?
Correct.
And so the Jeep itself was also facing west?
Correct.
When you drove up to the pool, is that in this area off of Cole?
Yes.
And were you all the way up here before you saw the Jeep turn on to wait?
I was, yes.
So there was some time actually before the Jeep was able to follow and catch up with you.
Correct. I think in your mind, everything's happening so fast. I was just surprised by how quickly they were moving, but listening to it, for instance, you can hear that there was a lot more time that elapsed than what you thought in the moment.
So time when you were going through this stressful situation seemed faster to you. And now listening to the 911 call that you're talking while this was occurring, you can tell it's a little slower.
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you were able to finally get your phone and start calling 911?
I was at the end there of Phelps Street, about to turn on to Cole and then I had to unlock my phone. So it took me a couple more seconds around the corner to get it.
Okay. So you were able to drive down Phelps, get into your phone and get up to Cole and park there. And then you saw the Jeep also turn on Cole and then turn on wait.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone
As in a
in
person?
the vehicle, in the Jeep?
I didn't see who was driving the Jeep.
When you saw the rear window go up, you couldn't see who was in the back?
I didn't get a look at a person, no.
And then when the Jeep turned, you're looking in your rear view mirror towards it?
Yes, and then because I noticed it, I turned my body and looked out across.
And so as the Jeep came up Cole and turned on to wait, you were not able to see who the driver was?
No.
In the 911 call, we hear the 911 operator refer to the officer as a he. Was the first officer on scene a male or female?
Female.
When the female arrived, you got off the call with 911?
I did, yes.
And did you speak with her and then walk her over to your car?
I did, yes.
And did she point out this bullet hole in your car?
She did, yes.
When you saw that, what happened physically to you?
I remember within a short amount of time, I asked her if I could sit down. I started getting a little bit overwhelmed because I realized that someone shot at me, was trying to kill me. If my head was that close, that's the only logical thing.
Before you saw that bullet hole, were you still sort of trying to explain how there's not a hole in your window?
Yes.
After you saw that bullet hole, did you start to think that someone had tried to kill you?
Yes. I remember I texted my father, told him that.
What did you text your father?
I said, I think someone just tried to kill me.
Were you thinking about how close you would come to death?
Yeah.
As you were experiencing all these emotions and trying to figure out how to handle this and texting your dad, did the police ask if there was anyone that could come stay with you?
Yeah, they did. And because I didn't have any family, I just said, I had my 2 business partners who were really good friends, and I asked if they could come.
Did you have to tell them where to come?
Yeah, they didn't have my address.
Did they come and stay with you?
They did.
Did you eventually move with them across the street to kind of hang out in the shade?
It was hot. So yes, we moved over to a cooler spot as the day went on.
And we see in Exhibit 9, is this actually you guys sitting over here?
That is.
At some point, did a detective come get you and interview you?
Yeah, Detective Pillar came over and got me.
Did he interview you?
Yes, he did.
Where did that interview take place?
We walked around that corner. He had his car parked and in a kind of a shady spot, and we did an interview in his car.
Was that recorded?
I believe so.
The first patrol officer on scene, that female officer, did she ask you if you could think of anyone who would want to harm you?
She might have. I don't recall. I'm not certain.
Okay. When you met with Detective Pillar, did he ask you if you knew anyone who would want to harm you?
Yes.
Do you remember a lot of your interaction with that first officer?
To be honest, like the part that I remember the most is just when I saw the bullet hole, and I think maybe just kind of got a little bit of shock because it was real when I called 911. But then I kept thinking to myself, a bullet didn't come through my window. And, I just, when I saw that, I just realized like, no, someone is 100% trying to kill me. And then it was kind of an emotional little bit. Like I felt a little overwhelmed.
When you talked to Detective Pillar, was that a little bit later, but while you're still sitting here on the scene?
Yes.
Had you had time to kind of get yourself back under control?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation more than your
Yes.
conversation with the first officer?
Yes, I do.
At that time, when you were asked by Detective Pillar if there was anyone you knew who might want to harm you, were you able to provide any names?
I told him the only person I could think of.
And who was that?
It was 2 people. It was Lori and Alex.
Is that Lori Vallow?
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
So the morning of October 2nd of 2019, you have already told Detective Pillar that's who you believed is the only person you could think of who would want to harm you.
Yes.
Had you met Detective Pillar before that morning?
No, didn't know him.
Did you tell the police to tell Detective Pillar that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had been involved in an incident in July of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona?
I did.
Did you think that that incident had something to do with this?
I did.
You were asked by the police, or do you recall being asked by the police if you had any issues with money or anyone else?
I do.
And did you have anyone else that you could think of that would want to shoot at you?
I did not.
Did you tell the police about your wife Melanie's relationship with Lori Vallow?
I did.
You told us that the Jeep that you saw parked right next to your driveway that we see here in Exhibit 9 had a Texas license plate, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell the police that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas?
I did.
So during the time you had known her, you were aware that she and Charles Vallow had lived in Texas?
Correct.
Did it seem relevant to you that you see a Jeep with a Texas plate in front of your house?
It did.
So on October 2nd, when you were shot at, Melanie was living here in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And she lived close to your house in Phelps? Within a couple miles?
Within a couple miles, yes.
And she was the only person who, outside those 2 neighbors and 2 friends, who knew this address?
Correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Lori Vallow was living?
No, I did not.
And on October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Alex Cox was living?
No, I did not.
But in July of 2019, you knew they were living in Chandler, Arizona. Or
Yes, I did.
Lori Vallow was living there. Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did Melanie ever move out of Arizona?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Did Melanie, your wife, or maybe by then your ex-wife, ever move out of Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall when she moved out of Arizona?
The end of October 31st or November 1st, 2019.
And did you learn where she moved?
Next door to Lori.
In Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I need to take a couple-minute recess to sort out an issue. I'll have the jury retire to the jury room. Please remember the admonition.
All right, jury.
Look at his look on his face. He's like, God, now I have to deal with her wanting to run Lori to recuse me. But he has to tend to the matters of the private investigator that Lori's trying to get her investigator. So look at his look on his face is like, I can't stand this woman. Issue equals Lori. Yeah, I have a major PIA, pain in the
All right, you may
heart.
be seated. The jury is no longer present.
Please,
Do you
what?
have some exhibits that you could use, or what are you missing? Or
I don't have any exhibits that I need. My investigator has he has the whole file. He has the whole file on Brandon. I tried to get it from him last night, but was unable to.
are there being arrangements made? Maybe your paralegal can pick it up from him tonight or someone?
We're trying to do that, exactly.
Do you have another witness here? Do you mind going out of order?
Your Honor, if that's necessary, we can go out of order so that we can continue proceeding today.
Okay. I'll inform the jury that normally, as we said in the preliminary instructions, that there'll be a direct examination, a cross-examination, and then a redirect examination. But this time we're going to take a witness out of order, and the defense will cross-examine Mr. Boudreaux at a later time in the trial. If you need me to contact OPDS to try to get something done with getting a hold of your investigator, or you want me to, please let me know before we leave here today.
Okay,
All right,
Judge, if I can just make sure, I told my witnesses too,
Okay,
because I obviously didn't know this. So if I could go check and see if they're
Absolutely.
here before we bring the jury in.
that's fine.
And Your Honor, can we make this a 15-minute break or no?
Do you need some time? All right, we'll go ahead and do a 15-minute recess for the court reporter as well. And just let us know when your witness is here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Okay, another
15
curveball in the courtroom there as
Can we make it a 15-minute break because I can't keep on pretending that I'm sick and I just need to be a little bit faker. So I gotta go practice, okay? Okay. What the actual F? Now, what's interesting is she's also requesting things like, can we make it 15 minutes, Your Honor? And he's like, You literally want to me to be recused. Like, what do you need from me? What do you want? What do you want, Lori? And I'm just wondering if we can just get my private investigator to get the whole file, My investigator has the whole file. Lori does not want to cross-examine Brandon Boudreaux. That's what it is. She does not. She's doing everything she can. She doesn't want to face him. She's faking sick. She's trying to get to stall. She's trying to get the judge off the case, and he said, "No, I don't care how long this takes. I'm still going to be your judge, no matter how long you're sick for." And then she wants this extra time. She really doesn't want to cross-examine Brandon Boudreaux. I called it. So, get your butt back in the courtroom, Lori, and face him. Well, like that, Oh, wow. Did you ever see that video? There's a video where somebody presses the microwave because it beeps, right? And it's like beep, 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 beep. And she goes, and the person goes, "Yeah, I can't make it into beep, beep work today. So sick. Beep." This is what Lori is doing. That's what she's doing. She has nothing, nada. She has orange peels left for her defense. That's what she has. Look at that. An L for loss, for loser, Lori. you got nothing, niente, nada. Well, like, come on. This is just crazy pants. What is she gonna do? You know why she needs the next 15 minutes? Now she's like, okay, what's my next strategy gonna be? Because I'm gonna have to go in my mind of movies and pull up something in a movie that I can relay in this courtroom. I wonder if Brandon's gonna remember my cooking, or maybe my stuffed potatoes. whatever recipe she has. Man. Like, what the actual F? Penny says, I saw that video with the husband making beeping noise while the wife calls in sick. She said they were running tests on her. That's what Lori's like, what can I use? I don't know what to do. She's gonna have to fake she has to up it. She has to up the ante. So I think she's gonna try and fake passing out. She's gonna fake a faint. Her and her diabetes. She is. She's gonna faint. Faint. Yeah. I said that. Was that this morning that I called it? Yeah, I think so. Dried enchiladas in her throat. She could have a side of oranges with her big nothing burger. We'll wash it down with her stupid Burger King drink that she got with her chicken fries. And I even put in the video because Colby said that her chicken enchiladas were mid. And I put that in the video. If you guys haven't seen the video, I brought the snark out. Who saw that video? My last video. The 10 things to know before trial. I brought out a whole new level of snark. And I think this is the video that I said that they had faster They had faster marriages than Amazon shipping. Here we go. Try that for a little snack. No, what did oranges mean in the Godfather? Okay. Bring the info. I need to know that. If she fakes a faint, that's it. That's it. Ruth says, Linda, you remind me of an actress I used to work with. I loved her. Whatever place she was rehearsing for, she would become that character at work. What a hoot. Had more fun together. I grew up doing theater. I'm a theater kid. I actually once played, oh my gosh, Ermengarde in Hello Dolly. I did a pretty good whine and cry. It was fun. Comic timing was fun. I don't know. I ask this every day. How did 5 men marry her other than Chad, who's a sociopath? I don't know. Where are the Charles and the Brandons of the world? Really? They're not in Canada. They're not in Calgary. I can tell you that for free. Around my age. Give or take, they're not here. So Brandon did talk about that he thought there had to be 2 people by the time you get from the back to the front. But the seat was also taken out. So there's that. Oh yeah, I brought the snark on that last one. Did you or did you not enjoy my canned ravioli souffle? You know, the canned ones with the canned meat. Shelby says she's probably just in the bathroom with diarrhea from all the crap she's full of. Oranges get to you, Lori? Well, oh, we have to have fun in this because my heart and all you guys, I just kept putting up comment after comment about what Brandon's going through and what he's went through. That is so tough. And now today's the day he faces her. So she's scared of the cross. She's scared of the cross examination. So we'll see. Interlocution, nice to see you. You said the seat may have been out, but Brandon wouldn't have known that at the time. Yeah. So, yeah, great point. Great point. Corey says, requesting a new judge. I want to hear, are you done? Me too. I want his one-liners back. Please, please, please bring the one-liners back. Oh, that's so interesting. Now I'm going to have to go watch this. I'm going to be going down that. I should just ask my family. Why do we eat oranges all the time for dessert? Luna says, Brandon, did I not cook my famous green chili cheese enchiladas for you, huh? Because Adam liked it. Adam liked my green chili chicken enchiladas. This is stupid. This is so stupid. You're in court. You're in a trial of your life that you're fighting for your life to go to, well, she's already in prison, but you're still fighting for yourself. And the best you can do is coming up with a manipulation about, please, can my brother remember my enchilada casserole? Please let him remember so that I could tap into knowings. What is she thinking? Holly says, I really didn't expect her to be this intimidated for this trial. She is spiraling. This attacks her character, and she doesn't look like she's the woman. And so she can have whatever narrative she wants up until this one. I said her behavior is going to amp up. I said it for a long time now. I said this, you buckle up. You haven't seen anything yet. And here we go. And this is nothing. This is the best of what she is right now on day one. Wait till the end of the week or end of next week when it goes through. I think it's only going to be 4 days, 5 days, they were saying. Maybe 6 tops. I don't know. Depends on what she's pulling. She's probably taking 15 minutes to figure out how she's going to manipulate the next stage or fake something. Mark my words. I'm thinking it might be a fainting spell. I don't know. How else can you top this? Might be fainting. Yesterday she was slumped over, walking. Ms. Holmes says, I can tell you from personal experience, the older you get, the harder it is to find a good man. Well, my luck's not that great here. Lobo says, my goodness, even an inch difference and he'd be gone. I'm sure that goes through his mind all the time. Did you see that? The bullet hole right above there? And I can't imagine. Actually, I mean, even for him to go back to his parking spot and call the authorities, I'd be afraid. How do you sleep at night? How do you bring your kids back to that house? And so no wonder why he left and he went to go in hiding. But you got to wonder what his real opinion is of Melanie. You got to wonder. I love this judge too. I can't wait for his one-liners. Bring it. In my opinion, she does have to cross. She has to go up to him because she has to manipulate him somehow. She's just scared to do it. There's something he knows and she knows that no one else knows, in my opinion. Okay, how many minutes is this? They have to be coming on soon, no? Alex died December 12th. Yeah, and on the 11th, Tammy was exhumed. Lisa says, who do they think was in the Jeep? Alex. And there's DNA. Chris says, hey, there's still some good guys out there that older. Don't throw all of us off the bus. Yes, there is a few. There are a few. Just I haven't run into them in person. Yes, people think that the driver was Melanie, but the only thing is, she had her 2-year-old. So who would have taken the 2-year-old? That's the question. Yes, just a tragedy. And the more I hear Lori talking about Alex, the more important I think the date is and that he didn't die from natural causes. Even though the autopsy said so. But, you know, the autopsy also said Tammy died from natural causes and she didn't. So there's that. Just a family tragedy. And Lori's now saying that they're conspiring, Brandon and law enforcement are conspiring to put her away for this. So I really want her to get snarky. She hasn't yet. She only a couple smirks, but remember how bad she looked at Charles' trial? Like how incredibly rude she was during that. I want her to do that again so that the jury sees that. All right, let's see. They should be coming up quick. I mean, Lori gets her way yet again with her 15-minute. Connie says, "You'll never make me believe that Alex and Joe died of natural causes." Agreed. Did you guys ever see my theory about the Burundanga tree? With this scopolamine? How do you say it? Scopolamine? Scopolamine. Scopolamine, I think it is. Oh, here we go.
We do see the cameras are back up. The break is over.
All
Crowd
right.
is rising, and that means the jury is on its way back in.
Let's take a look.
Let's bring it. Come on, Lori, make an ass out of yourself.
All right, you can be seated. The jury is present. Members of the jury, in your preliminary instructions, I said normally there's a direct examination followed by a cross-examination by the opposing side and then a redirect examination. Sometimes we need to do things a little bit out of order. So the defendant's cross-examination of that witness is going to take place at a later time. We're going to take a witness a little bit out of order. Please don't speculate as to why that's happening. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Elizabeth Hawes.
Hello. You can state and spell your first and last name. Take raise your right hand. You do something swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a seat here to my left.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Elizabeth Collins.
And do you live here in Arizona?
I do live here in Arizona.
Back in 2019, did you own any rental properties?
I did.
And did you own a rental property at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Is that here in Maricopa County?
Yes, it is.
When did you purchase that house?
I purchased that house in October of 2018.
And how long had you been renting that house?
I've been renting it since I purchased it.
Was this a long-term rental or one of those short-term Airbnb type of things?
Long-term rental.
Did you have a minimum lease length?
Our minimum lease length for the initial lease is 1 year.
So you'd had at least one person in there since you'd purchased the home?
Correct.
Prior to October 2nd of 2019, had you ever had any issues at that house?
Never.
Any prior disturbances in that neighborhood?
None, and none that I was aware of.
No shootings at the home?
No shootings at the home.
No police going out there to your knowledge?
None to my knowledge.
Was this pretty much a normal, quiet rental property?
Yes.
Did you ever rent 3875 East Phelps Street house in Gilbert to Brandon Boudreaux?
I did.
Did you go through a company to advertise the lease?
We did. We used a realtor that was a friend of ours to help us advertise the property for lease and to do the legal documentation.
Okay. I'm going to put up what, oops, can I have the Alma? Thank you. Has previously been admitted as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this street?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to zoom in a little here. Do you recognize this house over here and this sign?
Yes. So the rental property is on the right-hand side of that photograph.
So basically the house right here?
Yes.
Then you indicated that you used a company to do your lease agreement.
Yes, I did.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 119, if I may have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, this is the lease agreement.
And then that's the one that you made with Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, it is.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 119.
Any objection?
No objection.
119 is admitted.
So in Exhibit 119, we see that you were the landlord, one of the two, I guess, landlords.
Yes,
And then you rented this to Brandon Boudreaux.
correct.
Did he have other individuals listed on the lease agreement to also be present at the property?
Just the names of his children?
Okay, so his 4 children were listed on there.
Yes.
What was the date for the lease to begin?
Oh, I believe it was September 23rd, 2019. We signed it on the 13th, which is what threw me off, but
Perfect. So the lease agreement started September 23rd and was going to be until September 30th of the next year.
correct.
And then you indicated that this was signed on the 13th of September.
That's my recollection.
Let me go to the last page of Exhibit 119. So does that show the different signatures, or at least yours at that time? And I think
Correct. Mine and my husband's.
and then we see Brandon's signature as well for the 13th.
Correct.
Now, when you leased this property to Brandon Boudreaux, did you include, or was there ever any inclusion of a person by the name of Melanie Boudreaux on that lease?
No, there was not.
Did you ever have the name of anyone by the name of Lori Vallow on that lease?
No,
How about Alexander Cox?
no.
As someone who leases properties, rental properties, do you put your lease agreements out in any type of public website or social media?
No, never.
So you wouldn't have put it out there that Brandon Boudreaux was now living at 3875 East Phelps Street?
No, that would be unprofessional.
So prior to October 2nd of 2019, once you signed that contract, that was just your information and his information.
That was my understanding, yes.
And you never told anyone about who was moving into your house?
Besides my realtor, no.
Perfect. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Any direct?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you. Go ahead.
Now what's happening?
State will call Robert Abitamarco.
All right, so you're going to come on right up here. My clerk will swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Robert Abitamarco, ROBERTABATOMARCO.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You're going to walk around the clerk, or I'm sorry, the court reporter here and have a seat to my left.
If you can roll up close to the microphone, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Abitamarco.
Can you tell us, do you still live in Arizona?
Yes,
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
3870 East Phelps, Gilbert.
Did you rent or own that house?
Rent,
How long had you lived there?
a little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you describe for us that neighborhood? What was it like?
It was a quiet residential neighborhood. It was a very quiet street. It was not a through street, a mixture of families either living there.
Okay. Had you ever had any problems or issues on that street?
No,
Okay. And you said that it wasn't a through street. For that whole neighborhood, I guess let me ask it. Sometimes there are neighborhoods that have that are kind of cut throughs to go to other main streets. What was your neighborhood like in that way? Was there a lot of traffic of people trying to cut through to get to other thoroughfares?
no, it was a series of residential side streets winding and into inside the residential community.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 3 here. Pull it out a little. Does this sort of show that neighborhood with this being Phelps Street where you lived?
Yes,
So when you're talking about this neighborhood, there's no easy way to get from Pecos to Fry Road, right?
correct.
Since you lived in this neighborhood for a couple of years, did you see some of the same vehicles parked on your street all the time?
Yes,
And so you sort of knew which ones would belong to your neighbors?
generally, yes.
Okay. I'm going to put Exhibit 1 up here. Not sure if you're able to make out sort of the little house shapes. Are you able to see those house shapes up there?
Yes,
Okay, so we see this is 3875 East Phelps. Where was your house? Was it on the same side of the street, on the other side of the street?
3870 would have been on the same side.
So on the same side of the street as this, and where was it in relation to that?
One to the left looking at it.
Okay, so this is Phelps. Are you on this side of the street or this side of the street? The upper or the lower?
I'm sorry, I was on upper, third house in from right there, yes,
Okay, so here.
yes.
All right. So kind of across and a little catty cornered from 3875.
Yes.
Perfect. We'll show the feds a couple exhibits, 5 and 7. Back in October of 2019, were you working?
No.
Um, Did you have sort of still a schedule of what you would do most mornings?
Yes.
I want to bring your attention to October 2nd of 2019. Did you leave your house that morning around 8:40?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were going?
Yes.
What were you going?
I was going to the EOS gym on Higley and Pecos for a 9 o'clock appointment.
How far away, how long would it usually take you to get there?
5 to 10 minutes.
So you gave yourself a little room to get in there and get ready?
Yes.
At that time in 2019 at this residence, did you usually park in your garage or your driveway?
The driveway.
Okay. I'm going to put up, sorry. If I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 5 and 7.
Go ahead.
So if you can look at these two photos and let me know if you recognize these exhibits, what they're photographs of.
Yes.
Are those photos of sort of the street and neighborhood where you lived on Phelps back in 2019?
Yes.
The state will move to admit exhibits 5 and 7.
No objection.
They're admitted.
You told us that when you lived on this street that sometimes you'd see the same vehicles there. Was there any vehicle on sort of the opposite side of Phelps Street that you would regularly see and you would have to pay attention to when you were exiting your driveway?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a van owned by my neighbor who parked generally across from my driveway or a little off.
Okay. I'm going to put up exhibit 5. Do you see a van in this photograph?
Yes.
Is that the van you're talking about?
Yes.
So this white van here.
Yes.
Are you able to show us in this photograph or describe for us where your house or driveway was located?
The house is what's seen at the far left of the image, the beige colored house, and the driveway would be right where you're indicating.
Okay. So this was your driveway right here.
Yes.
And so you would often have to kind of pay attention to this white van so you didn't go out and bump right into it?
Yes.
On the morning of October 2nd, did you get in your car to leave and notice any other vehicles that morning?
Yes.
I'm going to put up exhibit 7. In this photograph, is your driveway here?
No.
It's one over.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't see your driveway. This would be your neighbor's house.
Yes.
Where did you see another vehicle that stood out to you the morning of October 2nd around 8:40 in the morning?
Parked in front of the white van, nose to nose, where that tree is.
So right in this shade area?
Yes.
All right, so when you say nose to nose, the front of the Jeep was to the front of this van?
Yes.
And so the rear of the Jeep would have been along where this driveway was?
Yes.
Did anything about that vehicle catch your attention?
Yes.
What?
I noticed that it was running. It had tinted windows. I didn't see anyone, and it was right across from the back of my driveway.
So The tinted windows, were you able to see if anyone was inside the vehicle?
I was not.
What kind of vehicle was it that you saw there?
It was a Jeep.
Were you able to tell anything about 2 or 4-door?
No.
Do you recall anything about the color?
It was dark.
And you said the Jeep was running.
Yes.
When we talk about the Jeep being nose to nose, is that sort of the wrong way on the street, parked the incorrect way on the street?
Yes.
Did that also stand out to you?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that Jeep before in your neighborhood?
I don't recall seeing it.
So it wasn't something you had seen before.
No.
When you were backing out and leaving, did you feel like you needed to take note of anything else of that Jeep?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed out of place, and again, being concerned that it was running, not immediately seeing anybody with that vehicle or in that vehicle. And I was under the impression that nobody was home at the house that it was parked at.
Okay. So here's a car that's running in front of a house that might be empty with dark tinted windows. It seemed a little concerning to you.
Yes.
So because of that, did you do anything as you were leaving?
Yes.
What'd you do?
When I left, I backed out of my driveway so that I was going to be heading in the opposite direction of those vehicles. And I looked in my rearview mirror to look at the license plate.
Okay. So in Exhibit 7 here, were you heading this direction?
Yes.
So in your rearview mirror, you would have been able to see the back of the Jeep. When you were looking in your rearview mirror, you were able to see the back of the Jeep.
Yes.
What did you look for when you looked in your rearview mirror?
The license plate.
What did you note about the license plate?
That it was a Texas license plate.
Is that sort of the white with black lettering?
Yes.
Were you able to take down a license plate number?
No.
Do you recall the vehicle itself, if there was a tire on the back of it?
I don't recall.
When you returned home after going to the gym, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. There were a lot of police vehicles and police personnel on the property, on the street. Access to my street, the way I came back, was restricted. And I had to speak to one of the officers, identify who I was, and indicate where I was going.
Okay. Did you have a police officer come talk to you at some point in the day?
Yes.
And did they ask you about whether or not you had seen anything unusual that morning?
Yes.
And did you tell them about this Jeep?
Yes.
And why did that stick into your mind to tell them?
Well, it was no longer there, and I felt it was, again, out of place or an unusual at that time.
I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Well, this will be interesting with Lori. She's going to talk about the color, and the different colors look at him. He's like, please just don't even talk to me. Please. Did you see my block? Oh, this is going to be interesting. She's going to bring her snark. But she's going to have to fake her voice first. Like, okay, so was it green? Was it dark blue?
No questions, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
All right, any questions for this witness?
I'm
from any
shocked.
member
You
of the
guys
jury?
shocked?
Don't see any questions. You can step down, sir.
Let me go get my next witness.
I'm surprised she didn't bring up the color because that's her problem right now is the color. But I guess he didn't offer her apple juice, so she can't ask him.
Nolan McDermott.
All right. Coming up right up here in front of my clerk, sir. She's going to swear you in.
So, can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My first name is Nolan. It's N-O-L-A-N. Last name is McDermott. It's M-C-D-E-R-M-O-T.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Nolan McDermott. I'm a sergeant with the Gilbert Police Department.
How long have you been with the Gilbert Police Department?
18 years.
Where do you currently work?
I'm currently assigned to internal affairs.
Can you tell us about the different areas you have worked at the Gilbert Police Department over your years of service?
Yes, I've spent a majority of my time on patrol, both as an officer, field training officer, and a patrol sergeant. I've also spent time in our criminal investigations division, where I was a detective over special victims units and our violent crimes unit.
Now, over the years at the Gilbert Police Department, have police officers, both patrol and detectives, been responsible at times for processing the scenes?
Yes.
Did you have any training over the years on processing scenes?
Yes, both in the police academy and then through training through field training program, and then as well as just training with colleagues throughout various cases.
Back in October of 2019, what unit were you working in?
I was assigned to the violent crimes unit.
And were you a detective in that unit?
Yes.
How long had you been there at that time?
I was with that unit probably only about a year, but I'd been a detective for about 3 years at that point.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 at around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes.
And were you called out to 3875 East Phelps in Gilbert, Arizona, Maricopa County?
Yes.
What were you called out there for?
I was called out with other detectives initially referenced a shooting.
Okay. And is that common practice for shootings?
Yes.
Do you recall when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street, sort of what the scene looked like?
Yes, there was crime scene tape erected. There was several patrol officers out. Looks like they had taped off a crime scene around a particular residence and the street in front of the residence, as well as kind of bordering some homes next to the target residence.
What is the point of crime scene tape?
The point of the crime scene tape is to erect a physical barrier, both for the public to be alert that the police are on scene and conducting an investigation, try to limit the amount of traffic, meaning both vehicle or people entering that crime scene, to keep it as sterile as possible.
When detectives are sent out to a shooting, are they each given different roles?
Yes, they can be. Each scene might be a little different, but generally we'll divide tasks up to process or investigate.
Okay. Were you assigned a role to process the crime scene?
Yes, I was participating in that.
Okay. Were other detectives then assisting you in processing the crime scene?
Yes.
Who were the other detectives who were out at the scene?
Detective Pillar was there and Detective Furr was there.
Okay. When you got to the scene, were photographs taken of the street, the vehicle, and any items of evidence?
Yes.
Why are photographs taken of sort of the scene, the street, and the area around there?
To memorialize both the scene and any evidence or any items of evidentiary value, either collected or observed at that scene.
Okay. When you go to a scene, do you always know what might be relevant?
No.
So do you take photographs to try to document something in case something becomes relevant later?
Yes.
In this scene, where was the vehicle located when you arrived? The vehicle involved in this shooting?
Yes, when I arrived, the vehicle was in the driveway of the target residence.
And when you say target residence, what do you mean by that?
The residence in which Mr. Boudreaux was residing at the time.
Okay. That's the 3875 East Phelps?
That's correct.
As you are photographing this scene, were orange cones, for lack of a better word, used to document the approximate location of where Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was located when it was struck with the bullet?
Yes. Trying to provide a visual of what we thought would be the approximate location.
And so that has to be based upon just to the best of his memory.
Yes.
Was the area also looked, or did you look in that area where Brandon had indicated his car was when it was struck to see if maybe any glass or anything had fallen in the road?
Yes.
Did you locate any?
There was a small, looked like glass particle or shard that was in the roadway.
Okay. Was it similar to, well, let me ask you, when you went to the scene and saw the Tesla in the driveway, did you see the driver's side window anywhere?
Yes, the driver's side window was actually in the driveway, just adjacent to the driver's side of the Tesla. The vehicle was parked in facing towards the garage, and the window was adjacent to the driver's side door, with the void in the driver's side door where that window would be.
Okay. Inside the Tesla itself, did you observe pieces of the glass that had shattered?
Yes, there was glass shards both inside the vehicle and then outside the vehicle, adjacent to the splintered window.
And did those shards that you saw in the road where you put those cones look similar to the shards you saw inside the Tesla and around the door there?
Yes.
When you were looking at the window that was now on the driveway, did you look at it to try to see if there was any impact to it? What caused it or where it shattered from?
Yes, we did. There was a divot or a mark towards the top of the window would be, as if it were raised to the top of the vehicle frame or that door. There was kind of a divot, best way I can describe it, that appeared out of place compared to the rest of the window.
Okay. For the Tesla itself, some cars have doors where there's a metal frame around the glass window. Was there a metal frame around the glass window for this Tesla door?
No, not for where the window would be for the door. The window was kind of by itself, where it would extend or rise up into the frame of the vehicle.
I have minus a few exhibits 6, 8, 10 through 47. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Have the witness take a look at these photographs. So Detective, you looked through exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47. Do you recognize those as photos from the scene on October 2nd of 2019 of the Tesla and the Phelps Street and the area around there?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47.
No objection.
They're admitted. Did you get the notice?
When you are taking photographs of a scene, putting up exhibit 6 here, do you try to take photographs showing the whole street itself? Meaning not just the one location where the car was or the Tesla itself, you're trying to get the whole area.
Well, yes, that's true. To be clear, I didn't actually take this particular photograph, but when documenting, we were trying to capture the area, give an overview of the scene.
Okay. So in this scene, can you describe for us sort of the directionality we're looking and what we see here?
Yes, the marked patrol unit that's sort of in the center at the very far end of this particular image, that's east of the target residence. The Tesla is on the right side of the picture in the driveway, and it is parked facing south. And those cones kind of in the center, also east of the Tesla and the residence.
Were those cones the ones we were talking about in reference to the approximate location of Brandon's vehicle when he was shot at?
That's correct.
Exhibit 8 here, is that sort of a closer version of that?
Yes.
Exhibit 10, in your understanding, where was the Jeep located?
So the Jeep would be somewhat out of frame from here, but it was our understanding that it would be located kind of on the bottom left of this image.
Okay, so this is the driveway for Brandon Boudreaux's 3875 East Phelps?
Correct.
And so the Jeep was somewhere down here?
Yes.
When you were documenting this, did you understand then, was this meant to be sort of the front of the vehicle and the rear of the vehicle approximately? And I'm going to put up 12 so we can see a better width of that.
I don't recall if those were marked to present in terms of the vehicle itself and the distance to the front and the back. I don't recall that specifically. The purpose of this was to give us kind of an idea, or at least to memorialize the scene for where we our best understanding of where that Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle was at when the shooting occurred.
In 14 here, so again, this is at least supposed to be approximately where the Tesla was located?
Correct. And this particular image is from the other direction. So, for example, that patrol vehicle that's pictured in the center of that image, that's to the west of the target residence.
Okay. And so in this photograph, exhibit 14, where did you understand the Jeep to be located?
Our understanding was the Jeep would have been in the vicinity of the shaded area, where on the south side of that street, parked, I guess, behind or in front of that white van.
I'm going to put up exhibits 18 and see if I can. When you were photographing, or when this was photographing, did you all attempt to sort of document some of those little shards of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that what we see here in exhibit 18 right there?
Yes.
As well in exhibit 19 here?
Correct.
Okay. And you said those were similar to the same type of glass you had seen in the vehicle and around the vehicle once it was parked in the driveway.
That's correct.
Was it your understanding, well, let me see, when you are trying to process a scene, do you get briefed on some of the general facts of the case?
Yes.
What does that mean to get briefed?
More often than not, detectives aren't the first on scene. Generally, a patrol officer would respond to take the initial information, and then upon the arrival of detectives, we would generally get a briefing from those patrol officers on scene with the best knowledge of the information they had at the time.
So did you understand or know the path of travel of Brandon after the shot was fired?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the path of travel after the shot was fired?
My understanding was Mr. Boudreaux proceeded, continued west on Phelps Street to his first available street to turn on, which was Cole, I believe, and he made a right to go northbound from there.
This is Exhibit 1, sort of a map of that area. So west would be this direction,
Correct.
and then north on Cole.
Correct.
Did you understand that he eventually then came back, sort of making a big loop to return to his residence?
That's correct.
Now, we had talked about the vehicle itself. As a detective and as a patrol officer, had you ever seen gunshots or bullet holes in a vehicle before?
Yes.
And I'm going to go through the photos of the vehicle itself. I'm going to show you Exhibit 21. Can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, this is Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle. It's parked in the driveway facing south. The driver's side of the vehicle is facing away from us in this particular image.
Did you note any damage on the passenger side of Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle?
I did not.
We see in 22 the rear of his vehicle.
Correct.
Did you note any damage there?
I did not.
Were you looking for damage to see if there were any other gunshot holes in this car?
Yes.
Now, as you got to the driver's side, I'm going to put up at 23 and then 24, did you notice anything on this vehicle?
Yes, there was damage on the vehicle frame, kind of directly above the driver's side door and where the window would have been.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of do some closers up. 26.
Yes, the damage, again, being on that kind of the top end of the vehicle frame above where the driver's side door and window would be.
And 27. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, this is just a closer image of that same damage.
The victim had made a statement to 911 that maybe this was a paint gun that hit him. Did you see any paint or anything that would indicate this was a paint gun?
I did not.
Is this the type of damage you would expect to see from a paint gun?
No.
28, and then I'm going to go into 29. What are we seeing here? We see an A marked on that. What's that for?
That particular marker is just another indication to memorialize the scene. So the prior image was an image without it, and then this image is to mark it, just as another point of reference the damage we were identifying.
As we're looking at this, you were advised, were you advised when you were briefed that as Brandon was driving westbound on Phelps, that the rear of the Jeep was facing towards him, was facing eastbound.
Yes,
And were you advised that he said a rifle came out of the back of the Jeep and then fired a single shot at him?
yes.
Looking at just the shape of this hole, you said you have seen bullet strikes or bullet holes in vehicles. Did that appear to be coming from front to back?
Yes,
So was it consistent, the damage to the vehicle, to show the bullet had come from in front of the Jeep or in front of the Tesla into the Tesla itself? Does that make sense? Probably not.
the damage I observed and the damage that's documented in this photo is consistent with Mr. Boudreaux's statement of him proceeding westbound with a rifle being pointed towards him, pointed east, and this penetration from that projectile is consistent with his story.
Okay. Now, when we talk about trajectory, what does that mean?
Generally, it's just the direction in which something might travel.
In this case, were you able to determine the exact direction of the rifle barrel out of the rear of that Jeep?
I was not able to determine exactly the direction of that rifle barrel out of the Jeep.
And were you able to determine the exact location of the Tesla in the street?
I was not.
So there was no photos or video cameras to show that.
Correct.
So at best, can you say that the directionality of that hole, that bullet strike into the Tesla, is consistent with it coming from the back of the Jeep?
Yes, based on the information provided to us, it's consistent.
Now, as you were looking at this, and we see in 25 that there's no frame on the top part of this door. So the bullet strike, was that actually into the body of the Tesla itself?
Yes, that's a fair description.
So in order to look for the projectile, what did you guys do?
This particular photograph, right below that penetration point, is some rubber molding that was also damaged. That was consistent with that glass window maybe rising up and extending into the molding as probably part of the feature of the vehicle. So we moved some of that molding around to see if we could try to locate any projectiles.
I'm going to show you some photos from that. This is Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
This is some of that rubber molding I had mentioned earlier. There was kind of a groove in there, for lack of a better word, in that molding where it captured some glass shards, and we did find some fragments, metal fragments in the that groove within the molding as well.
So what we sort of see in here.
Correct.
Is Exhibit 44 sort of show what you're talking about, where you're trying to pull out all of this molding to look for any fragments of that projectile?
Correct.
And does 45 also kind of show that search where you're pulling that apart?
Yes.
Ultimately, were any fragments recovered?
There were some fragments recovered. This particular image just documents those fragments recovered from within that molding. That was documented earlier as well.
And were those collected and pounded?
Yes.
State has shown defendant 190. You can take a look at Exhibit 190 and let me know if you recognize.
Yes, I recognize it.
And on the back side, inside the clear bag, is there sort of the paper bag that documents that those fragments in there are from this case that we're discussing today?
Yes, the label on this particular bag is the report number referenced this incident.
Thank you. The state will move to admit Exhibit 190.
Any objection?
No objection. Your Honor.
190 submitted.
Thank you. Now, as you are trying to recover any fragments, you told us that the window sort of went up into this molding, into the car frame almost.
Correct.
Given that you only found fragments, was anything done to try to see if any of those fragments or the projectile itself had fallen out at any point?
Yes, we, after kind of learning or being briefed on the path of travel that Mr. Boudreaux took in his vehicle following the shooting, we walked that area as well as the area immediately around the vehicle when it was parked in the driveway to try to locate anything additional in terms of projectile fragments.
When we're talking about projectile fragments, these could be teeny tiny little pieces that you're trying to find on the street.
In this particular instance, that's correct.
And now we're talking around a whole block and up to where the pool is.
Correct.
Did you and other officers search that whole area?
Yes, we did.
Were you successful in locating any other fragments?
We were not.
Was a metal detector even brought to try to search across the road and see if you could potentially find any of those fragments?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we did bring one out to try to locate anything additionally.
Was anything else found?
No.
Now, we had talked about inside the vehicle, and I'm going to show some photos here, 32. What were you documenting here in 33?
This particular image documents what I had mentioned earlier in terms of my observations. This documents some additional glass shards that were located on the floorboard inside the vehicle. That's the driver's seat.
Okay. 34, 35. So the window itself, I know you told us was mostly together, but small pieces of it broke apart.
That's correct.
And that's the same type of small pieces you saw out in the road by those cones.
It appeared consistent, correct.
Did you see any other of those little shards anywhere else on the road other than where Brandon had indicated he was when his vehicle was shot?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In Exhibit 36 and 37, what are we seeing here?
This is just a particular rod that was inserted to try to give an idea in terms of a general idea of trajectory. Again, to kind of confirm what information we had from Mr. Boudreaux reference where the gunshot had come from in terms of then striking his vehicle. This is really just another visualization of that to memorialize it.
Okay. So again, without knowing, well, let me ask you this. In the back of a Jeep, if someone sticks a rifle barrel out, can they move the barrel at almost basically 180 degrees of angle? Is that yes?
I'm sorry, what were you asking?
If somebody sticks a rifle out the rear window of a Jeep, they could move that rifle barrel in basically 180 different degrees, correct?
Yes.
And you, because there's no video showing that, you have no way to know the exact angle that that rifle barrel was sticking out.
That's correct.
So this was just to help show the directionality, at least, of how that bullet entered into the Tesla.
That's correct.
Okay. And we see the same thing in 38 and then a closer up in 39.
That's correct.
Now we talked about the glass piece itself. I have Exhibit 46 up here. And again, we see another sticker or marker with an A on it. What were we looking at there?
This is a image of the driver door window that was in the driveway at the time of our arrival. As I had mentioned earlier, we had noted a divot in the window itself. This particular image is depicting that divot as we've identified it with this marker that appeared consistent with the damage that we observed on the vehicle. Essentially our best estimate of where that strike point in the vehicle would have been to cause the window to shatter.
So when we look at the other edges of the vehicle, you didn't see any similar type of damage where the window has that divot and the more, I guess it being more broken apart.
Yes, that particular divot, again, appeared consistent with what we were observing on the vehicle. So I didn't note anything different on the window that maybe could have accounted for the damage with the window being rolled up in the vehicle.
After processing the vehicle, did other officers look for any type of, or did you ever come back and help look for any type of surveillance cameras that might have caught anything?
Yes, we returned and conducted a kind of a canvass of the neighborhood. Myself and additional detectives did.
Did you personally find any videos that on Phelps Street or any of the surrounding streets that caught anything?
I did not.
During this investigation, did you learn who Lori Vallow was?
Yes,
Did you learn that she had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
I did.
Did you learn that she was, in October of 2019, living in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that her brother, Alex Cox, was also living in Rexburg, Idaho in October of 2019?
I did.
Through different records, did you learn that Alex Cox was residing at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes,
And did you also learn that Lori Vallow was living in that same complex?
yes,
Did you reach out to local law enforcement in Idaho to help locate and impound that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
yes, I did.
When you were investigating this case, had you been advised by Detective Pillar and others that the Jeep, or that Brandon had noted the Jeep had a Texas plate on it?
Yes,
And had you, as part of the investigation, learned that Lori Vallow had resided in Texas previously?
yes,
Were you advised that Brandon Boudreaux had told Detective Pillar on October 2nd that he was aware of an incident in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
yes,
And in contacting the Chandler Police Department, did you learn that that 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates had been at the residence with Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019?
yes,
Did you then write up a probable cause statement and send that to the Rexburg Police Department to help write a search warrant so they could seize and impound that Jeep?
yes,
And that Jeep being the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that Lori Vallow had with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
that's correct.
Were you notified on November 4th of 2019 that At that time, Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded the Jeep from 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
And did you provide that to Detective Pilar?
Yes.
Was he the case agent at the time?
Yes.
And did you leave that to him to deal with processing the Jeep?
Yes.
Without going into what was said, on December 21st of 2019, did you speak with someone by the name of Colby Ryan?
I'm sorry, what date was that again?
December 21st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Is Colby Ryan Lori Vallow's son?
Yes.
Did you learn that Colby had been given Lori Vallow's blue Nissan Rogue with Arizona license plate CRT 2994?
Yes.
Were you provided information as to where Colby Ryan had picked up Lori Vallow's Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
On December 26th of 2019, did you go to that residence?
Yes.
Was that here in Maricopa County?
It was.
Was that in Mesa?
It was.
Who lived at that residence?
I spoke with a Heather Blackmere.
Was it a Hannah? Or
I'm sorry, Hannah, yes.
Did you learn that Melanie Boudreaux was now remarried to Miss Blackmer's brother, Ian?
Yes.
And did you know that Melanie Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's niece?
Yes.
Was a search warrant obtained for that Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
And was that executed on December 21st of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were photographs taken of that?
Yes.
Shown the defendant exhibits 93 through 98. Approach for the witness to review. Do you recognize those photographs, exhibits 93 through 98?
Yes.
Are they photographs of that Nissan Rogue that you executed the search warrant on that was Lori Vallow's?
Yes.
This is the Nissan Rogue that you had learned about through Lori Vallow's son, Colby Ryan,
That's correct.
and that you had spoken to Melanie Boudreaux's family about that it had been dropped off at.
I'd spoken to Ms. Blackmore, reference that vehicle.
State will move to admit exhibits 93 through 98.
Any objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, it's relevant both because this vehicle is going to be seen in video in Idaho relating to the self-storage unit
Okay.
where items
Right.
were stolen.
It's admitted. Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you. So Exhibit 93, what are we seeing here?
This image is of that said Nissan Rogue, and this image is taken at the Gilbert Police Department property building.
And were photographs of the sort of whole vehicle taken that we see in 94?
That's correct. This is just a different angle, as well as this is a different angle of that same vehicle.
So we see a license plate on this vehicle of CRT 2994
Correct.
and was inside the vehicle during the search warrant. Did you obtain the registration or take photographs of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it registered to a Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox?
Correct.
And we see it was from September of 2019.
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, did you look through it to see if there were any receipts or anything of potential interest?
Yes, we did.
Inside the vehicle, did you recover a boarding pass or I guess, luggage receipt for a Melanie Boudreaux?
That's correct.
And that would have been from October 26th of 2019.
Correct.
So inside the vehicle that belonged to Lori Vallow was a receipt for a flight for a Melanie Boudreaux.
Correct.
And then did you also recover some receipts reflecting, I guess, Rexburg, Idaho, or Idaho Falls here from October 13th of 2019?
Correct.
And then October 31st of 2019?
Correct.
And again, Idaho Falls there.
Yes, that's correct.
So inside the vehicle that you recovered in December in Arizona were receipts relating to Idaho Falls, Idaho from October of 2019.
Correct.
Were you also involved in executing a search warrant on Alex Cox's residence in December of 2019?
Yes.
Did you locate Alex Cox's Ford F-150 at that time?
That particular vehicle was present during that search warrant. Yes.
It was present at the residence.
Yes.
And did that have an Arizona license plate of CPQUINT?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that vehicle located in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Was that vehicle later towed to the Gilbert Police Department?
It was.
And did a different detective later search that vehicle?
Yes.
When that vehicle was towed to the Gilbert Police Department, did you then obtain another search warrant to execute on Alex Cox's Ford F-150 on December 31st to allow a detective to remove an infotainment center?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that Detective Tom Olzak?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
The purpose of that search warrant and the assistance from Detective Olzak was to learn any information reference that electronic or infotainment device that maybe it's stored on that device, reference the location of that vehicle.
And did Detective Olzak take that infotainment system with him to analyze himself?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
Ah, finally.
It's Sergeant McDermott. Is
That's
that
correct.
Okay. And you said that you've been processing scenes, Sergeant McDermott, for How long?
I've been a police officer for 18 years. I can't tell you exactly how long I've been processing scenes, but I've been in a patrol capacity and a detective capacity for approximately 16 of those 18 years. So I would have been processing numerous scenes for that time.
Okay. And were you a scene agent for this?
I would say I was one of several detectives there who could be classified as scene agents.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned before that it was you and Detective Pillar and one other person.
I had mentioned Detective Ferrer.
Oh, that's right, Furr. Okay. And when you were getting briefed by them, what time did you arrive at the scene?
I don't recall. It was sometime in the morning after the call had come out.
And who was there already when you arrived?
There were at least 2 patrol officers there upon my arrival.
So Officer Robb was there?
Yes.
And did she brief you at all?
I don't recall exactly who briefed me, but it would make the most sense that she would have.
Because she was first on the scene.
I don't know if she was first on the scene, but I know she was present at the time that I arrived.
Okay. And so who did you receive your information from after you got there?
Again, I don't recall specifically, but it would make most sense that Officer Robb would have provided it.
And do you recall her indicating that she didn't even think it was a gunshot?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
That she stuck her pin in the hole and said she didn't think it was a gunshot? You don't recall that?
I don't know that, no.
There was a picture that we looked at that had the one piece of glass in the street. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then could that piece of glass have been moved by someone's shoe accidentally from people walking around in that scene?
It's possible.
Because there weren't any more pieces besides one piece of glass in the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was that glass in any way, that one piece of glass, was it tested to see if that was actually part of the window from the Tesla?
No.
Could you tell if it was part of the window from the Tesla?
All I could say is it appeared consistent with the other evidence we had referenced that window on scene, but I can't tell you definitively if that one shard was from that window.
Like if it was the same color as most of the other shards?
It did appear to be the same color and was consistent with the rest of the shards that we observed on scene.
But it could have been from a Coke bottle kicked in the street or anything else like that.
I can't say that's not possible, yes.
And so did you use the location of that one piece of glass to try to determine where the Tesla was located at the time of the shooting?
That was one factor, yes.
But if it had just been kicked over and moved accidentally on the bottom of someone's shoe, then it wouldn't indicate anything. Is that correct?
I mean, I'd have to concur that it's possible.
So all the pieces of glass that fell out, would that be consistent in your understanding? Wouldn't there be more than just one tiny little piece if there was a bullet explosion?
I can't answer that definitively to tell you one way or the other. I don't know how the physics of that would happen. So I don't know if I could honestly answer that for you.
But logically, there'd probably be at least a couple pieces, right?
Object to speculation. He's already indicated he doesn't know.
Sustain.
So when you arrived, where was Mr. Boudreaux?
I believe he was standing maybe outside the front door of the residence. That's my best recollection.
Okay. And who else was there on scene?
I recall Officer Robb was on scene. I believe Officer Bullock was on scene. I believe that was it.
Did you see the friends of Brandon that we saw in the picture of Mr. Boudreaux? When
Yes,
you were
now
there?
that, I'm sorry, go ahead. Now that you've mentioned it, yes, I do recall Brandon having some friends there.
And how many friends do you recall Brandon having there?
I believe there were 2.
And where were they where were they when you observed them?
I don't recall that.
I mean, were they near Brandon or were they in a different location?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall them walking around in the midst of the scene, like in the driveway?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
So you did not observe them walking back and forth in the driveway?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Did you review the body cams from that day?
I have not.
You've never seen the body cam from Officer Rob?
If I have viewed it, I don't have any recollection of viewing it. So I don't have any particular recollection of watching those body cams.
Okay. Was there any glass in the garage?
Not that I recall.
Did you search the garage?
I don't have a particular recollection of searching the garage specifically. I can't tell you if it was searched or not by any other detective or officer there.
But you did not search in the garage?
No, not that I recall.
And the garage door was open when you were there?
I don't recall specifically.
And you don't, and with all the, excuse me, with all the reports that have been made, there's no report indicating that anyone searched the garage to your knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had mentioned in your report about Brandon making a U-turn and following the shooter. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in your testimony earlier, you talked about he went around the block.
That's correct.
And so which is it? I'm trying to understand where the U-turn came in.
According to our information, what I understood it to be is Brandon, after the shooting, proceeded west on Phelps to Cole Street. He went north on Cole past Waite. Slightly north, there's a community pool there. He stopped in that general vicinity. And then as the Jeep proceeded north on Cole and then east on Waite, Brandon conducted a U-turn to on Cole to then go south and then east on Waite towards Fisher, I believe is the name of the street. That is that north-south street that runs just east of Phelps.
So after he pulled over by the pool, he did the U-turn?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so after he went on the pool, he didn't just go around the block. He turned around and went around the block?
Yes, eventually after conducting that U-turn is then when he went around the block to eventually make his way back to Phelps Street where his residence was at.
And you indicated in a report that he followed the suspect briefly after that U-turn. Where did you get that information?
That was information we learned on scene that I believe Mr. Boudreaux had passed along to officers or detectives on scene.
And you don't know who that was?
I don't know specifically who, no.
And you don't know how you obtained that information then?
That was information I learned on scene. I don't know who in terms of which officer or detective obtained that specifically.
But you did not hear Brandon. Brandon did not express that to you directly. It was through someone else.
I don't recall Brandon expressing that to me directly.
Okay.
So in your report, you say that you were unable to locate any projectile anywhere in the Tesla. Is that correct?
We located fragments. I don't think we did not locate anything in terms of a complete projectile.
And were those fragments tested?
No.
To see if they were actually bullet fragments and not part of the Tesla?
There was no additional testing done. Those fragments appeared consistent with a projectile.
In what way are they consistent with projectile?
The projectile, in terms of it potentially, in terms of making an impact on something, could disperse in fragments.
Mhm.
To me, they appeared consistent with other fragments of projectiles that I've observed before.
And is that something that could be known through testing?
Potentially, I can't tell you a specific test. I just don't have the knowledge of a specific test could tell, but potentially.
So in our modern world, can't they test things and find out exactly what gun it came from, that kind of thing, projectiles?
Checked again, just speculation. He just said he didn't know.
Again, you can answer if you know, but if your answer is I don't know, just give your answer.
I'm sorry?
You can answer.
I don't know specifically.
But in your years of experience, have you ever tested projectiles to find out if they were actually bullet projectiles?
Generally, in terms of my experience in testing projectiles, would be more complete projectiles to try to determine if we could learn, just generally, where maybe what firearm it might have come from. But in terms of fragments, I've never personally, to my knowledge, tested anything additional in terms of fragments to learn. That's just been my experience.
And could it be known from a fragment if it was a handgun or a rifle?
Not that I know of.
So it could only be tested to find out if it was actually bullet fragment and not actually a piece of metal from the actual Tesla.
I guess you might have to rephrase your question, make sure I can answer it accurately.
Sure. So the projectile pieces itself that we looked at,
Yes.
they can only be tested to find out if they are an actual projectile from a gun.
I don't know the limitations in terms of the testing to answer that for you accurately.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
And they generally, you would know as a detective of 18 years, like what kind of testing is available to your department, right?
Yes, generally.
And so why was it not tested or not looked into further to see what kind of bullet fragments those were, or if they were bullet fragments?
I can't answer that for you. I can just tell you that no additional testing was done.
And were you the one that took the fragments out? That
Yeah.
found them?
Yes.
And what is that process like? Tell me exactly what you did, how you took them out, how that worked.
Yes,
You
simply.
explain it.
My recollection was just locating the fragments in that rubber molding we had observed earlier, and then just removing them and packaging them from there.
And you package them in like an evidence bag or Ziploc bag?
An evidence bag, yes.
And so how long did it take you to find those fragments?
I don't recall that.
Like more than 10 minutes?
I don't know.
And then you took those fragments out with your fingers or with a tool?
I don't recall. I think in that particular instance, my recollection is they were on that rubber molding, so I probably just removed them with a gloved hand to package them that way.
So you didn't have a tool in your hand or anything? You weren't like, I don't know what kind of tool it would be, so I'm just asking.
I don't recall having any tools to remove that, no.
So you found those 4 small fragments, is that correct?
I found fragments. I don't recall how many. What I believe what was ever in that particular evidence bag is what I had located.
And then they were put into an evidence bag. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then what happened to them after that?
they were impounded by Detective Furr.
So you handed them over to Detective Ferrer,
Yes,
and then where did it go from there? Do you know?
it was impounded at our property building.
That day?
Yes.
And then who would be the person in your department who would send those out for testing?
Well, any detective or officer could send anything out for testing.
Okay, it doesn't have to be the case agent.
It doesn't have to be, no.
So you being the person who actually extracted them from the vehicle, you could say, hey, let's test these.
I could, yes.
And you did not.
No additional testing was done. No, that's correct.
And why not? Why did you not request additional testing?
I don't know. What wasn't anything that came up for me to do.
So were you just under the impression that it was an actual bullet hole?
I don't know. Can you rephrase your question?
So you didn't test those because you assumed that it was a bullet hole and those were fragments from a bullet?
The damage on the vehicle was consistent with a penetration mark from a firearm and a bullet. The fragments located also appeared.
Could it have been from any other thing?
Yes, it's possible.
Like, could you have hit it with a tire iron?
Hit what with a tire iron?
The vehicle.
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question.
Could it not be a bullet hole at all? Could it have been hit with a tire iron?
The damage to the vehicle appeared consistent to me to be, again, a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet. There wasn't nothing that I observed to that damage to lead me to believe that it was anything else than being struck by a projectile.
But it could have been something else.
I don't think so. I think from my experience that the damage and what I observed is consistent with a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet.
The court reporter and clerk and staff are overdue for a break. So let's take a short 10-minute recess and then we'll go through to the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
All right, jurors getting another and we'll get into Lori's cross in just a moment. You see her there with her yellow notepad. A lot of questions about testing, very similar to last trial regarding Charles Vallow and the shooting in the Chandler home. We're talking about testing, bullet fragments, window shards. But yeah, definitely due time for a quick recess, about 10 minutes before we get back to, we assume, wrap up the day. At some point as cross continues and Trina K conducts redirect, and she is going to counter all the attempted poking of holes, I should say.
Yeah, in many cases you see expert witnesses brought to the stand, many of them ballistics experts. Obviously we're hearing from a law enforcement official who's on the stand now, but with defense attorneys, oftentimes they will have expert witnesses that deal with forensics or ballistics, things like this, that they pay to come in and testify on their behalf to essentially, poke holes in whatever law enforcement or the prosecution might have. Lori doesn't have any of that. So I feel like she's trying to do the work herself, but you don't hear much from her related to specifics on maybe testing that wasn't done or ballistics that trying to, as you mentioned, blow holes in this theory that these holes in the Tesla were from a weapon.
It's just one hole, there's damage everywhere, but as far as the where the bullet hit, the window shattering, the fragments, she is asking again and again, why did you not test the bullet fragments? It's very evident that based on Sergeant McDermott's experience as a police officer with Gilbert PD, that this was a shooting. So I don't know what she's basically, according to Lori, this could be something else. The projectile could be anything but a bullet. That's what she's going for.
There was talk of a paintball gun, I
yeah,
think, at one point, and it's like, like the pressure of a paintball gun. I've been hit by a paintball. It hurts, but it didn't put a hole in me.
Where's the paint?
So
where's the paint at the scene?
Yeah.
If it's, she said, could it have been a tire iron? And then she did the motion of hitting the vehicle.
Well, and we looked it up. You mentioned in the last trial. I went and looked it up in the transcripts. This was related. She had issue with some of the testing that was done on the bullet that hit the floor.
Yeah.
In the Charles shooting, in the Charles Vallow shooting. She asked if any of the testing on the residue, again, didn't go anywhere with that line of questioning. I think maybe sowing some seeds of doubt potentially in the minds of jurors. But I don't know that. And then this is where the redirect is so important. And this is where a skilled prosecutor like Trina Kay, this is where, she shows just how good she is. They come back with that, with more specifics, and really try and hammer home, look, what testing did you do? And with a fine-toothed comb going, look, was there, what's around the bullet hole, and reinforcing this idea that, how do you guys know it was a bullet? Well, Trina's going to get you to explain it one more time to the jury, knowing that when the jury walks out of that jury box at the end of the day, that Trina wants them to feel confident that they know, yes, this was caused by a high caliber rifle or, a gun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what she does, but that's all you have to do, right? I said this when we were watching. All it takes is one juror to sort of.
Okay, we only have a few minutes before they come back on. So this is interesting. This is the only time she got up today, didn't she? Other than her opening statement. And she's pushing to say that wasn't a bullet. Hang on.
Who can describe?
Oh, they're just showing her. Okay. That they're saying that could it have been not a bullet? Did you test the glass? Could it have been a Coke bottle? Oh, there she is, hovering. That was yesterday's debacle. And today she magically found her voice. I'm not feeling that good. And then now all of a sudden the snark comes out to this witness. So who would send that out for testing? What did you do? So there's no additional testing. Well, there's a 911 call. Somebody shot at him. It's consistent with the bullet. Asked and answered 3 or 4 or 5 times. And you are going to do everything possible to look this way so they don't look this way. Like the Jeep, like the storage unit that we'll see her being with Alex and with Chad to roll out the tire and the Jeep seat and then put it back in. And her Google searches and. So it's interesting. She brings that. She goes through the timeline. Do you recall that she asked the witness, do you recall that the first officer on scene didn't even think it was a gunshot? I mean, we saw the picture and, what is it? Your portal potty fireside chats? But I get it. She wants to put some doubt, but at the same time, it'll all come together. Hang on. Yeah, they're still talking about that. Should be coming on any minute now, but it's interesting because Lori really hasn't talked to anyone yet. I'm surprised she didn't go up to the neighbor to ask about the color, because she's trying to dispute that in a hearing before, that of the color of the Jeep. And then now she's angry also about the when it comes to it about the Jeep and it being confiscated, but there was a warrant on it a couple days before, but she was challenging Ray Hermosillo, Detective Hermosillo. So Karen says, I want to write the musical scores for Lori the Musical. I'd go in on that. A little musical snack. So she's pushing about she's trying to say that there wasn't even a gunshot. There was no attempt made on Brandon. It was, what was it? Like an apple falling from, it's a crab apple falling from the tree. And it hit Brandon's, it's the orange. There's just a little orange that hit the tree and that's it. Or it came from the tree.
Who rented that storage unit.
Right.
Chad Daybell at the scene.
Can't wait
Alex
for the
Cox was
storage
even there
unit.
in the time frame of having that storage unit and things being put in, including the seat and the tire in and out.
Yeah, she cannot disassociate yourself from the Jeep, right?
Yeah, she's caught on video.
Yes, you're on
Wanted
video.
that out.
You
Didn't want it.
you have knowledge of the Jeep. You know, I mean, it's evident that the Jeep is connected to you, so you can't get away from that.
Do they bring up the Jeep and not somehow bring up Tylee Ryan, who drove the Jeep when she was alive? And I think that you can get around that. I think Trina can. This is the Jeep that belonged to the Vallow family.
Yeah, I don't know that would be a piece that they would need to include because again, you can already connect Lori to the Jeep. You're going to be able to connect obviously Alex to the Jeep at some point. So I don't know that they would need to include that. And Trina may feel like, look, that doesn't really offer much more to the jury than what we've already presented. So
yeah. But this is not surprised at the line of questioning.
No.
I mean, what else can Daybell do except try to figure out and see what was tested? And once she hears that, certain piece of evidence wasn't tested, even though it's very obvious that it was a shooting, and what we're hearing through this testimony.
I was surprised, though, that, again, this was the first witness today that she's crossed, right?
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned a second ago that she doesn't have the information, at her disposal to cross Brandon. She asked to do that later. We don't know what it was, again, that was in this file or what her investigator has. But the fact that this is the witness she chose to cross, the first two, the owner of the home, the neighbor. I was wondering if we were going to hear from neighbors and whether or not Lori would want to question them about what they saw. But I don't, the first neighbor that was up there, not sure that she would have gotten much out of that. Any other neighbors that come forward? We know there were several that saw the Jeep and were kind of, it was noticeable. We mentioned this morning that the Jeep was parked in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, Brandon noticed it. Noticed very specifically things about it, including the weapon that was inside. So,
and just so you guys know, what you're looking at is our file of Lori Daybell in the courtroom, not just from this case, but from the other trial as well. So don't be confused if you see Brandon Boudreaux on the stand there for Chad Daybell's trial, or see her cross-examining Chandler witnesses. But we have gotten a good sample size of Lori Daybell acting as her own attorney within these past two trials, and obviously this one just really getting underway, and never ceases to amaze us. What happens, and obviously coming off this few days of delay already, but it looks like the pace that we're going at, with already being on the fourth witness, McDermott being the fourth, right? And then we'll probably get maybe another one. So that would be 5 going into the second day of trial. We're starting early tomorrow. We know that the state wants to call around 20 or a little more than 20, somewhere around that range, that by next week they'll be done.
Yeah, I guess
The
again,
state
depending on
will be
how long the
done.
cross takes, right?
Yeah.
But the defense or the prosecution moving at a pace where yes, they are getting as many witnesses as they can. You can tell though they feel pretty strong about this case, and based on what happened, in the last case, they should feel strong that the evidence is there and that they are going up against the prosecution anyway, up against a woman who never represented anyone but herself and doesn't have the expertise to use cross-examination as an opportunity to maybe poke holes in their case.
And it balances things out because you don't hear any objections from
Rarely,
Daybell
yeah.
when Trina's indirect. So whenever something gets, submitted as an exhibit, she has no problem with it. But we've covered trials where the defense attorney is always ready to object. Always, so time adds up. And so even though she's going to do her cross exam, I mean, how long can she really do that for? How long is she going to ask about testing? What wasn't tested, what was tested, and things like that, and really trying to present her theories without saying it, but presenting the theory that this couldn't have been a bullet, things like that. So that's why I feel like we've seen a quick pace
Yes.
in this last trial.
Now, you could think that when she's meeting with her legal counsel after today, there is an opportunity, I think, for her to say, look, when the next expert comes up, when the next, law enforcement official comes up to talk evidence, where do I need to, maybe her legal counsel can give her ideas. Where do I need to object? Even if you get overruled, you'll hear a lot of times attorneys are talking about like, look, this is a great opportunity for you to object, at least for the jury to hear you object and kind of slow that pace down a little bit. I don't know what she's asking them or what they're even allowed to help her with.
Okay, so it looks like this
Oh,
this break is almost over. You see Lori Daybell
Yeah.
and her counsel, Robert Abernethy, Trina Kay, prosecutor at the bench. She may be asking or telling Boreski something. We've seen this a couple of times today. Oh, Brandon Boudreaux giving his wife a kiss, and he must be relieved to get his testimony done. Not all the way done, but he had quite a long day. And then in the front of him, you see at the prosecution table is Ryan Pillar, the case agent for Gilbert PD on this case. He's no longer in the homicide unit. I can tell that he was a very instrumental piece as far as an investigator to the Idaho cases as well. He was the one who called the dispatcher in Fremont County asking about Tammy Daybell's death and found out there was no autopsy done. And there's Daybell coming back to her desk, and we should be preparing for jurors to come in at some point to wrap up the cross exam on McDermott, which would lead us to very crucial redirect by Trina, who is just, she's ready to go and has her notes on what she's going to redirect on.
Yeah, they, that they've thought a lot about this, both of these trials. I think they had a game plan early on how they wanted to present the case because just the amount of evidence in both of these cases, and of course, the previous trials in Idaho, I think they are.
This is probably the smallest case, but still lengthy, still a lot of evidence. But you go from Idaho, definitely the most volume. Obviously, 3 victims in that case.
Well,
down
and you
to
mentioned the
Chandler.
jury selection process, how quick
Yeah.
that was. That they were able to, secure a jury pretty quickly. When in Idaho, it didn't. It took a little bit longer in both of those cases.
I was in Idaho spending the first 2 weeks there. The first half was on jury selection. So this has been very quick in both Charles Vallow's case and Boudreaux's case. Just listening in, I can hear that they're
yes, Lori's been
all rise for the jury.
We noticed too, this was a longer break than the initial 10 minutes.
The jury is present. The defendant can continue cross-examination.
Okay, let's see what show is going to happen. Shih Tzu show. I hope she just cranks up the snark so that jurors can see exactly who she is.
Sergeant McDermott, when you got a hold of the Jeep, did you do any further trajectory analysis on it?
I'm sorry, you're referring to the Jeep?
Correct.
I never got hold of the Jeep.
You didn't go to observe the Jeep at all?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did go observe the Jeep?
Detective Pillar, Detective Olzak.
And were you ever made aware of any measurements of the Jeep?
No, I was not.
Did you measure the Tesla?
I don't believe any measurements were done concerning the Tesla.
Like how tall it is, how many inches?
No.
Would you be surprised that it's 68 inches tall?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
He can answer.
I don't know how tall the Jeep is. I'm sorry. I don't know how tall the Tesla is.
Would you be surprised that the Jeep is 66 inches tall?
Objection, speculation. He has nothing to do with the Jeep. Relevance.
He already said he didn't observe the Jeep. I'll sustain the objection.
So the trajectory where you stuck the rod into, we looked at the picture, that was you that stuck the rod into the Tesla?
I didn't personally stick the rod into the Tesla, no.
Okay, you did not do the trajectory testing.
I did not stick the rod into the Tesla. There was no additional trajectory testing, if you will, completed.
Were you there when we looked at the picture? Were you there to observe that rod being put into the Tesla?
Yes.
And who did insert that rod into the Tesla?
I don't recall. I know it wasn't me, though.
But you observed it.
I was present when that particular rod was inserted, yes.
And from your understanding, they were testing trajectory. Is that correct?
I think, yes, that's a fair statement. We were trying to get another visualization of where we suspected that the projectile had come from based upon where the vehicle was located at.
So in all of your information that you're going on is basically information provided to you by Mr. Boudreaux.
I guess, can you clarify a little bit more what you mean by all of my information?
So your information on where the Jeep was, where the Tesla was during the shot is all from Mr. Boudreaux. Is that correct?
Mr. Boudreaux provided a statement to us. The physical evidence on scene was consistent with his statement to law enforcement.
Are you a trajectory expert?
I'm not.
Is there one on your team?
I guess, can you clarify my team?
Your department, I'm sorry. Is there one in your department, the Gilbert Police Department, that you know of? Someone who's a trajectory expert?
I can't speak specifically for any of our crime scene techs that the Gilbert Police Department employs. I don't know what their specific training is reference trajectory. I don't know in terms of any other detectives in terms of their specific training. I can't answer that question accurately. I'm not familiar enough with their training.
Okay. So there's no one that you would say, oh, we have to ask Detective so-and-so because he's an expert in trajectory.
I don't possess that knowledge currently to say that, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Sit down, Loho.
Let's talk about the physical evidence at the scene. The bullet hole in the Tesla. Was this, let me ask you this. You were asked a hypothetical by the defendant of someone hitting the Tesla with a tire iron or something. Why would that not make sense for what you saw?
As I had mentioned earlier, the damage to the Tesla that I observed was consistent with a penetration point from a projectile, consistent with a projectile from a firearm, just based on my observation and experience.
When you are looking at that, are you looking at the indentation to the metal on the vehicle?
There was indentation on the metal, on the vehicle frame. There was a scuff mark inside the frame of the vehicle that was also consistent with the projectile striking it, as well as some metal fragments we located, which were all consistent with the information we received in terms of a gunshot being fired.
The fragments inside, or that you located in that rubber molding, were those sort of copper colored? Let me find a photo of them 1 second. Exhibit 41. And I can provide you 190 if you need that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I can have my paralegal approach at 190. Having looked at Exhibit 41 and 190, did you observe copper on that?
Yes.
When you are talking about a fragment of a bullet, is that one of the, are bullets often wrapped in a copper around the actual projectile?
Some projectiles can be wrapped in a kind of a copper casing, yes.
So you were asked whether or not anything in this, when looking at these fragments, if they could have been pieces of the Tesla. As you pulled apart that molding and looked through the hole into the frame of it, did you observe anything else in that Tesla that looked like these type of copper fragments?
Inside the Tesla, I'm sorry to clarify.
Sure. When you pulled down that molding and you're looking through the hole, the projectile hole, and trying to find these fragments, did you notice anything else in that area that seemed consistent with these being part of the Tesla?
No.
In your experience in 18 years having fired guns and collected projectiles and projectile fragments from scenes, is this what a projectile fragment looks like?
Yes.
So there's nothing in the Tesla that looks like that, and this is exactly what you see as a fragment in your experience?
Yes, that's correct.
So when we're talking about the physical evidence at the scene, we're talking about the actual bullet hole into the car?
Yes.
That in your experience and training is consistent with and looks like other projectile holes you've seen?
Yes.
And when we talk about the physical evidence, we're talking about the fragments?
That's one part of the physical evidence, correct.
And those were located in line with that bullet hole in the Tesla?
That's correct.
So when you're talking about what this projectile was from and what this hole, what made this hole, are you looking at both of those things and saying this is made by someone shooting at the car?
Yes, the totality of the evidence is consistent and makes sense with, again, a penetration point from a projectile from a firearm.
When you talk about the physical evidence as well, are you looking at the windshield itself?
When we looked at the windshield, we also looked at the driver's side window where that penetration point was located at.
In terms of the glass that was located on the driveway, was that mostly, I'll call it, held together by the window tint?
Yes, there was a film that was keeping the shape somewhat intact.
The shards that you observed in the Tesla, as well as around that window, were they of the same sort of color and some of them of the same sort of shape as the one you saw out in the street?
Yes, it appeared consistent.
You were asked whether or not you searched the garage. Did you have any information that anything had happened in the garage?
No,
So other than there being a garage to this house, the shooting didn't occur there, to the best of your knowledge?
correct. There was no evidence to suggest that there was anything that had, any part of the scene had anything to do with the garage of that residence.
You were asked about whether or not the only information that said this shooting occurred was from Brandon Boudreaux. Do you agree with that?
That was information we received from Mr. Boudreaux, but the physical evidence on scene was also consistent with a shooting.
And did you ever become aware of a neighbor also putting a Jeep in the same location that Brandon Boudreaux had indicated it was?
Yes, I had learned that later.
Did you interview Brandon Boudreaux?
No,
So what you heard would be information either relayed to you in the briefing or later learning through Detective Pilar?
correct.
You were asked about testing those projectile fragments. Did you have a rifle or gun to compare them to?
No,
In your experience, in your training, have you generally submitted projectiles or projectile fragments to try to compare them to see if they came from a gun?
yes, we have submitted projectiles more completely. I don't have any personal experience in submitting fragments personally.
Did you have any doubt when you saw those that those were fragments from a projectile?
I did not.
Did you have any doubt when you saw that hole, that was a hole from a bullet or projectile entering into that Tesla?
No, I did not.
In terms of the trajectory, you've indicated that detectives, not yourself personally, put a rod into that projectile hole, correct?
Correct.
What was the purpose of doing that?
Again, as I'd indicated earlier, just another visual representation to kind of show what we believe to be in terms of the information provided on scene by Mr. Boudreaux of this rod being inserted into that penetration point to give another visual representation that it was consistent that the direction in which this bullet came from, again, without repeating it too much, was consistent with the information that we had.
So the projectile, the rod showed that it was coming in sort of, I don't have my pen anymore, but sort of into the front of that Jeep frame.
I
guess it would have been consistent with a vehicle being here shooting at him. Let me put it that way.
Yes, the penetration point and the evidence, especially specifically the damage to the Tesla that Mr. Boudreaux was driving, proceeding westbound on Phelps with a vehicle, which he indicated was the Jeep, positioned on the south side of the roadway, facing west as well. A gunshot coming from that vehicle, the Jeep, east towards Mr. Boudreaux as he's driving westbound. That information was consistent with the damage to the Tesla of this penetration point, again, which was penetrating from west to east into the vehicle. That information was consistent with the physical evidence we observed on scene.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
How many times do we have to say
Are
it?
there any questions for this witness from any
How
member of the
many?
jury? Not seeing any, sir, you can step down.
If I may go get my
Go
next
ahead.
witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is that it is or is not consistent with a shooting. Is it consistent or is it not? I'm saying it's consistent with everything that we have. So would you say it's consistent then? That's what I've been saying for the last hour. My Lord. Oh, give a good look, Lori, and a little smile and a smirk. Let's move on, folks. Penny, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's all Lori and Chad's whole thing.
All right, sir, come on up. You're gonna stand right up here in front of my clerk. She'll swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Sure, it's David.
Another detective.
Thank you. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Around the court reporter up the ring.
Oh, Lori doesn't want to
Would you
go.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Absolutely. Hello, my name is David Furr. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department, and I have been with the police department for about over 20 years now. Right now, I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit, which investigates anything with violence, homicides, armed robberies, and that type of thing.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked while working for the Gilbert Police Department?
Absolutely. I started with patrol. I did that, and then I went to become a school resource officer in the high school, which was a great gig. And then I was assigned by the chief as an internal affairs detective. I did that for 2 years, and then I tested and I made it to the Violent Crimes Unit.
How long have you been in the Violent Crimes Unit?
Since about 2019.
On October 2nd of 2019, were you in the Violent Crimes Unit?
I was.
How long had you been there at that time?
I would say since July of that year.
Were you part of the detectives who were called out to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
I was.
When you arrived, can you describe for us what you saw, what the scene looked like?
Sure. Detectives get called out a little bit later, so the scene is usually secure. When I pulled up, I recognized that there was yellow police tape around the scene, or at least a portion of it. There was police officers with their marked vehicles in the area.
When you got to the scene, were you briefed or given any information about what it was you were there for?
Yes, we usually receive a briefing from either the case officer that's there on scene or a detective that is right there before I did.
Okay. And what did you understand you guys were investigating there?
What I was told was a gentleman was coming home to his house. When he was getting ready to pull into his driveway, he was shot at. He quickly left the area and called 911.
What was your role at this scene?
I usually just, this time I filled the gaps where it needed to be. So I took photographs. I collected any evidence that was there at the scene, coordinated with the case detective, Detective Pillar.
Did you work with Detective McDermott?
I did.
And did you ever work with Detective Biggs?
Yes, I did.
While you were there, did you see the Tesla?
I did. By the time I got to the residence, the Tesla was parked in the driveway and the doors were open.
When you, let me ask you this. In your time as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes.
And can you tell us, as a either detective or patrol officer, did you ever have any training on, start first with processing crime scenes?
Yes, I attended the crime scene and advanced crime scene.
And what is the crime scene and advanced crime scene?
Crime scene can mean many, many things, from photographs to collecting latent prints, trajectory, blood spatter.
Okay. So when you saw this Tesla in the driveway, did you observe or look at a defect in the car?
Yes,
I'm going to put up starting with Exhibit 26. Where did you notice this defect?
that was the driver's side, right above the door or the window.
And when you observed this, I'm going to put up Exhibit 30. What did you believe this to be?
That is consistent with a bullet hole or a projectile that would go through metal.
Why did you determine that this was from a bullet?
Well, we look at the totality of the circumstances, what's being told to us, what's being reported. According to the victim here, he said that he was shot at because he had saw a weapon. And so that's what we were taking it as a bullet hole. It does have the consistency of a bullet hole. You can see the clean that goes into the metal.
When you say clean that goes into the metal, what do you mean by that?
Well, a bullet is very hot when it comes through, projectile. And when it comes through, it can go through metal pretty easily. Depends on the round or the type of, it's either a handgun or a rifle. This is a larger hole. With the melting around, you can see around the sides. So I would assume with the victim saying he was shot at, that's where the bullet hole would have been.
When you are looking at a scene, are you also looking to the physical evidence to tell you whether or not this is in fact a bullet hole?
Yes, we look at the bullet hole or the hole, see if there's any evidence, maybe pieces of projectile, any type of, could be a casing on the ground or any of that type of stuff. That's what we're looking for as far as a bullet hole or damage to a vehicle.
So in this case, the shape of this hole and the clean that you described told you that this was from a projectile striking and going into this vehicle?
After we found the projectile, pieces of the projectile also.
So in addition to the shape and clean of the hole, you also look to the physical evidence of the actual projectile fragments?
That is correct.
Were you present when those were found?
Yes, I was.
And we see here in Exhibit 40, is this sort of some molding that was along the frame of that Tesla?
Yes.
Just, I guess, a little to the rear of the bullet hole itself?
Yes.
And in that molding were projectile fragments recovered?
Yes, and that is one right there.
When you looked at these fragments, what told you they were projectile fragments?
Well, the consistency of what a metal, I'm not a metallurgy by any means, but this would be consistent to what a projectile looks like after it has been struck, something of hard metal. There's also, there could be some jacketing left on the projectile also. Could be markings, so we're looking for all of that.
Do you look sometimes to see, for instance, if there's anything like a copper on the fragments?
Yes.
In this case, do you recall if there was copper on the fragments?
Yes, I believe there was.
In your training and experience, having worked as an officer for over 20 years and having seen other projectile fragments, was what you and the other detectives found in that molding consistent with all the other projectile fragments you'd ever found?
Yes, they all are similar in shape and size and color.
And in your training and experience, when a bullet hits something hard like a metal, have you on other occasions seen projectiles fragment like that?
Yes. And that depends a lot on the bullet itself.
So depending on the bullet and what it hits changes if it fragments or not.
That is correct.
In this case, though, knowing this went through metal, were you surprised to see it fragmented?
No.
In this investigation, did you help canvass the scene to try to find any residents who might have cameras that might be around to show anything?
Yes, and that's a normal practice.
In doing that, did you find anyone who had any cameras that showed anything?
There were people with cameras, but they didn't catch. Sometimes the cameras don't go all the way to the roadway. It's just to their walkway for their own purposes.
Okay. Did you help in any way with searching the roadway to try to recover any other pieces of those fragments?
Yes, but searching for fragments on a roadway is very difficult. We even brought out a metal detector to try, but we're talking about a vast area because the victim actually drove away from the scene. So some of the projectile could have been left in the vehicle until he left. He turns a corner, he speeds up, slows down, it could have fallen out. So it was very difficult to find anything else on a roadway that large or a scene that large.
And you're talking about what could be small little pieces.
Very small.
So although you guys attempted to follow the path that Brandon had expressed he'd driven,
Yes, we did.
did you locate anything?
No.
As a detective in the Violent Crimes Unit, do you often help other detectives with sort of follow-up work?
Yes.
So if they need a little help executing a search warrant or doing something like that, you might get tasked with that.
Absolutely.
So in addition to helping to work this scene and helping to process the Tesla, were you asked later on in December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Where was that search warrant executed? Where did you, I guess, process and search through the vehicle?
The Gilbert Police Department has a property building, and it's a very large parking lot for vehicles. And there are 2 fully covered bays that we actually can bring our vehicles into to keep us kind of out of the weather. It's very hot in Arizona, obviously, so it's very hard to search out in the middle of a parking lot. So these bays are air conditioned, and we are able to close the doors, and that's what we did at 2750 East Williamsfield Road, and that's in Gilbert.
So were you tasked on December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken during that search warrant?
Yes.
Shown the defendant exhibits 112 through 118. If I can have my paralegal approach. If you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, I do.
And are those photographs that were taken during that search warrant on December 23rd?
Yes, what usually happens is we'll have a crime scene technician who will, when we start the warrant, they will take overall photographs before we even search the vehicle, before we even touch the vehicle. So that was where a lot of those photographs came from. Once that is completed, and sometimes they search for DNA, they swab the insides of the vehicle. Then once that is all finished, then I will actually go in to the vehicle to search it.
State will move to admit exhibits 112 through 118.
No objection.
112 through 118 are admitted.
So in 112, do we just see, I guess, photographs are taken of the exterior of the vehicle, like you said?
Yes,
So 113 and then 114, does that show the rear and the license plate of this truck?
yes,
So it was a personalized plate, CPQUINT?
yes. And when you first showed me those pictures, I've searched a lot of vehicles. So the first couple pictures show the truck, but once I see the license plate, I remember that license plate specifically because it is personalized.
So in this Jeep, did you look inside to see if you could find a registration?
It was the F-150 I searched. And yes, I found the registration, and it was all those items that were photographed were found in the middle console in between the driver and passenger seat.
So in exhibit 116, we see that this vehicle is registered to Alexander Lamar Cox.
That is correct, and that is that truck. We do match it with the VIN.
Okay. And this was from 4/8 of 2019.
Well, that's when
That was printed at least.
Yeah.
Did you find inside a letter from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Did you find inside this vehicle any evidence of gun ownership?
Yes. And in the picture, you can see
And I'm going to put up 117. Is that a closer up of one of the items?
much better.
What is that?
That is a practice bullet. When you're loading your gun, it will help you dry fire. It will, because when the chamber of a weapon is empty, it usually will not fire unless it has something in there. So that's what we use for this type of thing. It's a 223 round, so that means it's going to be a rifle. And this is just a practice round. So you'll be able to cock the gun however it is, and it will load so you can pull the trigger. And that's usually for help aiming the rifle.
And then did you also find some earplugs in there?
Yes, and that's common for when you go to the range or even at the Gilbert Police Department when we shoot our qualifications. We are issued some earplugs just like that, the orange.
And did you impound all those items?
I did.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
All right, Ross.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and start.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Detective Furr, when did you arrive on the scene that day? Do you remember?
I do not.
Who was there when you arrived?
I believe Detective Pillar, Detective McDermott. I arrived with Detective Biggs.
Okay. Did you see Officer Robb there when you arrived?
I believe she was there.
And what did you do when you first got there?
This was several years ago, but it would be normal for me to get a quick briefing to see what happens and what needs to be done.
Okay. And who briefed you?
I can't recall, but it's usually either a patrol officer or it could be the a case detective.
Which was Detective Pillar?
Yes,
And is it Pillar or Pillar?
Pillar.
Okay. And do you You don't remember if it was Detective Pillar who was the one who briefed you?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. But you were briefed to what did the briefing consist of?
What basically crime we had, what had occurred at the scene, and if there was any evidence on scene to start with.
And did you observe other people at the scene as well?
Yes, there were several officers, and I do remember the victim was with a few other friends, I believe, but they were outside the crime scene.
And where was the victim and his friends located when you saw them?
They were outside the crime scene.
Can you tell us where that was in the neighborhood?
Well, it was visible from the actual house. So crime scene was across the road, I'd say maybe 50 yards away from us.
Okay. Just sitting or standing or hanging out?
I think they were just staying there until Detective Pillar was going to go question them.
You had mentioned that Brandon told his story and then someone briefed you about it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you took photos? Is that
I
correct?
took, yes, some photos, yes.
How many photos do you think you took?
I don't recall.
A lot?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry.
More than 20?
Yes,
Less than 100?
probably.
Okay.
I am not sure.
And then you said you collected evidence. What evidence did you collect?
I stood by and I received the projectiles that were removed from the Tesla.
And they went into an evidence bag?
Yes.
And then they were delivered where?
We take them to the Gilbert Police Department. We have a property room there. We can itemize it and seal it and store it in a locked container.
And someone's in charge of that? It's logged in, I guess?
Yes, every piece of property that is taken in has its own unique identifying number. It's unique for the Gilbert Police Department as Mesa or the other people would have their own unique numbers also.
Okay. So it would basically consist of like the log having its number, the name, the date, or something consistent with that?
Yes, consistent with that, yes.
Okay. And did they remain there until now when they're here? Or
They would stay in storage until a detective or somebody checks it out.
okay. And that would probably be the case agent would check them out to bring them to court?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the normal procedure.
And then do you know if any of those projectiles were tested?
Tested?
Yeah. To be consistent with a handgun or a rifle?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And who would do that testing if they were tested? Who would
We-
send that out?
We would send that out.
So you could do it?
No, we would send it out to a scientist or a forensic scientist of some sort.
Okay. But I'm saying you could be one to say, hey, we should test this.
Yes, I believe so, yes. If we believe there's evidence in it,
Or the case agent could send it out.
yes,
Anyone could request it, is what you're saying.
true.
And did anyone request that?
I am not aware of that.
And did you specifically request that?
I did not.
Okay. You mentioned something about it being large, the bullet hole. How large was it? I have a picture.
Well, you could see in the pictures, I would say approximately, it's been a while, but I'd say approximately maybe 2 inches by 2.5, something in that frame.
Okay. I saw that there was a measuring tape on there that had about 2 inches on it, but it was
Okay.
much smaller than that.
Okay.
Would you say it was more than the size of a dime?
Well, we'd have to look at the photographs if you have them with the, I can
Okay.
give you a better understanding of the size.
You had mentioned that you had searched for casings on the ground. Is that correct?
We look for casings or projectiles, yes.
Did you find any casings anywhere?
No.
Would that be common?
to not find?
Correct.
It all depends.
Where would a casing go is my question.
There's no scientific way we know which would come out of a gun. We know either right or left, but as far as it leaving the gun, it could bounce, hit anything. There's just a million other things it could do to end up anywhere.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had brought in a metal detector. Would that detect a casing?
It would pick up a casing sound, yeah.
And what was the area where the metal detector was used to try to find some kind of metal or casing? How large would you say?
Well, we tried the window itself that had shattered out around the vehicle, where the vehicle first came in. We walked the roadway.
Mm-hmm. In the street?
In the street, yes.
Maybe all of the blocked off area from the police tape?
Yes, and I believe that some detectives might have went to the park, walked up to the round of the park, where we believe that's what the victim told us he went to call 911.
Okay. And then did anyone go past those markings, like where perhaps Mr. Boudreaux had said that he saw the Jeep following him? Like that another shot may have been executed?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In looking for casings on the ground or in that area, was that search expanded beyond where the police tape was?
Yes.
So would it go all the way to where Mr. Boudreaux would have said that the Jeep passed him? Looking for further casings, I mean.
Yes.
Okay. But none were found?
None.
Unless you just have a couple more, we should probably break and get the jury to the jury bus.
Okay, Your Honor.
Do you have a couple more, or should we break?
I have more than that.
Okay, let's recess for the evening. Members of the jury, remember, we're going to start early tomorrow. Please be here ready to go at 9:30 a.m., 9:30 a.m. I appreciate it. Please remember the admonition.
She probably has one or two.
Quite a day
left.
for the jury on day one, really for them. Day one in this trial, a jury of 15 now seated for this. Lori Daybell's final Arizona trial. A lot of technical cross there. I think the question being, where does a casing go? There's no real answer for that. But here we are. And now that the jury's out, looks like we're going to handle some housekeeping. And remember, an earlier day tomorrow morning.
About administering some
Yes, because I think the language, it's the KOP Tylenol that needs to be brought over. You write it down. The KOP Tylenol. He's gonna order it be brought over.
Has to be a jail commander or captain.
Can you do it if it's ordered?
No, the jail has to approve it. I don't bring her from the jail.
What I'm saying is, can it be administered by someone from your office during lunch?
That's being our CHS.
Well, which she doesn't bring it herself, Judge.
Unless it says her name on it and it's on her, then she can take it herself. If it's
That's what they said.
So they can send her with her.
With it, yes. I just
Okay,
bring
it's
it.
order directing CHS to provide her with a necessary dose of KO what?
It's keep on person. They call it KOP.
Okay. that makes
So
sense.
just that she's allowed to bring her KOP with her to court each day,
All right, she
something
can
to that
keep
effect.
on her person a dose necessary for the full day to be at trial tomorrow.
We all
We'll
need
try
a
to email a
dose.
copy of that to
Keep on
the sheriff's office as well as
popcorn
CHS. All right.
and mint.
Anything else from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Need an updated list on who will be tomorrow. I know we still have Brandon and to finish with this witness, but the next witnesses.
Well, obviously, I'll work on that since I have a very different schedule than I initially
Right.
did. I will email it over tonight.
I'm going to go
Okay,
over to
we're trying to
VG7
juggle that
Alliance.
witness, so she'll know.
Your Honor, if it gets emailed over, then I don't get it. I will not be aware of it.
All right. Do you want to give her a heads up at least a couple of witnesses you plan to call?
Well, that requires me to call people, Your Honor, so I don't,
What's that?
that requires me to call people. I usually go back to my office and contact people. I know that, I don't know how long the defendant's going to take. I usually obviously email after I determine who I'm calling. I now know I have 2 witnesses coming back, so it changes my schedule.
Okay, we have the detective that was just on the witness stand that needs to be completed. We have Mr. Boudreaux that
Correct.
hopefully can get completed tomorrow. Do you have an idea of any other witness?
That's my point, Your Honor. I have to then see who else I can move because now the morning is full, so I'm going to have to check with witnesses to see if they're available later in the day.
Okay.
So,
Your Honor, my problem is that I can't prepare for anyone when I don't know who it is.
She doesn't have to technically tell you everyone that she's calling in what order. It's usually a courtesy to give some heads up. But at this point, I've pressed her and that's all she's willing to do. So you have a list of the witnesses, you know, the potential witnesses that are being called. So we'll be at recess till 9:30 tomorrow.
That's hilarious. We'll send the list to you via prayer. You know, you should be able to get that. Oh, that's good. We'll send it via prayer. Okay? Okay? Yeah, Trina has had it with Lori. Imagine her, like, for her. Man. She just, like, she honestly believes that you have to take the red carpet or roll it out for her. She really legit thinks that. It's all about her, what everybody could do for her. Now tomorrow it's going to be 9:30 Arizona time to start, which is technically a half an hour before it was supposed to today, and they're on a half an hour delay. So it'll still be 11 my time, 10 Arizona time. So I'll back it up and do a little bit before that. So tonight I will put that up to set the stream up so you guys can make sure you have the notifications and that you're in it to win it. Okay. You down with the KOP? Yeah, you know me. Who's down with KOP? Oh, you guys are amazing. I love you. Thank you for making day 1 so good. And it's just going to amp up because today, I think the highest, there was 2,100 people hanging out at one time. So we're going to see if we can get to 3,000 this week. We'll see. Invite your friends. Share on every platform possible. And we'll get this bumping in here. Yes, I heard she's so full of love. She has to take extra meds for it, for the KOP. No, she didn't. Well, tomorrow will be Brandon if she can get her file. And maybe that's when she'll fake pass out. Thank you. Thanks to everyone who's hanging out today, to all the moderators for making this such an awesome place to hang out, and for everyone who joined the membership, who has donated, who's supported me by watching my videos and hanging out in the live stream. I super appreciate all of you. So, well, this is just day one and we're laughing. So we'll just keep it going. File not found. Press any key to reboot. File not found. Oh, you guys are awesome. Bring your own KOP party. Well, today, if you missed it, I did bring my popcorn, and hopefully now Boom Chicka Pop can now sponsor me. And inside, I have peels from today. This was L for the what Lori's gonna lose. So she probably ticked that I ate oranges. It's a good thing I'm not in the courtroom because I'd probably burst out laughing how many times, and she'd just keep looking at me and giving me the snark. Oh, I love you guys too. Holly says, anyone else worried about our investigators' well-being? Yeah, we're gonna have to check on them. Yeah, she might be lying. She had to postpone it, make him work for it for tomorrow, but it'll be interesting. Please hold. I can do a few different voices, I guess. When was it? This would have been 4 or 5 years ago. The picture went out in my live stream. I didn't know what the heck was happening. And I just did it like it would be a podcast. So it was like, okay, and today we are going to be focusing in on Lori's BS. I did. I ate oranges today. We have to have a little homage every day. And that was it for today. I had that and I had popcorn. So tomorrow I have another round of popcorn. What kind of snark shirt? We need to figure that out, and then maybe I can concoct something. God forbid any man does you wrong. That's right, and don't you forget it. Actually, some have done me wrong, John. Some have. One, namely, on my birthday. But we will not get into that. We will not get into that. They're so stupid, though. Why are you doing that? You don't need to do that. So, yes, you're correct. Let's put out that as a PR. Do not cross Linda. Bring your own snark and snacks. Snark and snacks. That's it. Teresa says, F him. Yeah, it was bad. It was really, really bad. Really bad. Okay, we're going to have to figure something out. Snark and info snacks. Chris says I'm already afraid of you. I've been told that I'm a little intimidating, but I'm not. I'm really nice. Until, I'm not. Oh, the loin fire emoji is my creation. Just for you guys. Gracie says, I bought bamboo underwear, to stop bullets. That's very smart. I hear they're $300. Ms. Holmes says, Linda, do you and your ex live on the same street? No, we do not. No. But when he does come and park to do the switch off, sometimes he does park the opposite way of the street. And my neighbors do notice. Snark shirt should have quotes from her various trials. I should have done some emojis in today. Lesser men are intimidated by confident women. Yes. So much so that there was one that I was dating for a little bit. And he was super nice until he wasn't. And he chose my birthday to let me know how much of a man he was by telling me how luxury he is and how I'm not. And it was very interesting. I let him have the podium and got the full picture. And then I let him go. So stupid. People are stupid. Yeah, it was really bad. He was a tool. He was really nice up until that day, and then there was a whole bunch of bad things. So he proceeded to tell me how he's luxury and I'm not. And I didn't let him know how I felt about that. So it was on my birthday. He planned it on for my birthday to be like that. So he's currently in the ether. I don't know where he is, but he's not going to get access to all this. Anyway, that was he was a boy. Yeah, luxury. Honestly, it was bad. Really bad. In the porta potty he goes. I said, good day, sir. Yeah, there's quite a few of those in the city right now, is the a-holes. Oh no, the mask can come off very fast if you let them. Some are longer, some are very fast. Yes, this was my birthday was in April. Okay, I love this. Snark and snacks. Yeah. We are going to do something on that. I mean, I don't even move. My pen is somewhere. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So basically, yeah, he had bought me a gift which I thought was nice until he described what the gift was about. And I just let him speak his truth and watched the dumpster fire all that evening, all the while he knew that my dad was potentially dying from a heart attack. And that was the same day. So it was quite, what's the word? Illuminating. Thank you. He's on his own now. Oh yeah, it was bad. It was really, really bad. And I dressed up because it was my birthday. I dressed up and met for drinks and dinner. And it ended up being a little bit of a nightmare. It was intentional. Exactly. Okay, so I'll tell you the story. Why not? Let's hear it. This is the first time. So I had been dating him for month and a half. Not very long. But it was going well. I thought it had been going well. And then my dad had a heart attack, so I had to go and obviously take care of that and go see my dad. And then I came back, and then it was my birthday. And the day of my birthday, didn't know if my dad was okay or not, and he really didn't look that good. And we had just found out that it was a heart attack. So that day was pretty bad, and I was scared that my dad was going to die. Obviously, that's not the greatest of days. So he had insisted that he take me out for my birthday. So I thought, okay, that's great. So we went downtown Calgary, and there were 2 places that we went to, and I had met him there, which was fine. And right before, though, he was asking me if I wanted to go to a different restaurant. I was like, well, no, like, you already chose the restaurant. That's fine. I'm totally cool with that. I want to try it out. I've never been there before. So that was fine. And then we went there, we met, and he had a gift for me. And I thought, well, that's awfully nice. Like, I wasn't expecting a gift. And so he got me a one of those viral laptop bags. And he said, it's from it's made in Canada. It's from out east where I'm from. And I thought you would really like this bag. And I thought, well, that's very kind. Thank you. And I was in a dress, like I said. Might as well show you. If we're gonna go into the whole story. We're gonna go into the story. I don't think he liked the dress. And there was nothing wrong with it. It was brand new a year ago. I never got to wear it. So I thought, I'm gonna wear this dress. And so this wasn't actually me going, this was just like, okay, so this is the dress. And I have 2 different shoes on because I'm trying to figure out what to wear. So that was my dress. Right? Cute, right? I don't think he liked it. But that's okay, I don't care because I was wearing it for myself. So I show up, we meet, and he was acting really weird. Super weird. Well, okay, that's weird. I haven't seen him in a while, so maybe he's just being weird from that. And went to go give him a hug and a kiss, and he turned his head. I was like, oh, that's bad. This is really bad. But I didn't say anything. I was like, whatever, it's my birthday. I'm just going to make the best of it. So we go in for a drink. We go for an hour. He's asking some really strange questions, which is fine. Like, sometimes people ask me weird questions about my job and stuff too. That's fine. And so I have a drink, and it's only an hour at this one spot, and I'm having a martini. You guys know I like a martini. And I'm only 110 pounds. So the reason why I say this is because I have a martini is 2 ounces in it. I cannot drive after I have one drink. So, especially within the hour. So I said to him, he's like, well, we're going to take 2 vehicles and we're going to go to the restaurant. I was like, I can't go and do that. Like, what? You're going to make me drive to the other place? Like, I can't. So I said, is it okay if I come with you and yours? Yeah. So I go into the vehicle, to his vehicle, and it was super low, and he wasn't that tall of a guy anyways, but it was funny because he was like here and I was sitting down here, and I said, well, can I move the seat up? Like, it's a little bit low, right? And he's like, yeah, you're the only one who's been in it. And I thought, what the heck? I've never been in this vehicle before, so whatever, that's fine. We go into the restaurant. Everything's okay at this point. But he starts telling me about the gift he bought me. And he said, you want to know how much it cost? And I said, no, I don't want to know how much it costs. It's a gift. It doesn't matter how much it costs. I like the gift. Thank you for it. Like, thank you. It was kind. And he continued to say, this is where it went really bad. Really, really bad. He goes, well, I have a $2,800 Louis Vuitton travel bag, and all I paid was $125 for your laptop bag. I thought, come again, what? Why are you telling me this? I don't want to know how much a gift is a gift. It doesn't matter how much it costs, right? So now I get my court face on. I get my trial face on. And I just go, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. He's like, guys, I don't think you like brands that much. It gets better. It gets better. Like, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's like, that way when your bag, breaks or whatever, you can just replace it easily. I thought, oh my God, this is not good. Okay. Now, remember, I've been through hell the last couple of weeks thinking my dad's gonna die. He had a heart attack, all this stuff, right? And here this guy's okay, we're not done. This is a Jekyll and Hyde. I've never seen any part of this at all. This is Jekyll and Hyde. So now I'm sitting across from Barry Morphew, is what I'm doing. Right? All of a sudden, we're across from Barry Morphew, so to speak. So I look at him, and now 2 days after this, he's going on a work trip to Vegas. So I'm just like, are you done? Okay, this gets better. So I'm having a drink. Now I'm watching him misbehave. The waitress comes. Now he's complimenting her glasses, which I don't care. I mean, I'll compliment a waitress if she has nice glasses or whatever. Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. But it's the point of now he's amping up and he's not getting anything from me. Like I am like, I'm in my dress, I'm drinking my drink. Like, I don't care, right? So he decides to amp it up. And he's talking about Vegas and how wonderful it is. And he's going to have a coworker poolside for the week. I said, oh, wow. He says, yeah, she's really great. She's tall and she's redheaded, right? And I'm not, right? And she's just so great. She's so calm. Just really like her. And I said, well, I bet you're going to have such a wonderful time. It sounds like it's going to be such a great time. Because now I'm going, oh my gosh, this dude, this is not good. Like, this is not good. So, right? What guy goes on a date and starts talking? The kind that this is the discard. We are at the discard phase. So I just kind of go, well, it sounds like you are going to have such a wonderful time. Like, I mean, Vegas, the pool, your buddy, like it's going to be so good. Okay. Now, then we go one more. And he's a very talented man. I'll give it that. He can be very nice, which is the fake part of him for the first 6 weeks. And so he had this thing about ordering food, right? Which I was fine because he would double check, like, it's gluten-free, you want to have it, whatever. And so he's like, well, Linda, do you eat lamb? I'm like, oh, it's been a long time since I've eaten that, whatever. He's like, we'll have the chicken, right? It's just like, whatever. Now I knew, and this is a learning lesson, okay? I'm not even done. There's more. I knew that if I gave him anything, like this was bad. I knew that this was a dangerous situation at this point. So he's choosing my birthday to be like this, right? So we had plans 2 weeks after that. 2 weeks after that, two things. One, the Nelly concert, which was downtown Calgary at the he had box seats there, okay? Or so he said. And then like 4 or 5 days after that, we were supposed to go to Banff for a convention that I was going to be his date at. So I had said yes. So here's where it gets good. So I say to him, "So are we still on for the Nelly concert?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then he gets up because nothing's working and he goes, "Oh, by the way, my assistant didn't put you in for a +1, so at Banff. So yeah, you're not going." And I just went. So we leave. He's still my ride. We leave and we get to my vehicle. And I'm surprised he didn't kick me in the back to just drop me out. But while we leave, inside the restaurant, he's very nice. As we walk out, he has manners there. And then as soon as we walk out, he walks 10 steps ahead of me. So I get in the vehicle. Obviously, I need to get back to my car, and I was very pleasant, and I thanked him for my birthday dinner and for a lovely, thoughtful gift. And that was the last time I saw him. Yeah. So that was that. And it wasn't good. Needless to say, I'm still waiting to find out what time I meet him at the Nelly concert. I know. So I know. I'm not saying to get in the car, but he was my ride. And I should have, you're right, I could have. I don't think he would have done anything. It was more of a control, like a power control thing. I don't know why he chose that night to do that. I'm not sure. And I'm not sure what that was all about. And when I was with him, it was weird because I had never seen that before from him. Not even like on a phone or anything like that. So it was too bad, but he just wanted to be, yeah, that's exactly it. He just wanted to be the man. So yeah. Anyway, that was my birthday and I still need a redo. Yeah, he did not like it that it was my birthday, I guess. So, which I guess is why he was so adamant about it being taking me out on my birthday. I don't know. Anyway, that's the weirdest. I was pretty careful too, but apparently I chose not very great. I should. But the Nelly concert would have been good. Not that I would have went, not after that. That was really bad. It's too bad. It really is too bad. It's too bad. So I give up. I give up. Yeah, I knew kind of right when I met up with him that there was something there was something off. But then it ended up just being, so I just allowed him to do that. Because I wanted to see, I guess, you know how sometimes you look at a person, you're like, wait, what are they just having a bad day? Or like, what is this all about? And then I watched it go down. So yeah, there's that. So he just kept going about how he's luxury and I'm not. And so it was just like, well, be luxury all you want. No, no more looking. I'm not looking for Mr. Right anymore. That's just, yeah, I did have the instinct of it. I knew something was going on, but I also, I mean, a lot of it was just is talk, right? So when he was talking, I just thought, you know what, I want to see where he's going to take this and just make sure this is what I'm seeing. And yeah, it was. So that's fine. Go to Vegas, be beside the tall redheaded, and you can have all that. So yeah, thank you for the memorable birthday. I will never forget it. So then, so the week after, 2 weeks after, when it was supposed to be the weekend in Banff, I was with my niece and we were having a good laugh, because when you think of things, just to have a good laugh, so to cheer up the other person. So we were there, and it was like, well, maybe we should order him a drink at because it's at the fancy schmancy hotel at the Fairmont. Oh, what do you call it? The Banff Springs Hotel. So my niece is like, well, we should order a drink for him, and order like the cheapest, like get him a Bud Light. And say it's from Louis. Louis V. And so we had a good laugh at that. And then she had something to say to him too. Shoot, I can't remember what she said. It was like, I don't know, it was just a shot at him. It's not Spud, but it was like, oh, hey, small fry. Hey, small fry. Enjoy. She said, get him a plate of fruit to confuse the hell out of him. And then she said, and then at the hotel room, we'll send him like a pack of condoms and like a deck of cards. Just like weird stuff. We didn't do it, but it was funny because we were trying to come up with some pretty good ideas. We only had it was last minute anyways, because we were seeing it, but so we were gonna send him a Bud Light, get the bartender, give it to him, and tell him it's from Louis. Oh, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. It's too bad. If you took the narcissist away from him, he could have, it's too bad. He is very talented, and he can be nice, but I guess that's fake. So that's the thing. But I'm not putting up with that for 1 minute. So go be Barrymore views somewhere else. No, we didn't end up doing anything. But we did have some good laughs about it, and we thought about doing some other things at the hotel. That would have embarrassed because you don't do that, right? When to the narcissist, you can't make them look bad. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes me more real. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I mean, it was not fun afterwards. That was not fun time, but I am real. And I don't get it right all the time. But how did I get through dinner? Well, I mean, dinner would have been about 2 hours, but it didn't really start amping up until the end. So at first you're like, why is he wanting to tell me how much he paid for my gift? Like, I don't want to know that. I could care less if it was a $40 gift or a $2,000 gift. You know what I mean? It's like the thought that counts. And at first he was making it sound like it was a thoughtful gift, which is great. But then because he did that, I mean, I still have it sitting up on a shelf because I can't even look at it right now. And the zipper was broken inside a little bit, so I feel like I should have took a video and sent it to him and said, "Ooh, the zipper's broken on my gift." So, yeah, that's too bad. Yeah. So, it was really bad. And I mean, I don't know how that I just don't know that day. I hadn't seen him in quite a few days and um because of my dad. And so that was that. That was my 48th birthday. Yeah, at least it won't cost me a lot to get a new one. Well, the thing is I already had one. I already have one. Yeah, it was my dad's okay. He's doing okay. It's his birthday this weekend. And he will be he'll be 87. Yes, I'm 48. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 48. Oh, my bag wasn't a knockoff. It wasn't Louis Vuitton. It was one of those viral um a viral laptop bag. It's nice. It's black on the outside. It has like pink in the inside, which is nice. But I can't even look at it. So, there's that. So my dad's doing okay. It's their anniversary this weekend too. And they're going to be 62 years married. I'm convinced though, with all your guys' great juju sending towards me, I'm convinced that's what's helped my dad twice. I'm pretty convinced at that. Because remember 3 years ago when I was going through a divorce, he just about did, and you guys did all your prayers. And then in April, yes, I'm 48. Oh, thank you, William. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Pinky says, seriously, Linda, I've been watching you since well before your divorce. I thought you were in your 30s. No, I always say I'm older. I'm older than Kim Kardashian and younger than J-Lo. I did dodge a bullet. I agree. Oh, happy birthday on Saturday. That's my dad's birthday. Well, you can guess 35 all you want. I'll take that. Thank you. I do get late 30s, early 40s, so I'll take that if I'm 48. I just think, I don't know, maybe it's not in the cards for me for a proper man. They're definitely not on the apps. I picture you with the silver fox type like Tom Cruise in Collateral. I don't know what's going on here. You guys are the best ever. I can't believe we've been streaming for 8 hours. This is bananas. Very soon I'll get off and then we can I'll give it a few more minutes. We'll get off and then I can have dinner. And then we'll start all over again tomorrow, but we're early. Well, now you guys know my secret story about what happened on my birthday that I'm going to do a redo. It's almost been 2 months. I should probably do a redo, but I want to do it really well, you know? I need a redo. Yes, I don't need man. I definitely don't need a man. Yeah, but I'd like one. There's the difference. That's why I was like, that guy, when he did bad behavior, I was like, oh, hell no, absolutely not. I don't know what's for dinner. What is for dinner? Lori says it's been 8 hours. Oh my God, it doesn't feel like that long at all. I love hanging out with all you guys. Best chat ever. That's right. There is definitely a difference between needing one and wanting one. I would like one. I don't need one. Yeah. No working MRI at the hospital at my dad. Yeah, I need to upload Brandon on there. I got to remember how to do that. I'll see if I can do it. I did change the number though. Did you guys see? I did change it. Maybe he liked the girl from work and that's the way he told you. Could be. Maybe he invited her and she wasn't even part of the trip. She just was there for, you know. But here's the thing, when I left that night, he wasn't getting that from me to like anything, you know? Like, be a man and tell me you don't want to be with me. Be a man. Just be a man and do it. Nope. Had to be a coward. He probably liked Lori's chicken enchiladas. Stop shopping for dates on Wish. Oh, you guys. Yeah, it'll be okay. It's just pretty bad. Yeah, I think for him it was his way of discarding me, and that's why when he stood up and said, you're not like my assistant didn't put you as a +1, I saw him put me in as +1 like 2 weeks before that. He forgot that he told me that and I saw it. So, just was full of it. Laura says, I don't think it was about him not wanting to be with you. He wanted to be able to control me. Yeah, he just kept talking about the differences between him, he and I guess. And I don't know. I just took that as like when he did that about the gift, that was a no, like that was it. I was like, okay, now I know what you're doing. And I just smiled and nodded the whole time and let him run his mouth. And it just stamped up from there. Yeah, he just kept damping it up. So it's okay. I mean, I was pretty upset after. He didn't know it. I was pretty solid. I learned that. Put my Lori face on. Yeah, this was so this is like the true crime part, okay? So he's looking at him, he's like, well, you know, she's tall. I'm not. She's redheaded. I'm not. And she's just so calm. oh, he watched my channel. Uh, I hope he's watching right now and hearing this story for the first time. He'll get a little bit of a, it's like, if you think I'm stupid, you got another thing coming. I can't wrap around my head around why they're like that too. Like, why bother? Yeah, I did thank him as soon as I saw him for the gift. I was like, thank you. This is so cool. Took a look at it, thought it was super thoughtful that he thought. He's like, yeah, then you can, go to the coffee shops and work. And I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. That's super sweet. Thank you so much. And then he proceeded to tell me how he has a $3,800 bag or $2,800 bag, and he paid $125. Like, don't tell a girl that. Do not tell anybody that. Like, I don't want to know. La 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 la. I don't want to know. Yeah, I agree, Rockdom. I've never done that before, but I'm very grateful for this channel because I learned a few things. I've learned a few things. Yeah, there's women out there too, for sure. But in my experience, right, I can only talk for myself about, I did fail the test. Yeah, no, it was not good. So that's okay though. I'm glad I didn't have to find out worse, I think it's important that I let him talk. So I could see the full picture really fast instead of having to go home and like wonder what was that one comment or whatever. I just let him have the floor. Just keep going. So it's okay. I should have said, don't flatter yourself. Oh, it's okay, you guys. I'd rather know the truth sooner than later. And that just tells me some things about me too. So it's okay. I guess he would classify as a love bomber then, really when you look at it, but it's okay. Now I just have to find a night where I can choose something cool to go to in Calgary, like I don't know, maybe I should do a Banff trip and here trip. So here, like, go to like a musical or something and good food at the top of some like just really pretty view, and then go to Banff and do my own thing. He did flatter himself. Do you know what though? Imagine how he felt when he's like, that didn't work on her. What the heck? Why isn't she kissing my butt? Oh yeah, I think yes. I 100% agree with you with this. He is for somebody to do that 100%. When I mean it's too bad, it's like I wish you could take that part away, you know, but you can't. So, and here I am. So we'll have to figure something once the trial is done, and I'll take a day and go do something, but I don't know what to do yet. So I'll figure it out, and then I'll have a good night. So, okay, guys, well, I think I need to go get some dinner. Exactly. I don't need gifts either. It's quality time for me is important. All right, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out today and being with me. And we're on day 1. We're going to come tomorrow and we'll see what Lori has up her sleeve for Brandon Boudreaux. And we'll just carry on. So thanks for being here. Love you guys, and we will see you tomorrow.